Publication 1 of Friends of Ukraine Publications. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MaryAnn. Ukraine and the Ukrainians. A handbook of concise information regarding the country, people, history, and industry of Ukraine by Emil Revyuk. 1. The country. 1. What is Ukraine? Ukraine is the country populated by a compact mass of the Ukrainians, that territory in which the Ukrainians constitute the majority of the population. 2. Ukraine's situation. Ukraine occupies the southern part of Eastern Europe and constitutes the hinterland of the Black Sea. It stretches, roughly speaking, from the river San in the west to the river Don in the east, and from the river Pripyat in the north to the Black Sea in the south. 3. Ukraine's neighbors. Ukraine borders on the southwest on the masses of the Romanians and Magyars, in the west on the ethnographic territories of the Slovaks and Poles, in the north on the White Ruthenians and Great Russians, in the east on the Great Russians and one of the smaller Mongolian tribes, in the south on the Crimean Tatars. 4. Ukraine's political subdivisions before the war. Before the World War, the Ukrainians were split up politically between the empires of Austria-Hungary and Russia. They occupy, in what was Austria-Hungary, the southwestern part of western Galicia, the whole of eastern Galicia, the northern and the northwestern part of the province of Bukovina, and the northeastern portion of Hungary, on the slopes of the Carpathians, where they were known as Uro-Russins, Uro-Russinia. In the former Russian Empire, the Ukrainians inhabit the province of Kholm, the southern parts of the provinces of Grodno and Minsk, the southern districts of the provinces of Kursk and Voronezh, and the entire provinces of Volhynia, Podolia, Chernihiv, Kiev, Poltava, Kharkov, Katerinoslav, Kherson, and Toria, the northern and southeastern districts of the province of Bessarabia, the western part of the province of the Don Cossacks, the entire province of the Kuban Cossacks, the southern portions of the province of Stavropol, the northern portion of the Terek region, and the northern part of the Black Sea province. 5. Ukraine's total area. Ukraine's total area amounts to about 330,000 square miles, of which 300,000 were included in the former Russia and 30,000 in the former Austria-Hungary. This is approximately the same as the area of New England, together with all of the Atlantic seaboard as far south as Georgia. 6. Ukraine's topography. Across the southwestern corner of the Ukrainian territory pass the ridges of the Carpathians, while in Crimea Ukraine touches on the Yalia Mountains, and in the Kuban regions, the Caucasus. Outside of this, the land is flat. In the central and eastern portions are the famous plateaus known as the steppes. The rare charm of the Ukrainian landscape has had a profound effect upon the minds and life of the people. The principal rivers drain toward the Black Sea. These are the Dnieper, the Dniester, the Bug, the Pruth, which flows into the Danube, the Don, with the Donets, which empties into the Sea of Azov, and the Kuban. The only stream of size included in another drainage area is the river San in central Galicia, a tributary of the Vistula. 7. Ukraine's climate. The climate is classed as temperate and salubrious, though it shows considerable seasonal variations. The winters are often severe, while the summers are very hot. There is a relatively slight precipitation. The cold weather is considerably milder than that of Great Russia. 8. Ukraine's soil and minerals. Almost 3/4 of Ukraine lies within the Eastern European Black Earth Zone, the most fertile soil on the globe. Ukraine is rich in mineral resources. She possesses in abundance coal, iron, salt, and petroleum. 9. Ukraine's plant and animal life. The forest region occupies barely 1/8 of Ukraine, chiefly in the northwest and in the borderlands of the north. The remainder is steppe, with a flora and fauna typical of the Eastern European lands, but characterized by somewhat greater variety. 2. The people. 1. Ukraine's population. The population of Ukraine is estimated at 45 million. The Polish scholar Mr. Leon Wasilewski estimates that at least 35 million of these were Ukrainians. Among the Ukrainians, there are scattered colonies of other nationalities. In eastern Galicia, the land-owning nobles and bureaucrats are Poles. In the towns of eastern Galicia, the Jews predominate. In Rusinia, the bureaucracy and aristocracy were Magyars. In the part of Ukraine formerly under Russian control, the Russians constituted the bulk of officialdom. On the right bank of the Dnieper, the nobility were mostly Polish. On the left bank, they were chiefly Russian. Most of the Jews in Ukraine live west of the Dnieper. There are besides scattered colonies of Tartars, Greeks, Bulgarians, Romanians, and others. These non-Ukrainian nationalities living in Ukraine number about 12 millions. 2. Emigration from Ukraine. Outside of Ukraine, millions of Ukrainian people are living in colonies in various parts of European Russia. Astrakhan, Samara, Saratov, Orenburg, and in Asia, Turkestan and Siberia. Although the Ukrainian immigration to America is of comparatively recent date and comes mostly from the western provinces of Ukraine, there are already more than 500,000 persons of Ukrainian extraction in the United States. These figures are somewhat conjectural, for the immigration reports have classified Ukrainians frequently as Russians or Poles. The Ukrainians in this country are for the most part employed as miners and steelworkers in Pennsylvania, as factory laborers in the New England and Middle Atlantic states, and as farmers in the Middle West. There are about 200,000 Ukrainian immigrants in Canada and over 50,000 in Brazil. 3. Physical aspects. Anthropologists regard the Ukrainians as typical Slavs. The respects in which they differ from some of the other branches of the Slavic family are described by the Russian Encyclopedia, Petrograd, 1896, as follows. Physically, the Ukrainians differ from the Russians and the white Ruthenians of central Russia, first of all, by their stature, which on the average is 1 to 4 centimeters higher, according to the official military census of the Russian Empire, 1874 to 1883. A populace of small stature nowhere occupies large stretches in Ukraine. Further characteristics are a large percentage of persons with dark hair, dark eyes, and with complexions darker than is usual among the white Ruthenians, Russians, and especially the Poles. They also have somewhat longer legs. The head, both absolutely and as compared with the size of the body, is not large. This is true also of the cranial capacity. The nose and forehead are not large, while the lower third of the face has comparatively larger dimensions. As to the form, the short and broad head, brachycephalic, predominates among the Ukrainians to a much higher degree than among the Poles or Russians. High cheekbones and a wide space between the eyes are also characteristic. 4. Social and moral aspects. The Ukrainian social and moral life is distinctive. The Ukrainian community, called hromada, has no economic functions, as is the case with the Russian community, or mir. The Ukrainian is a convinced individualist, as opposed to the communistic Russian. The same individualism characterizes the Ukrainian family life, in which the woman occupies a position very much more independent than that of the Russian woman. Even in appearance, the Ukrainian settlements are unlike those of Russia or Poland. It is possible to tell the nationality of a village at the very first glance. 5. Religious aspects. The bulk of the Ukrainians belong to the Eastern Orthodox Church, to the so-called Shuntunda, or the Greek Catholic Church. The Shuntundas are a variety of Baptists. The Greek Catholic Church, which is strongest in eastern Galicia and among the Rusins, is Roman Catholic in her dogma and allegiance, but Orthodox in her rites. Since the revolution, the Orthodox Ukrainians have organized independently of the Orthodox Russians. 6. Ukrainian language. The Ukrainian language is Slavic, like that of the Czechs, Poles, Russians, and Serbs. From earliest times, it has preserved its status as a separate and independent tongue. It has been in literary use for about 1,000 years, though it was first used in an archaic form. Its chief characteristic is its musical quality. 7. Ukrainian culture. In the opinion of Professor F. Bujak, the Polish economist, the Ukrainian popular culture is richer, more homogeneous, and better crystallized than that of the Poles. In his opinion, which is supported by other scholars, the Ukrainians and Serbs are the most gifted artistically of the Slavic family. A Ukrainian household can be distinguished from a Polish or Russian home by the pains with which the Ukrainian cultivates flowers around it. His costume is ornamented with rich embroidery. The pottery work done in central Ukrainian provinces is famous for its opulence of design and fineness of execution. Equally famous are the wood carvings of the Ukrainian mountaineers in the Carpathians. The idealistic conception of life entertained by the Ukrainian, who inclines to peaceful enjoyment rather than the strenuous expansion of vital forces, testifies to the great age of Ukrainian popular culture. 8. Ukrainian folk literature. The fullest expression of the spirit of Ukraine is to be found in her folk literature. The song is the diary into which the Ukrainian enters everything he feels, thinks, or does. The unwritten literature has preserved to us a record of the entire cultural evolution of the people, from the pre-Christian era to the present day. It has reflected the life of every class: the prince and his suite, the Cossack, the Chumach, caravan merchant, the peasant, the recruit. Each has a cycle of his own, expressive of his sorrows, joys, and struggles. Reclus, the famous French geographer, in his Universal Geography, praises the Ukrainian Cossack songs for their love of freedom, the Ukrainian ballads for their breadth of thought, strength and language, and wealth of details, the love songs for their sweetness and vigor, combined with warmth and delicacy. He emphasizes, too, in their chronicle songs, the spirit of anger and revenge toward the oppressors. He concludes, "The national poetry of few languages excels that of the Ukrainians in energy of expression and depth of feeling." 10. Ukrainian written literature. The ever-growing parallelism between the folk literature and the written literature of Ukraine is the chief characteristic of the nation's literary history. The ancient period, corresponding to the era of political independence of the country, produced chronicle songs and the famous heroic poem, The Song of Ihor's Campaign, the oldest monument of belles lettres in any Slavonic language. This piece dates from the 12th century. It was written in a mixture of Ukrainian with the so-called Church Slavonic. The Middle Period, which is chronologically identical with the period of political dependence, first upon Lithuania, then Poland, and finally Russia, was prolific only in religious literature, especially the polemic works that came into being because of the religious strife between the Orthodox and Catholic churches. From this period, too, date the first extant efforts to use in writing the pure Ukrainian idiom of the people, e.g., the Bible of Peresop, written in the 16th century. About the end of the 18th century, popular literature finally merged with the written literature, and the modern period began. The foundations were laid for a genuine revival of Ukrainian letters, based upon the pure Ukrainian vernacular and secular in character. Ivan Kotlyarovsky's travesty of the Aeneid, 1798, is usually considered the starting point of modern Ukrainian literature. Its form is classic, but it is written in a romantic mood. This generation produced, besides Kotlyarevsky, who was both poet and playwright, the satirist Petro Artemovsky-Hulak, the poet E. Herbinka, the novelist H. Kvitka, who wrote stories of peasant life. The next generation produced Ukraine's greatest poet, Taras Shevchenko, and a number of prominent writers, the poet P. Kulish, who translated the Bible and Shakespeare, the poet S. Rodansky, the fabulist L. Livbiv, and novelists and short story writers like O. Storozenko and Mrs. Marko Vavchak. Because of the hostile attitude of the Russian government toward the development of Ukrainian literature, there sprang up in Austria a school of Ukrainian writers rather larger and more prolific than might have been expected, in view of the size of the Ruthenian population in eastern Galicia. There were poets like O. Fedkovich and B. Lepsky, and short story writers like S. Kovalev, V. Stefanik, L. Martovich, and I. Semeniuk. But the greatest genius among them was Ivan Franko, 1856 to 1916, the distinguished creator of realism in Ukrainian letters. Franko was not merely poet, short story writer, and novelist, but was a scholar as well. Ukrainian literature in former Russia also continued to develop in spite of the severe restrictions placed upon it. And the more recent years have given us the novelist I.N. Levitsky, the short story writers P. Murney, M. Kostyubinsky, and V. Vinichenko, the poets V. Semelenko, Lesya Ukrenka, the pen name of Mrs. Larissa Kosak, O. Oles, and A. Krimsky, and the playwrights M. Staritsky, M. Krobevnitsky, I. Tobolevich, Lesya Ukrenka, and V. Vinichenko. Particularly in modern times, the Russian authorities deliberately persecuted the Ukrainian writers and obliged them to accomplish that which they could in the face of official threats. In 1876, the Tsar issued his ukaze, forbidding the publication of works written in Ukrainian, with few exceptions. The field of literary endeavor was therefore shifted to eastern Galicia, but here, too, the enmity of the ruling class had to be combated. In Hungary, the Magyars did their best to deprive the Uro-Russins of any cultural expression. 11. Other cultural achievements. A number of important personages, whom the outside world regards as Russians, have in reality been Ukrainians. And Gogol, called the creator of Russian prose, though he wrote in Russian, was a Ukrainian by race, and so was V. Korolenko, one of the foremost writers of contemporary Russia. The Ukrainian sociologist Mikhail Drohomonov has been called by Professor P. Struve the first real liberal in Russia. Mikhail Tuhan-Baranovsky, whose writings on economics have been translated into many languages, was considered abroad as the foremost economist of Russia. Others who, because of the restrictions imposed by the Russian government on the Ukrainian language, found it expedient to write in Russian, were the great philologist P. Potempia and the sociologist Maxim Kovalevsky. The scientific labors of the Scientific Society of Taras Shevchenko in Lemberg have gained worldwide recognition for Ukrainian scholarship, especially in the realms of ethnography, philology, and history. In art, Ukraine gave to the world Taras Shevchenko, also a great poet, who was the first etcher in Russia, Vasilkovsky, and I. Trush. In music, the list includes N. Lysenko, I. Bortyansky, N. Strasenko, and S. Ludkovich. The role of statesmen and military leaders contains such names as P. Konashevich, B. Khmelnytsky, who led the great Ukrainian uprising against Poland in the time of Cromwell, I. Vyhovsky, I. Orlik, and I. Mazepa. 3. History. 1. Beginnings. The Ukrainians have inhabited their homeland since the dawn of history. In the 9th century, Kiev was the capital of a Ukrainian state which also organized the Russians and the White Ruthenians into a federative union. The power of this government commanded the respect of Byzantium, Bulgaria, Poland, and the Asiatic nomads in the east and south. Its splendor was the object of admiration of West European, Greek, and Arabian merchants. It had gained a paramount commercial importance such that Poland, as a Polish historian observes, was merely regarded by the West Europeans as the passage to Kiev. Its culture, in which local elements combined with the influences of Constantinople, the Orient and the South Slavs, produced admirable monuments in literature, religious and secular, in architecture, and in education. 2. The invasions. But Ukraine lay on the threshold of Europe, through which the migratory tribes of Asia now began to sweep, and was therefore obliged to bear the brunt of continuous invasions. Straining her resistance to the utmost, she contended successfully with Magyars, Khazars, Pechenihi, and Polopses. Then, in the 13th century, she broke down defending herself against the most terrible of all invaders, the Tartar Khans. The weakened remnants of northern Ukraine were united with Lithuania. Only the western principalities preserved their independence, such as the province, then the kingdom, of Galicia. About the middle of the 14th century, Galicia was forcibly occupied by Polish kings. About the end of that century, Lithuania entered into a union with Poland, bringing other Ukrainian lands under Polish dominion. Ever since that period, the Ukrainians have suffered religious, national, and social oppression at the hands of the Polish rulers. 3. Union with Russia. After a series of uprisings, the Ukrainians succeeded, in 1648, in liberating the central part of Ukraine from Polish rule and establishing, under Bohdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian democratic republic. Threatened by Poland on the west and Turkey in the south, the young republic, in 1654, entered into a voluntary union with Russia, which was looked upon as a menace, on the condition that the Ukrainians should be accorded a full measure of self-government. The Tsars, however, began curtailing Ukraine's privileges, one after another, until the Ukrainians became, after several unsuccessful uprisings, a subject race. The partitions of Poland, 1772, 1792, and 1795, brought under Russia's dominion all of the Ukrainian lands except the westernmost part, the ancient principality of Galicia, which was ceded to Austria. 4. Recent history. Under each of these dominions, the Ukrainians suffered oppression. Russia wanted to Russify them in order to get permanent free access to the Black Sea. Austria delivered the Ruthenians of eastern Galicia into the hands of the Poles, so that she might retain the Poles as a support for the Habsburg monarchy and for the German element in the empire. The Magyars, who in the 14th century had conquered the Ukrainians living beyond the Carpathians, applied to them the same policy of Magyarization which they employed against all other non-Magyar nationalities. The crisis created by the World War brought a change in the fortunes of Ukraine. The downfall of the Tsars in the Revolution of March 1917 and the defeat of Austria-Hungary were the signals for the resurrection of Ukrainian independence. When the provisional government was set up in Russia, the Ukrainians organized an autonomous government of their own. But after both the provisional government and the Bolsheviki had shown themselves unable to govern except on the old centralistic basis, the Ukrainian parliament, Rada, proclaimed on January 7, 1918, the independence of the Ukrainian People's Republic. From the start, the new republic found itself in a critical position. Threatened by Bolshevistic armies of the north and east, and by Teutonic forces on the west, it was at the same time cut off from all outside help. The dilemma was therefore solved by making peace with one enemy, a decision similar to that which was arrived at under precisely similar circumstances by Romania. Thus Ukraine, invaded by Bolsheviki and hard-pressed by the Central Powers, made peace with the latter at Brest-Litovsk. But the Germans turned out to be a remedy hardly less deadly than the disease itself. They came ostensibly to drive away the Bolsheviki, but they behaved no differently from Bolsheviki themselves. They exploited Ukraine economically by requisitioning bread, cattle, and grain from the farmers. They also tried to rule the country politically, and to this end they overthrew the Ukrainian government, a democratic regime deriving its powers from the will of the people, only to place in its stead a military dictator subservient to German commands, to whom was given the historic Ukrainian title of Hetman. This individual, General Skoropadsky, was acceptable to the Teutons because he was a militarist, a large landholder, a conservative, and a willing tool in the German scheme, which was to make Ukraine the center and nucleus in a reconstruction of the old centralized Russian Empire, every part of which the Germans intended to control, both politically and economically. The result was foreseeable. The Ukrainians rose in a mass rebellion, destroyed the German plans in the east, and interfered considerably with their progress in the west. At a time when Poland, Romania, and Russia had all seceded from the struggle against German expansion, the Ukrainian insurgents stood in battle alone, without material or moral support from the Western powers, and conducted against the Germans a sanguinary guerrilla warfare which obliged them to maintain in the east an army of 1,000,000 soldiers who were seriously needed by their generals in the west. When the Teutonic forces finally collapsed in the west, the Ukrainians, led by an insurgent body called the Ukrainian National Union and composed of the representatives of all the Ukrainian parties, drove the Germans out of the country and organized a new government, the so-called Directorate. This coalition was recognized by the National Congress held at Kiev in the end of January 1919, and also by that part of Ukraine which, up to the Teutonic defeat, had remained under Austrian control, but immediately after the Austrian breakdown had organized itself into an independent nation called the Western Ukrainian Republic. The Directorate found itself surrounded by enemies. Romania wanted to seize the former Austrian province of Bukovina, including that part which was peopled by Ukrainians. The Poles wanted to conquer the western Ukrainian provinces of Kholm, Volhynia, and Podolia, which have a considerable percentage of Poles among the landed aristocracies and in the bureaucracy. They also wanted to retain eastern Galicia, where Austrian favoritism had already made them supreme. The Bolsheviki came marching down from the north in order to introduce the Soviet form of rule instead of the Ukrainian Republic, and also to acquire grain for Russia, where everything was at sixes and sevens because of the communistic experiment. From the east came the Russian centralists, led by General Deninkin. All of these enemies of Ukrainian independence denounced the self-determination of the Ukrainian people under various pretexts, and some of them even gained the support of more than one allied power. The struggle with them is not yet over. 5. Ukrainian national aspirations. Since the downfall of the ancient Ukrainian Empire of Kiev, down through the struggles against the Tartars, Poles, and Russians, Ukrainian history displays a continual tradition of heroic endeavors to re-establish the political independence of the country. This remains the ideal of the Ukrainian people at the present time. The idea of a possible federation with Russia, which has been advanced by some Ukrainian leaders, has gradually died out because of the economic exploitation, political disfranchisement, and cultural degradation of the Ukrainians carried out by the Tsarist regime. The centralist policies were seen to survive even under the liberals, Lvov and Kerensky, and were actually revived by such men as Skoropadsky, Kolchak, and Deninkin, and by the poorly masked Russian nationalism of the Bolsheviki. The question of economic relations between Ukraine and Russia must be settled, in the opinion of the Ukrainian people, as an international question between two independent nations. The same may be said of the federations suggested for Ukraine with some of her neighbors. Ukraine does not want such federations. She wants independence. As to the various racial minorities living in Ukraine, successive national assemblies have repeatedly declared themselves unreservedly in favor of granting these minorities the right of proportional suffrage, national personal autonomy, and the right of representation in all departments of the government. 4. Industry. 1. Agriculture. Agriculture has always been the chief industry of Ukraine. About 85% of the population are employed in it. Indeed, Ukraine has been called the granary of Europe. The principal agricultural product is wheat, the average annual yield of which amounted in pre-war days to 7,716,000 short tons. The average yearly yield of rye was 4,630,000 tons, and that of barley 5,512,000 tons. Of relatively smaller importance are the other products: potatoes over 11,023,000 tons, oats about 3,638,000 tons, maize over 550,000 tons, and millet over 550,000 tons. The cultivation of hemp, flax, sunflower, and poppy has never reached its full capacity of development, but sugar beets are grown in great quantities, the total annual pre-war yield being about 5,500,000 tons. The annual production of tobacco amounted in 1908 to over 77,000 tons, that of hops to about 33,000 tons. Vegetables are not raised as extensively as they could be, although southern Ukraine possesses big plantations of watermelons, pumpkins, and cucumbers. Fruit culture is better developed. Bee culture is very popular. Livestock raising is an industry of the greatest importance, especially the raising of hoof cattle and hogs. Improvement of agricultural methods was attended with great difficulties during the reign of the Tsars. Among the causes of the backward state of Ukrainian agriculture were the extent of great landed estates centered in the hands of the inefficient nobility, the scantiness of the land in the hands of the peasantry, and the scarcity of working capital due to excessive taxation and a corrupt bureaucracy. In order to reconstruct Ukrainian agriculture, the farmer will need capital for various purposes of amelioration, such as the purchase of labor-saving machinery and the replacing of his herds of livestock, many of which were virtually exterminated during the war. 2. Mining. The chief Ukrainian mining districts are the basin of the Donets, the slopes of the Carpathians, the regions of Terek and Kuban, and the Caucasus. Iron ores are found in great quantities all over Ukraine, the most important centers of iron production being in the province of Kherson, in the Donets basin, in the Caucasus, and in Volhynia. In 1911, the iron output of Ukraine amounted to over 5,500,000 tons. Ukraine possesses rich deposits of manganese in the district of Nikopol, in the Dnieper and eastern Podolia. In the Donets basin, there are important mercury mines. The coal fields of the Donets basin are among the richest in Europe. In 1911, they produced nearly 3,300,000 tons of anthracite and 3,610,000 tons of coke. In spite of this large showing, the Ukrainian coal industry is still in its infancy. Ukrainian Galicia possess rich pockets of petroleum and deposits of ocokerite, or a natural paraffin. Galicia's total yield of oil in 1911 amounted to almost 1,948,000 tons, an output exceeded only by that of the United States and of the Caucasus. Ozokerite is found in eastern Galicia and in the Ukrainian sub-Caucasan districts, the former containing the richest deposits of that mineral in the world. Ukraine's total salt production in 1907 amounted to 1,100,000 tons. She possesses excellent pottery clays, rich deposits of kaolin, graphite, chalk, sulfur, and a good deal of peat. The want of capital and unfavorable political conditions have prevented a full exploitation of these very great natural resources. 3. Manufacturing. Ukraine's industry is now in a transitional stage, from the status of home industry to that of large-scale factory production. Ukrainian home industry is distinguished by the durability, solidity, and especially the clever ornamentation of its products. Cooperage, wagon-making, shipbuilding, basket-weaving, pottery, metal-working, rope-making, and tanning are pursued in this fashion. Factory organization is of recent introduction in Ukraine, but its progress before the war had been encouraging. The most important factories were the sugar establishments, which produced in 1914 over 1,500,000 tons of raw sugar and about 1 million tons of refined sugar. Next in significance are flour milling, liquor distillation, oil pressing, tobacco products, match industry, and paper making. Although the Russian government tried artificially to protect the Moscow district in its competition with Ukraine, nevertheless, the Ukrainian cast iron industry reached, in 1917, the mark of 3 million tons yearly. Like the mines, the manufacturing industries of Ukraine need for their development free political institutions and a supply of capital. 4. Transportation. Communication in Ukraine is poorly provided for. This has been partly due to unfavorable natural conditions, but chiefly to the inefficiency of the government officials. Particularly was this the case of the roads, the construction of which was perennially neglected by both Poles and Russians. The Ukrainian railroads are inadequately developed. Galicia's mileage amounts to 5 miles for every 100 square miles. That of the rest of Ukraine amounts to only 1 mile for a similar area. The railroads were built with strategic objects in view. If ever economic interests were taken into consideration, they were the economic interests of the foreign centers. In Austria, those of Vienna and the Germans. In Russia, those of Moscow, Petrograd, and the Baltic ports. The chief railroad center in Galicia is Lemberg, Lviv. Outside of Galicia, the chief junctions are at Brest and Kharkov. The chief waterways are the rivers Dnieper, Don, Bug, Dniester, and Kuban. The Dnieper is navigable throughout its entire course within Ukraine, except for a stretch below the city of Katerinoslav, where it is made useless because of rapids. Ukraine possesses very few artificial waterways. 5. Internal commerce. The trade between different portions of Ukraine is comparatively insignificant. There is in Ukraine no large commercial class, and that which existed was composed largely of Russians, Germans, or other foreigners who used their influence with the bureaucracy to freeze out all Ukrainians. At the same time, the cooperative societies have had a great growth. Eastern Galicia was covered with a network of cooperative organizations, and the cooperatives in the Russian part of Ukraine amounted to 47% of those of the entire Russian Empire. The significance of the cooperative movement was enhanced by conditions which came into being during and after the war. A characteristic feature of Ukrainian internal commerce has been the importance of the annual fair. These fairs have been held at many of the most important cities, e.g., Kiev, Kharkov, Romny, and Poltava. 6. International commerce. International trade relations are even less developed than internal commerce. It can be safely said that so far Ukraine has supplied for export only raw materials and received manufactured goods in exchange. She exported grain, livestock, poultry, eggs, butter, sugar, lumber, oil, iron ore, manganese, salt, coal, hemp, and flax, and imported all kinds of metal goods, especially agricultural machinery and manufactured tools. She also bought cotton and woolen goods abroad. The future will see a considerable development in Ukraine's commerce with the world. Until now, the backwardness of the land's industrial development, a series of political oppressions and economic exploitations have prevented Ukraine from occupying that position in world trade which she ought to enjoy because of her immense natural resources, her position in the proximity of Asia and the Mediterranean Sea, and the industrious quality of the Ukrainian people. End of Publication 1. Ukraine and the Ukrainians, a handbook of concise information regarding the country, people, history, and industry of Ukraine, by Emil Reviak, published in 1920.
Publication 2 of Friends of Ukraine Publications. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Richa. Friends of Ukraine Publications by Various. 3 editorials about Ukraine. On January 3, 1920, the New Orleans Times Picayune printed the editorial which follows. What about Ukraine? There are times when one fairly hungers for facts regarding the situation in the territory that was Russia. We have so much of statement and counter-statement, claim and counterclaim that one's only relief is to cover eyes and ears like Japan's monkeys and await in silence development that time eventually must bring to those harried lands. The trouble is, however, that our minds will continue to function and they tell us that somewhere in the East European chaos there is a right which, if we but knew to a certainty what it was, would arouse in us the necessity of giving encouragement and assistance to the side of justice. Particularly would we like to know, beyond any uncertainty, just what the government of Ukraine stands for, whom it represents, what are its actual as well as ostensible purposes, and whether or not the establishment of a Ukrainian republic would hold any under the rose significance in connection with the Teutonic Drang nach Osten. For several centuries the rich plains of that region, new claimed by the followers of Petlura, have kept so well out of public notice that little has been heard of them beyond an occasional romance that has had the people of that land for characters and the steppes as setting, so that when it was announced that this territory had set itself up as a republic and laid claims to a population of 40 millions, larger in numbers than before the war fronts, it seemed quite unbelievable to the rest of civilization. Then there were plenty who claimed that Ukraine was but another name for German influence, and that, if followed to establish itself, this new government would mean a powerful wedge into Slav lands for the penetration of Germanism and German industrial supremacy. It was not forgotten that many months before the armistice German soldiers and high German officers had been received in Ukraine with something like very open arms. Nevertheless, the Ukrainian army has been operating vigorously against the Bolshevists of Muscovy, and seems genuine enough in its opposition to Sovietism. Meanwhile, on another front, the Provisional Republic is quite as antagonistic to Denikin and his anti-Lenin Trotsky efforts, the fight being somewhat like the three-cornered duel of Captain Marryat's story. As to ourselves, we would be more than pleased to see the Ukraine emerge a full-fledged republic, free of all entanglements and prepared to take up her obvious duty of supplying a large part of Europe with wheat and other food products. If ever there was a land that required peace and quiet for its development, it is that one, and furthermore the compact geography of the region, its easy access to the sea, its fairly homogeneous population, all seem to give her a splendid start on the road to nationality and towards an extremely useful status in the circle of European nations. As yet, the victorious Allies have failed to place complete confidence in the new land, and their mistrust cannot but affect our own opinions, since it is more than probable that the authorities of the big governments have means of spying beneath the surface that we do not possess. Nevertheless, we have seen so many mistakes made, even by those who should have been well informed, that we cannot accept any verdict as final. We still hope that the Ukraine may prove herself worthy, may win recognition, and a raising of the blockade which has prevented the land from receiving even the medical appliances she so sorely needs because of an epidemic of typhus that had added its horrors to her double war. The New York Tribune of January 26, 1920, printed the following editorial summarizing the Ukrainian situation. The case of the Ukraine. One of the most important problems in connection with the Russian settlement is presented by the fate of the Ukraine, also known as South or Little Russia. This vast country, covering an area like that of Germany and France combined, and with a population equaling that of Italy, has since the middle of the 17th century been incorporated in the Muscovite Empire. Its inhabitants form an independent branch of the great Slavonic family and are not, as frequently supposed, a mere subdivision of Russians. They have distinctive national characteristics, in contrast to the submissive and communistic Great Russians. They are individualists. They have a separate national tradition steeped in the memories of the Cossack military democracy of old. Their language is recognized as a distinct entity by most leading authorities, including the Petrograd Academy of Sciences. Above all, they possess that articulate consciousness, that will to live their own life as a group which is, on the whole, the most satisfactory test of nationhood. The Ukrainian country is by far the wealthiest section of the old Russian Empire. It is the greatest grain producing area in Europe and contains most of the mineral resources of what before the revolution was known as Russia. Altogether, the country is endowed with all the physical possibilities to become one of the richest commonwealths of Europe. If constitutional democracy had been restored to Russia, the claim of the Russian centralists, whose ranks include not only the Tsaristic restorationists, but liberals like Miliukov and even socialists like Kerensky, that the Ukraine should be reunited with Great Russia as an integral part of the Russian state would have carried certain weight. Even then the probable solution would have been not reunion but federation. As things stand today, with the Bolshevik government firmly installed at Moscow and Allied recognition of the Soviet a by no means remote possibility, it would be sheer madness on the part of the Western democracies to force the violently anti-Bolshevik Ukrainian nationalists, whose aim is an independent democratic republic based on small freehold proprietorship, back into the Russian fold. On the contrary, it is most obviously in the interest of the Allies that the Ukraine should become a strong independent state and a member of the alliance just formed by the Baltic states and Poland. By recognizing Ukrainian independence, the Allies would act in conformity with the principle of self-determination and at the same time most effectually promote the reign of that general justice which is the basis of general peace. The New York Times of January 22, 1920, published the following Washington correspondence: "Should the cordon sanitaire policy prevail, it would, in the opinion of the Russian nationalists here, mean that the defeat of the Bolsheviki by the border states would lead to the dismemberment of Russia, and they say that Russian patriots would be driven by such a policy to a position where their only hope for saving Russian unity would be realized by the triumph of the Red regime, whose military movement, regardless of its motives, would assume for all Russians the character of an endeavor to preserve the country's integrity." On January 25, 1920, the Times contained an editorial in which this attitude of the Russian nationalists was commented upon. Neighbors of Russia. Russia is once more in the hands of a conquering and autocratic government, supported by an army less formidable than that of the Czars, but still powerful enough. This government believes in a creed whose first article is world conquest. Its ambitions are accordingly wider than those of Pan-Slavism, or any other form of Russian expansionism in the old days, and wherever its armies appear they are likely to find some support from persons of similar beliefs. Anti-Bolshevist governments at war with Bolshevism may experience in a minor degree the difficulties which confronted Austria-Hungary with its huge Slav population when it encountered the power which was looked upon as the leader of the Slav world. Whatever else Russia is at present, it has lost for the time being the spiritual leadership of Slavdom. If that can be found anywhere today, it is at Prague. The danger of expansion by the new Russia menaces, first of all, the other Slav peoples, but it menaces, in the end, every government in the world, as is demonstrated by the somewhat floundering efforts now being made to head it off. Anti-Bolshevist Russians have a justifiable grievance against the Allied governments whose work they are doing, who promised them support without stint, and gave it to them in very inadequate measure. When statesmen in the Allied countries talk of the desirability of weakening the power of Russia by whatever measures, these Russians feel a natural and justifiable reaction. To this extent we have done something to lessen the sense of identity of interest which Russians opposed to Bolshevism once felt with the citizens of other nations whose governments are now menaced by the Bolsheviki. But this is not of itself sufficient to account for some of the statements of leaders of this group which have lately been made public. When Russian moderates protest against paying the states of the cordon sanitaire for their work against Bolshevism by allowing them to annex slices of Russian territory, they are raising a quite justifiable complaint, though it has not yet been made clear that the Allies have anything of the sort in mind. The Poles, to be sure, are today far in Russian territory, and a faction of the Poles would be glad to see extensive annexations to the east, in territory where Polish nobles own great estates, but that faction is not all of Poland. That policy has been expressly disapproved by the United States, and has never been openly advocated by responsible statesmen elsewhere. And for the time being, the present position of the Polish army is defensible on purely military grounds. Retention of that line in peace would be a different matter. However, the Russian moderates, or some of them, go even further. They deny the genuineness of the national movements in the Baltic states, the Caucasus, and the Ukraine, a question on which perhaps there is room for considerable argument on both sides, and consequently they insist that these territories must be part of reunited Russia, not only economically but politically, subject to some very vague and unsubstantial talk of local autonomy. What opinion may in future be held in these states toward a united liberal Russia is to beside the point. At present the Baltic states are in fact nations, with governments that are working, with armies that are successfully defending the national frontiers against Bolshevism. Those who doubt the genuineness of the national movement in Estonia, for example, should consider that the Estonian army might have given decisive help to Yudenich if the Estonians had not been afraid that victory for him would have meant the destruction of Estonian independence. In the Ukraine conditions are far more unstable, yet at several critical moments Petlura's army might have been able to give Denikin help enough to enable him to reach Moscow. Petlura fought against Denikin instead of for him, because he was convinced that victory for Denikin would end the hope of independence for the Ukraine. Denikin has had his troubles, too, with the Kuban Cossacks over the same question. Denikin and Kolchak and Maklakov might be in the Kremlin today and Lenin in flight if they had not convinced the border nations that victory for the Russian moderates meant the integral restoration of the old Russia, with the exception of Finland and Poland. The Allied governments agreed with the Russians on this point, until lately at least. Mr. Lansing showed his disinterestedness by proclaiming our insistence on a united Russia at a time when the Russian Unitarians had already been defeated and the border states held the next line of trenches against the Bolshevist advance. Now Russian moderates begin to threaten dire things if any more encouragement is given to the border states' recognition of the independence of the Baltic peoples. We are told, will throw all Russians into the arms of the Bolsheviki. The Bolsheviki themselves recognize this independence, tongue in cheek, to be sure, and in full confidence that the apples will eventually drop into the Bolshevist basket. Yet they recognize it. The Russian moderates would turn Bolshevist in order to support a policy which the Bolsheviki profess to abhor. Lenin talks self-determination, and the Denikins threaten to go over to Lenin in order to destroy self-determination. It is a curious inversion of policy, characteristic of the confused ideas of a confused time, for these gentlemen have for the most part proved their hatred of Bolshevism on the battlefield, and they talk much of their enthusiasm for democracy. Yet they would go over to Bolshevism if we believe some of their assurances to prevent democracy from being put into practice. It is highly probable that they do not mean all that they say. Likewise probable that, when Russia is purged of Bolshevism, agreements measurably satisfactory to both parties can be made with the border states. In the meantime the border states are in fact nations, and nations with a vital interest in the defeat of Bolshevism. Annexations with no sound ethnographic basis should not be sanctioned, but it would be neither just nor wise to refuse to recognize and aid them. End of publication 2.
Publication 3 of Friends of Ukraine Publications. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Friends of Ukraine Publications by various. Memorandum to the Government of the United States on the Recognition of the Ukrainian People's Republic by Julian Baczynski, diplomatic representative of the Ukrainian People's Republic. Ukrainian Mission, Washington, D.C., May 12, 1920. The Honorable the Secretary of State, Department of State, Washington. Sir, in view of the present status in Eastern Europe, and in deference to the unsettled affairs of the territory of the former Russian Empire, which are now pressing for a definite solution, I, as the representative of the government of the Ukrainian People's Republic, conceive it to be my duty to submit for your consideration this memorandum setting forth the just claims of the Ukrainian people to political and economic independence. As a consequence of the facts herein explained, I respectfully ask the government of the United States of America to extend recognition to the Ukrainian People's Republic as a free state. The national aspirations of Ukraine embrace political liberation for all Ukrainians, consolidation of all free Ukrainians into one state, the erection of a constitutional democratic republic, and economic cooperation with neighboring and other states. Ukraine's claimed independence is based upon the following principal grounds. 1. The existence of the Ukrainians as a well-defined, separate, group-conscious race, with a continuous historic and cultural tradition. 2. Their occupation, over a period of centuries, of the lands where they now dwell. 3. Their age-long efforts, increasingly of popular origin, to achieve and maintain political independence. 4. The obvious interest and desire of the entire Ukrainian population to organize and sustain its economic life free of exploitation by neighbors and foreign powers. And 5. The crying need for a new order in Eastern Europe, and the permanent elimination of the historic struggle between Poland and Russia to control the natural resources of Ukraine. By all the canons of ethnology and history, the Ukrainians form a distinct racial unit. In America, there has been a popular impression that Ukraine is merely a province of Russia, identified with it linguistically and racially. This is a misapprehension. The leading anthropologists, even among the Russians, agree that the Ukrainians constitute a physical type clearly different from the Great Russians, the White Ruthenians, or the Poles. In culture and temperament, they display peculiarities which permeate their whole social and moral nature. Their language is a separate Slavic tongue, and not merely a dialect of the Great Russian. Between Ukrainians and Russians, says Sir Donald Mackenzie Wallace, a learned student of Russia, there are profound differences of language, customs, traditions, domestic arrangements, mode of life, and communal organizations. Indeed, if I did not fear to ruffle unnecessarily the patriotic susceptibilities of my great Russian friends, who have a pet theory, I should say that we have here two distinct nationalities. The historic development, says the official statement of the Russian Imperial Academy of Sciences, contributed toward the creation of two nationalities, the Great Russian and the Ukrainian. The historic life of the two peoples failed to develop a common language for them. On the contrary, it really strengthened those dialectical variances with which the ancestors of the Ukrainians, on the one hand, and those of the Great Russians, on the other, made their appearance in history, and of course the living Great Russian idiom, as it is spoken by the people of Moscow, Ryazan, Archangel, Yaroslavl, or Novgorod, cannot be called a pan-Russian language as opposed to the Ukrainian of Poltava, Kiev, or Lviv. Limburg. The Ukrainian race is as nearly autochthonous as any in Central or Eastern Europe. A brief survey of history shows that for more than 1,000 years, the Ukrainians and their forebears have continued to occupy approximately the same lands which they now inhabit, except for temporary recessions and recolonizations caused by Mongol invasions. In the 9th century, they were already settled in the vast and fertile plains and woodlands lying between the Carpathian Mountains and the Sea of Azov, and embracing the valleys of the Dniester, Bo, Dnieper, and Donets. Organized government in Ukraine began with the ancient state of Kiev. The ascendancy of Kiev also marks the period of Ukraine's greatest political expansion. From the 9th to the 13th century, Kiev was the center of the economic, intellectual, and political life of Eastern Europe, uniting the entire ethnographic Ukrainian territories. The name by which this state was known was Rus, taken from the name of the reigning dynasty. This term was later appropriated by the Great Russians. Because of the Byzantine commerce, learning, and craft, observes the Polish historian Zakruski. Kiev, the mother of Rus cities, was for the Poland of the 11th and 12th centuries what Rome had been for earlier Germans. The French geographer Reclus notices that academies flourished at Kiev and Ostrog before the Great Russians owned a single high school, and draws attention to the fact that Russia, during the regenerative period of Peter the Great, received her teachers from Ukraine. The fall of Kiev and Ukraine's subsequent loss of autonomous statehood in the 14th century can only be ascribed to the old system of military conquest. The affairs of eastern Ukraine became confused and decadent through the constant Mongol pressure which began in the 13th century. 100 years later, part of western Ukraine, also weakened by frequent Tatar invasions, fell a prey to Poland, to whom she was a tempting prize because of her rich soil. The Polish conquest of Ukraine started in 1340, and after 35 years of the bitterest warfare, the Poles succeeded in annexing an area of land approximately coextensive with the present provinces of Köln and eastern Galicia. This they never succeeded in assimilating, in spite of the most tremendous efforts. Simultaneously, Volhynia and other northern Ukrainian territories became confederate with Lithuania in order to gain protection against the Tatars. The marriage of the Lithuanian king to the Queen of Poland and the union of the two realms drew these Ukrainian hands also, in 1386, into an informal union with the Polish Empire, which in 1569, in spite of Ukrainian protests, was made definite and lasted until 1648. In that year, the whole Ukrainian people rose under the leadership of Bohdan Khmelnytsky and put an end to this union, which was incompatible with their interests and with their type of civilization. Then, anticipating further Polish efforts to destroy the newly won independence of Ukraine, and menaced by other foes, particularly the Turks, then the strongest military power in Eastern Europe, the Ukrainians concluded an agreement of confederation with the Tsar of Muscovy in 1654. It is interesting to recall that Khmelnytsky was expressly advised against this step by Oliver Cromwell, who declared that the Tsar would never permanently recognize a free people. The most important clauses in the Treaty of 1654 guaranteed a freely chosen supreme head for the Ukrainian state, called a hetman, the right to engage in diplomatic relations with other states, except Poland and Turkey, when the cognizance of the Tsar was necessary, free trade with all foreign nations, the complete independence of the judicial system, the right to choose a leader for the army, over whom the hetman had supreme control, and lastly, the independence of the Ukrainian Church. Muscovy did not live up to these terms, and the result was a succession of Ukrainian uprisings, directed now against Russia, just as they had formerly been aimed at Poland. In the last quarter of the 17th century, Russia and Poland made common cause and partitioned Ukraine, making the Dnieper the frontier between their two empires. The most important rebellion against this last measure was that led by Mazeppa in 1709, which was quelled by Peter the Great. After the time of Mazeppa, Russia's policy of repression was pursued openly and ruthlessly. Peter instituted a supervision over the autonomous Ukrainian administration, vesting authority in Muscovite officers, through whose hands passed everything pertaining to the hetman's chancellery. In 1722, the power of the hetmans was cut down to nothing. In 1764, Catherine II abolished the office altogether. Meanwhile, in order to assure possession of Ukraine, the Russian government was making every effort to assimilate the Ukrainian people. One step toward accomplishing this was the suppression of Ukrainian literature. In 1720, a special censorship over the publication of Ukrainian books was established in Kiev. In 1769, even the printing of Ukrainian primers was forbidden, and Russian textbooks were introduced in spite of the protests of Ukrainian educators. Step by step, national feeling was stifled in Ukraine. In 1775, the Zaporozhian Sich, the last bulwark of Ukraine's autonomy and the basis of the Ukrainian army, was destroyed. In 1783, the peasants of Ukraine, free since 1648, when they had thrown off Polish domination, were again subjected by the Russian government to serfdom in its most cruel form. Hundreds of thousands of free peasants and Cossacks, together with millions of acres of Ukrainian land, were distributed among the favorites of Catherine II. This measure had the effect of crushing the resistance to Russification among the Ukrainian nobility and estranged them from the common people. The serfdom of the small farmer was so profitable for the gentry that the preponderance of the aristocracy became superficially Russian. Under pressure of Russian schooling, administration, and military service, they adopted the Russian language and political ideas. To achieve this desirable result, the Muscovite government did not hesitate to persecute ruthlessly anything that could be held as a reminder of the Republican regime in Ukraine. At the same time, an analogous Polenization of the upper classes was being carried out in western Ukraine. The last quarter of the century witnessed a temporary eclipse of the Ukrainian spirit of nationalism. The French Revolution released forces that had been imprisoned in the hearts and minds of the people. A wave of nationalistic feeling swept through Europe, bringing inspiration to the Slavs as well as to their Western brothers. Every branch of the Slavic race awoke to a realization of its history, its traditions, and its great men. The Ukrainians shared in this renaissance. Between the revived nationalism and the spirit of democracy, a natural alliance presently sprang up. Especially in the Dnieper district, there began an enthusiastic study of the country's history and a perusal of old documents and popular traditions. The keenest interest was manifested in everything pertaining to ethnography, philology, and popular culture. It was the tardy recognition of the people as guardians of national culture which did much to break down the lack of sympathy which had so long prevailed between the nobles and the lower classes. But the Ukrainian movement was confronted by a bitterly hostile Russophile bureaucracy. It is remarkable that Russo-Ukrainian policies should have remained so static from the time of Peter the Great onward, while a number of changes were taking place in Russo-Polish relations. Yet such was the case. The Ukrainian language was restricted time and again. Ukrainian economic life was hampered in several ways. The Ukrainian serfs, upon their liberation in 1861, had been granted smaller allotments than the Russian serfs. This resulted in overpopulation of the agricultural districts, emigration, and a high death rate. The lack of schools made remote the possibility of improving farming methods. Ukrainian industry suffered a setback through the unfavorable tariff policies adhered to by the Russian government and by the fact that no banks, except those with central offices in Moscow or Petrograd, were allowed to establish branches in Ukraine. Nevertheless, the 19th century witnessed a notable growth of Ukrainian national feeling. The early years of the century constitute the period of literary rebirth. Then followed the educational work among the common people. Private schools were organized, and pamphlets and books were distributed. Cultural organizations were formed, and a pronounced interest in science was displayed. This entire revival so alarmed the Russian government that in 1878 the Tsar prohibited by ukase almost all publications in the Ukrainian language. Still, the literary impulse was not suppressed. It transferred itself to eastern Galicia and Switzerland, and in spite of grave obstacles, succeeded in winning for the Ukrainian a worthy place among Slavonic literatures. Side by side with the cultural advance A political reawakening of the Ukrainian people was taking place. It was appreciated by the Ukrainians that political liberty for their land and race was expressly conditioned upon the overthrow of the Tsarist government. Accordingly, they bent their efforts in that direction. Ukrainians organized and took a leading part in the Decembrist uprising of 1825. In the subsequent revolutionary movement, they were again prominent, and two-thirds of the leaders were natives of Ukraine. The events of March 1917 were largely made possible by the Ukrainian regiments stationed in Petrograd, who refused any further allegiance to the Romanovs and became supporters of the newly created authorities. Later on, the Ukrainians were the first of the subject nations of the Russian Empire to organize their own government. On November 20, 1917, Ukraine was proclaimed an independent nation by the Central Rada, the provisional Ukrainian parliament. The struggle to win recognition for this independence is still in progress. The expediency of Ukraine's claim to exist as a self-governing nation does not, however, rest merely upon racial, ethnological, and historical basis. There are primary economic considerations which press for its admittance to the circle of free nations. The Ukrainian people inhabit a land 330,000 square miles in extent, with a population of 45 million. This territory is not merely abundantly self-supporting, but is, in fact, one of the richest areas on the Earth's surface. 4/5 of the entire extent lie within a belt of deep black earth, which produces bounteous crops of wheat, barley, rye, oats, sugar beets, fruit, tobacco, and vegetables. Under the Ukrainian ethnographic territory lie mineral riches: coal, petroleum, iron, manganese, salt, phosphate, kaolin, graphite, and many other substances of commercial value. In the normal pre-war period, Ukraine used to supply about 5 million tons of grain for export annually. Most of this was wheat. The last 3 years, particularly 1919, have seen good harvests in Ukraine. At the present moment, when Western Europe is unable to feed herself, Ukraine has an excess remaining from the crops of 1917, 1918, and 1919, to an amount of not less than 10 million tons of different kinds of grain. Besides this, the country can guarantee a minimum yearly export of 300,000 to 600,000 tons of sugar, 9,000 tons of tobacco, 17,000 tons of sugar beet seeds, and 10,000 tons of flax and hemp yarn. Besides these products, Ukraine used to export annually, before the war, 65,000 tons of eggs, 6,500 tons of raw hides, 12,000 tons of pork and dressed poultry, 9,000 tons of beef, 240,000 head of beef cattle, 15,000 head of horses, 130,000 hogs, and large quantities of wool, feathers, and hops. In minerals, Ukraine may export in a short time as much as 100,000 tons of manganese ore annually, 500,000 tons of iron ore, and considerable amounts of phosphate, salt, and soda. With reorganization of transportational facilities, she can furnish from 6 million to 10 million tons of coal and coke, as well as benzol, toluol, anthracene phenol, naphthalene, and other valuable coal tar derivatives, about 90,000 tons of coal tar, sulfuric acid, ammonium salts, and many other raw and semi-manufactured products. The preceding enumeration of the physical resources of Ukraine shows how mistaken is the conception that Ukraine could not maintain an economic existence independent of Russia. A country possessing such extraordinary natural advantages and wealth as Ukraine cannot stand alone. How can one justify the independence of Italy, Greece, Poland, Yugoslavia, Finland, and other European nations, whose right to autonomy is not questioned, but whose natural endowments are far less favorable to economic freedom? The converse of the same proposition, viz., that Russia cannot live without Ukraine, will not survive impartial criticism, although it is quite clear that in reasoning to this end, other interests than those of Ukraine supervene. It is nevertheless worthwhile to examine this point of view in order to expose its falsity. The three fundamental bases of opposition usually advanced are: 1. Ukraine is the granary of Russia and is necessary to Russia for a large part of her food supply. 2. Ukraine separates Russia from the Black Sea and Sea of Azov, thereby closing the outlet to the Mediterranean. 3. Ukraine possesses a supply of coal and iron which is necessary to Russia. The first objection is refuted by an examination of statistics. Figures for the years previous to the war show consistently that Ukraine's exportations of cereals to other parts of the Russian Empire did not reach more than 10 to 15% of her total export, i.e., about 36 million bushels annually. Nearly all of this was destined for Poland, Lithuania, and White Ruthenia. Russia properly never consumed more than a very small fraction of Ukraine's grain. She did not need it then, and will not need it in the future. She is virtually self-sustaining in cereals, and the small surplus needed can readily be obtained from the fields of Siberia and the region of the Volga. The second allegation, that Russia needs the Ukrainian ports on the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, is readily disposed of by a reference to Russian maritime experience. The official Russian statistics of the traffic of merchandise by rail show no southern port which serve as an outlet for the products of the territories situated north of the ethnic frontier of Ukraine. With the single exception of Rostov-on-the-Don, Novorossiysk was the port used by the Ukrainian Cossacks of Kuban and the northern Caucasus. Up to the present time, Russia proper has depended almost exclusively upon the Baltic ports. By special treaties with the new Baltic states, Russia is assuring herself a continued use of their ports. There is no reason why, if it should appear necessary and advisable, a similar conciliatory agreement with Ukraine could not be arranged as a common use of the Black Sea ports. With regard to Ukraine's coal resources, it is true that the Donetsk Basin furnished 70% of the total coal output of the former Russian Empire, and the Donetsk Basin is mostly within the ethnographic limits of Ukraine. But it is also a fact that 4/5 of this coal was consumed in Ukraine itself, and that northwestern Russia and the Baltic provinces never used the coal from the Donetsk Basin because it could not compete in price with English or German coal. Furthermore, northern and central Russia are well supplied with wood and peat, and with coal from the vicinity of Moscow. Ukraine has very little wood or peat, and the exhaustion of the Donetsk Basin for the sake of Russian industries would leave her without fuel resources. The Urals and Siberia, too, are supplied with local coal, while in the Kuznetsky district in West Siberia are vast deposits, scarcely worked as yet because of the lack of railway lines into Siberia. The iron fields of the Urals and of other provinces of Russia proper have not been extensively exploited, and before the war, Ukraine did indeed furnish 3/4 of all the iron supply of the former Russian Empire. But the beds of iron ore in Ukraine are not very large, and it would be erroneous to assume that they could adequately supply the needs of all Russia for any long period of time. In any case, it is safe to conclude that, if the metallurgical development of Russia is continued and her mines consistently worked, she will be entirely able to get along without iron imports from Ukraine. Finally, there is no obstacle to permanent economic cooperation of Ukraine and Russia, and brisk commercial dealings between the two independent states. But political disentanglement is a first requisite. The richness of Ukraine has always made it a tempting region for exploitation by neighboring states. This more than ever true today. If such exploitation is not to be carried on at the expense of and to the detriment of the Ukrainian people, a separate state organization is necessary to assume protection over their economic interests. It cannot be too strongly emphasized that a free Ukraine does not imply an economically isolated Ukraine. Constant traffic with friendly foreign powers is desired by all the Ukrainian political parties. Ukraine lacks machinery, capital, and trained experts. The railroad question is of enormous importance. Before the revolution, all of the rail lines of Ukraine yielded considerable profits. especially those known as the Southwestern Railroads. But Russia did not see fit to use this income in the construction of further roads, and as a result, Ukraine possesses a very inconsiderable network of railroads, only about 11,115 miles. This is much less than the country needs. The war almost completely wrecked and demoralized even this inadequate transportational system. The railroads must be rebuilt, and the insufficiently developed public highways must be improved and extended. The regulation of navigable waters is another matter of great importance, and the vast available power possibilities of the rapids of the Dnieper and other streams must be exploited. Central power stations must be erected, new methods introduced in mining, grain elevators built, and agriculture, milling, sugar refining, and other industries given an upward impetus by the application of scientific management and fresh capital. Inability to contest the force of the foregoing historic and economic considerations has led certain foes of Ukrainian independence to make the assertion that the Ukrainian national movement is artificially stimulated and does not receive support from the masses of the population. This contention is controverted by the most obvious facts. For more than 2 years, the Ukrainians have been actively fighting for their liberty, in spite of almost incredible obstacles. They've had no support from any foreign source in the struggle. They were attacked at one and at the same time by the Bolsheviki and anti-Bolsheviki. They were blockaded. They were unable to secure ammunition or sanitary supplies. They did not give up, because they realized that the question was one of life or death. No other nation in modern times has fought for its independence under such difficult circumstances, and none has expressed its desire for freedom more strongly. The plebiscite of blood is the most sincere evidence of the will to self-determination. However, prolonged and stubborn fighting has not been the only way in which the Ukrainian people have shown their desire to be free. They have had several opportunities to manifest their wish in a more peaceful and regular manner. Thus the Central Rada, which represented all classes of Ukrainians and included in addition representatives of the various non-Ukrainian nationalities in the land, proclaimed Ukraine's independence in 1917. When in December of the same year, the Bolshevik propagandists questioned the representative character of the Central Rada, a general congress of the workers and peasants of Ukraine was called, and this congress, chosen after the Bolshevik method, made haste to affirm its support of the Central Rada by a vote of 2,000 to 70. There was also in 1917 a formal election of deputies to the All-Russian Constituent Assembly. Ukraine elected 230 deputies in all. Of those, 75%, or 175 members, were Ukrainian nationalists. After the overthrow of the pro-German hetman Skoropadsky in 1918 and assumption of authority by the Directorate, even the Ukrainian communists declared themselves in favor of a free Ukraine and protested to the Russian Soviet government against its proposed invasion. Their protest went unheeded, and when the Russian Bolsheviki occupied Kiev and endeavored to impose their system upon Ukraine, they found no Ukrainians who were willing to cooperate with them. The result was a so-called Ukrainian Soviet government, which is in reality anything but Ukrainian. The head is a Romanian, Rakovsky, and the regime is nothing but a local agency of the Moscow government. It is noteworthy that the government of the Ukrainian People's Republic, headed by General Petlura, which I have the honor to represent, is the only government which the Ukrainian people have been willing to support. On the other hand, they have revolted against all foreign invaders who have attempted to impose their own rule upon the Ukrainians. The Germans, the Bolsheviki, and the forces of General Denikin all met with vigorous resistance. If now the Polish forces are in Ukraine, and the population does not oppose them, it is because the Poles are acting in conjunction with the Ukrainian forces under Petlura, as their allies. It is also necessary to consider the opinion entertained in some circles that an independent Ukraine must inevitably fall under the influence of Germany, become a German outpost in Eastern Europe. The reason generally advanced as a basis for this suspicion is that Ukraine concluded a separate peace with Germany in February 1918 at Brest-Litovsk. In this connection, it should be remembered that Romania too concluded a separate peace with Germany, yet Romania has continued to be considered an ally of Germany's opponents, and it is everywhere recognized that she only negotiated with Germany because of the bitter fact that she was forced to do so. Ukraine was in far worse condition than Romania when she concluded her peace with Germany. Romania had at least an organized state and a loyal army. Ukraine's government was in its infancy, its state organization was slight, and its army consisted chiefly of the remnants of the demoralized Russian forces. The Ukrainian leaders were faced by several wars, on the one hand by the war with Germany, Austria-Hungary, Turkey, and Bulgaria, and now on the other by the new conflict with the Russian Soviet government. Under the circumstances, Ukraine had to choose between submitting entirely to the Bolsheviki, in which case the country would be overrun by Germans anyway, or making any kind of outright peace with Germany, and then hoping for the best. Subsequent events prove that Germany never had any interest in a permanently independent Ukraine. Toward the end of the war, she was in desperate need of foodstuffs. Today she wants not merely foods, but also a new and fruitful field for banking, commercial exploitation, and the sale of German goods. Germany has grown to consider Eastern Europe as a natural market for her products. What she wants is a greater Russia, whether it be Tsarist, Bolshevist, or constitutional. Under the circumstances, it is more plausible to suspect the Germans of plotting to re-establish Russia, one and indivisible, than to regard them as friendly to a free Ukraine. At the present moment, the recognition of the Ukrainian People's Republic is a matter of international expediency, because there can be no peace in Eastern Europe as long as Ukraine is subjected to any neighboring nation. Proposals to deal with the Ukrainian people as if they had no moral right to self-determination are an obvious contradiction to the principles enunciated by President Wilson at the time of America's entrance into the war against Germany and her allies. The attempt to carry them into effect can only result in continued unrest in Eastern Europe. The relegation of all Ukraine to Russia would mean at best the arbitrary compulsion of the Ukrainians to a federation which, if advisable, should come at their own instance and of their own free will, not because of outside pressure. At worst, it would renew their servitude. The partition of the country between Poland and Russia will not only produce continued restlessness and discontent within Ukraine itself, but will also continuously tempt Poland and Russia to make war on one another in order to extend their respective spheres of influence. An independent Ukrainian state, on the contrary, would establish a balance of power in Eastern Europe, which must be regarded as the surest guarantee of peace in that portion of the world. The foregoing statement covers, in outline form, the main grounds upon which Ukraine bases her claim to independence. This memorandum is presented to you, Mr. Secretary, in the hope that the Ukrainian situation will be thoroughly examined, and it is my earnest belief that a careful study of Ukrainian affairs will sustain the request for recognition of the Ukrainian People's Republic, which I have the honor herewith to submit. I am, my dear sir, your very obedient servant, Julian Baczynski, diplomatic representative of the Ukrainian People's Republic. End of publication 3.
Publication 4 of Friends of Ukraine Publications. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Richa. Friends of Ukraine Publications by Various. Ukraine and Russia. A survey of their economic relations. It has long been contended that the Ukraine could not exist as a separate state. It is said her economic interests are so largely dependent upon those of the old Russian Empire that if separated therefrom, she would lack the economic strength to form a viable entity, and thus would render herself liable to decline or gradual absorption by some other state. In the light of present facts, Both economists and impartial statesmen will find that this argument, which among members of the opposing faction seems to form the primary basis for objection to Ukraine's independent statehood, will not bear even the most superficial investigation. Ukraine's richness in natural resources. The Ukraine is a country with nearly 50 million inhabitants and possesses within its limits the most fertile lands of Europe, which every year feed the Western countries from their enormous surplus of cereals, of cattle, and of sugar. It is a country which stands fifth in the world in its production of coal and iron, which has at its disposal quantities of other raw materials such as naphtha, magnesia, salts, and mercury, which has, moreover, several hundred kilometers of waterfront. If, with all these natural advantages and wealth, the Ukraine cannot enjoy an autonomous life, how then can one explain the existence of Italy, Spain, Romania, and many other European countries in which the natural conditions are far less favorable to economic independence? These facts have gradually become so self-evident to the public mind that oppositionists are being forced to abandon their former line of argument, and are now beginning to attack the question from the reverse standpoint. They now claim not that Ukraine cannot form and maintain her economic unity, but that Russia cannot live without Ukraine, and that without Ukraine Russia would lack elements which are absolutely essential to her economic existence. In this new phase of reasoning, it is evident that other interests than those of the Ukraine intervene, and one can easily detect the Russian point of view. However, in our present study of the subject, let us lay aside all thought of any ulterior motive on the part of our adversaries, and approach the matter in an objective manner, in order to discern, if possible, the vital economic interests of the Russian people which might suffer through the creation of an independent Ukraine. Is great Russia economically dependent on Ukraine? Concisely stated, the three fundamental bases of opposition usually put forward are: number one, the Ukraine is the granary of Russia. Without Ukraine, upon which she depended for her entire supply of agricultural products, Russia would suffer from hunger. Number two, the Ukraine separates Russia from the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, thus closing the door to foreign markets. Number three, if the Ukraine were established in ethnographic limits, she would thus possess nearly all the coal and iron of the old Russian Empire, and hence would cut off Russia's present supply of these indispensable raw materials of industry. Let us candidly and thoroughly examine each of these arguments. In the first place, statistics show that Ukraine has always been the granary for Western Europe rather than for Russia, and has, in fact, exported only a very small percent of her cereal products into Russia. The latter, furthermore, possessed such an excess of grain that she herself has exported in the past, and still continues to export an appreciable quantity of cereals. Great Russia's own grain supply ample. For the years 1909-1911, during which time the exports were especially large, the total quantity of cereals shipped from former Russia averaged 440 million bushels each year. Of this amount, the 9 Ukrainian governments supplied 201,670,000. If we now add to these 9 governments the Cuban, the Ukrainian region north of the Caucasus, as well as the Ukrainian parts of other governments which border them, we must increase these figures by 91,670,000, which gives to ethnographic Ukraine an exportation of about 293,340,000 bushels of cereals. During this time, the other parts of former Russia, including Siberia, exported about 40 million bushels annually. As neither Poland nor Finland exported cereals, and Lithuania and the Baltic provinces only small quantities, if any, It was Russia proper that had the large access. As to the Ukraine, her exportations of cereals to Russia did not reach more than 10 to 15% of her total export, that is to say, about 36 million bushels, and nearly all of that was destined for Poland, Lithuania, and White Russia, Great Russia consuming only a small fraction of the amount. Then, too, the Ukrainian wheat has always had as a competitor in the markets of Moscow and Petrograd the wheat from the fields of Siberia and the regions of the Volga. If hunger now exists in Russia, it is due to a dreadful crisis in transportation, to which may be added the fact that Siberia and some parts of the Volga regions refused their wheat to Russia in the present Bolshevist state, and even within Bolshevist Russia the peasants will not give their wheat to the cities, since they get nothing from the cities in return. In the Petrograd and Moscow districts suffering has been heightened by the Allied blockade. In this way, a fair analysis of existing agricultural conditions with reference to relative production and exportation in both Ukraine and Russia proves the fallacy of the first argument advanced by those who interpose these conditions as a barrier to Ukraine's economic freedom. The irrefutable fact remains that, instead of depending upon the Ukraine for wheat, Russia not only has enough for her own use, but, even during those years when the harvests in the east of Russia and in Siberia fail to reach their maximum, retains a sufficient surplus of grain to enable her to export it in considerable quantities. The second objection, which involves the question of Russia's need for the Ukrainian ports of the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, is readily refuted by Russian maritime history. Great Russia not dependent on the Black Sea ports. We grant that, to the casual thinker with little or no knowledge of the trade routes of modern commerce, it may at first appear that Russia cannot live without southern ports. But while it is true that more than half of the maritime exports of former Russia were on the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, those who present this argument forget that the Ukrainian exports composed nearly half of those of the whole Russian Empire. It has already been proved that ethnic Ukraine shipped about two-thirds of the total amount of cereals. If we take these facts into consideration, we must conclude that it was the Ukraine which used the southern ports and not Russia. Nor did Russia export much of her merchandise by way of the Black Sea. The official Russian statistics of the traffic of merchandise by rail show no southern port except Rostov-on-the-Don, which served as an outlet for the products of the territory situated north of the ethnic frontier of the Ukraine and Russia. As to Novorossiysk, that was always the port for the Cossacks of Kuban and of the northern Caucasus. Even the northern regions of the Ukraine, including the governments of the Chernihiv, that of Poltava, and a part of the government of Kharkov, sent their wheat by the ports of the Baltic and even by Libau and Königsberg. Statistics indicate that imports have never been shipped in by way of the Black Sea to any great extent. The records of Russian foreign commerce for the year 1912 show that 80% of the maritime imports of the old Empire of Russia were made by way of the Baltic, so that even the Ukraine received much foreign merchandise by this route. The policy of the Russian government was always in favor of Baltic ports, to the detriment of those on the Black Sea. Finally speaking, all Russian commercial policy, in which an important item was the railroad rates, was in favor of the Baltic ports. Let us compare for a moment the regions for which the Black and the Baltic seas serve as ports. That for which the Black Sea affords an outlet does not extend more than 500 or 600 kilometers, while that served by the Baltic ports reaches as far as western Siberia. Thus the Baltic region exceeds that of the Black Sea by several thousand kilometers. Surely these facts coupled with even the most cursory consideration of the Russian imperialistic policy, show beyond a doubt that in respect to the direct economic utilization of the southern ports, the setting up of a separate government by the Ukraine does not obstruct any fundamental interests of the Russian people. Briefly stated, Russia proper does not use directly the southern ports except Rostov, which is the outlet of the region of the Don and in part of the lower region of the Volga. But there is not such a vast difference between the Russian and Ukrainian interests that these minor details as to a common use of various ports cannot be conciliated by special agreement. Coal fields of Ukraine not necessary to Great Russia. Proceeding directly to the third and last question, that involving coal and iron, we are confronted first of all with the geographic fact that it is really within the ethnographic limits of the Ukraine that are found nearly all the coal fields of Donetsk as well as most of the productive centers of anthracite. More than 90% of the total output of coal of the Donetsk basin during the last years of normal exploitations came from the Ukrainian regions, while the total production of coal of the Donetsk basin reached 70% of the general production of coal of the old Russian Empire, and we may increase this to 85% if we do not include in the total the output of Russian Poland. Notwithstanding these percentages of production, the general statistics of railroad traffic, together with the data collected by the Special War Committee on the supply of fuel, show that nearly 4/5 of the Ukrainian coal and anthracite was used in Ukraine, 1/5 only being exported to Russia. The Ukraine has almost no fuel except the coal from Donetsk. Northern and central Russia, on the contrary, have wood, peat, and coal from the south of Moscow. Northwestern Russia and the Baltic provinces never used the coal from Donetsk, as it could not compete in price with the English or German coal. During the war, doubtless because the Baltic Sea was closed, they began to transport coal from Donetsk to Petrograd. Now the Baltic Sea is reopened and its freedom guaranteed by the Allies. Therefore, English coal can regain its natural markets. The industrial region of Moscow, as well as that of the Volga, received an enormous quantity of naphtha from Baku, which competes as fuel with the coal of Donetsk. When the conditions have again become normal, exports of naphtha will recommence because the basin of the Volga is the natural outlet for the oil fields of Baku. The Urals in Siberia are supplied with local coal, while in western Siberia are found vast deposits in the region of Kuznetsk. These beds are more extended and richer than those of Donetsk, but the coal fields were scarcely worked because the means of transportation was very primitive. They can be joined to the Ural and Altai regions either by rail or water. Under these conditions, the inexhaustible ore supplies of the Urals and the Altai district will supply the metal industry of Russia in such quantities that Russia will become metallurgically independent of the Ukraine. Thus the coal fields of Donetsk, which have always been more Ukrainian than Russian, should in the future remain entirely Ukrainian. Furthermore, the question of the basin of Donetsk is not yet concluded. The ethnographic frontier of the Ukraine and of Russia passes through these coal fields. The Ukraine and Russia could easily, for their mutual interests, reach some understanding and modify this frontier, but in any event the most important part of the coal field should remain in the Ukrainian limits, because the facts up to the date show how much more Donetsk is bound to the Ukrainian industry than to that of Russia. The metallurgical industry alone of the Ukraine consumes nearly 30% of the total production of the basin. Ukraine's iron supply not essential to Great Russia. We now come to the question of iron. Here also it is claimed that the economic development of Russia is impossible without the Ukrainian iron. But we can answer without the slightest hesitation that this affirmation is incorrect. It is a fact that the Ukraine produced 2/3 or 3/4 of the iron of former Russia. She exported a considerable quantity into the old empire, but one cannot conclude that this situation will not change in the future. True, the development of the metallurgical industry in the Ukraine in the last 40 years was much greater than in the Urals and the other provinces. But if we wish to draw more specific conclusions, we must remember that the beds of iron ore in the Ukraine are not very large. Those in the region of Kryvyi Rih in the Kherson government, near that of Ekaterinoslav, which are now the principal source of the iron ore in the Ukraine, may exhaust themselves in a few decades, as will the scarcely more abundant ore fields of Crimea. It would be erroneous to assume that the metal production of the Ukraine would be adequate to the needs of all Russia for any great period of time. Knowing the probabilities of early exhaustion of the limited beds of Ukrainian ore, and in intelligent observance of the laws of conservation, Russia must, with that wisdom and foresight which has made for industrial soundness in all strong nations, increase her production of iron in the Urals and in Siberia. For the time being, however, and until Russia can bring into operation the products of her hitherto undeveloped areas, the Ukraine can and desires to maintain her place on the Russian markets with metals as with sugar. Economic cooperation is possible. It is the earnest desire of the Ukraine that her future economic relations with Russia be intensely cooperative, and that the commercial relations of the two states, under the sane regulation of special treaties, become closer and more sound as time progresses, after the manner of those in all other independent countries. The essentials in the case are twofold. On the one hand, the constitution of the independent Ukrainian state must not violate the vital interests of Great Russia. On the other hand, the wish of the Ukrainian people to be self-governing, and therefore to create an independent national state wherein they can enjoy the blessings of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, must be given just consideration, and there must be no unreasonable violation of the sacred principles involved. Nor should the people's inalienable rights be subordinated in any degree to mere commercial, political, or any selfish or less worthy interests, which, though advantageous to one nation, work irreparable wrong to another. Mutuality of interests must be the ruling motive in all such dealings between the nations. Let us go deeper into our subject and discuss now the economic advantages enjoyed by the Ukraine when she formed an integral part of the Russian Empire. Let us discover, if possible, what has been the economic policy of the empire for the last 40 years. The fundamental directing idea of this policy was industrial protection, and we can interpose no objection to such a general idea, for is it not incumbent upon any state that is seeking the highest in economic development to protect its national industries? But now we come to the vital issue of the operation of this policy of industrial protection as exercised by Russia in her relations with the Ukraine. Here we shall see, as has often been the case, that the theory of a policy and its realization were two different things. Custom system of old Russian Empire. The old Russian Empire, with its immense territory, exceeds that of all other European countries combined, provided we exclude from our comparison all colonial possessions. It presents itself to us as a striking example of a conglomeration of different countries and peoples who differed greatly in the organization of their economic life as well as in the degree of their culture. Indeed, several of its governments were nothing but colonies, differing from such only in that colonies, in the strict sense of the term, are geographically separated from the mother country. Notwithstanding this natural condition, Russia adopted the economic policies of the other continental European countries, which were much more compact and decidedly more homogeneous than herself, and whose colonies being outside the custom frontiers of their respective mother countries. enjoyed a separate customs regulation adapted to the facilities and conditions of their separate locations. Contrary to this seemingly universal European colonial regulation, Russia made all her colonies enter into a common frontier as to customs and applied to them a general customs tariff which gives her commercial policy a peculiar characteristic. Immense Russia, whose provinces were so unlike, had an abundance of natural resources for developing and satisfying the many diversified interests of her entire aggregation of possessions. Yet her customs tariff was strictly uniform in its application to her whole territory, inclusive even of remote Vladivostok. Every possible industry was protected, and in Petrograd and Moscow, for example, every branch of every legitimate industry was under the strictest surveillance as to customs tariff. As a consequence, all Russia paid a high tax for every factory in the land, whether it was near to or far removed from the territory, thus unjustly encumbered with taxes to support industries from which it derived not even the most meagre benefit. Furthermore, there was a uniform tariff for customs, so that one form of protection operated to the detriment of the other, and in particular caused a gradual annihilation of the growth of agricultural industry in the provinces. The result is easily foreseen. Such a rigid and uniform commercial policy proved absolutely impracticable in a country as non homogeneous as was Russia. Agriculture proved to be the most seriously affected of all the industries, not only because the agricultural peoples under this system were forced to pay nearly double prices for industrial products, but also because Russia at this time engaged in a customs war with Western Europe. In an effort to lower the tax on manufactured articles, the European countries began to put exorbitant duties on Russian agricultural products. Subsequent records show how detrimental was the Russo-German Treaty of 1904 to agriculture among the Russian peoples. Thus were the interests of the agricultural regions clearly sacrificed to the interests of a few industrial centers. Policy of former Russia injurious to Ukraine. How did this affect the Ukraine? We have shown that in former Russia, the Ukraine was the principal exporter of agricultural products, and that she could not find a market for her wheat in industrial Russia because of the stern competition offered by the Volga and Siberia. Hence, her only course was to seek an outside market, and this she did by exporting all surplus cereals to Western Europe. Even here Russia subordinated the Ukrainian agricultural interests to the interests of industrial security. Added to this injustice, she took no steps to encourage Ukrainian exportation into Central Russia. Money was spent in constructing elevators in the region of the Volga and in Siberia, and refrigerated trains were organized for shipping meat, poultry, butter, and fruit into Eastern Russia, Siberia, and Central Asia. All this to the neglect of Ukrainian interests. Nor was there any compensation for this loss by the promotion of the manufacturing industry in Ukraine. It is an indisputable fact that Ukrainian manufacturers are much less developed than those of either Russia or Russian Poland. We can find one reason for this, however, in a certain period of Ukraine's history. Russia and Poland were already enjoying an assured and peaceful national life while Ukraine was still struggling against the factors which were devastating her territory. The colonization of certain Ukrainian territories after the expulsion of the nomads took place much later than that of the other Russian provinces. Later, Ukraine was invaded by the Poles, who did not cease to treat her like a colony and exploited her entirely for their own benefit. Hence, at the time of Ukraine's incorporation into Russia, the latter had industries while Ukraine had none. To add to the difficulties already surrounding her industrial initiative and development, Ukraine, being included in the same customs frontier with Moscow and Warsaw, was forced from the very first to compete with districts industrially much stronger than herself. Thus, while Ukraine remained a colony of Russia, her growth was thwarted and checked rather than fostered by the mother country and was in danger of the same fate that overtook Ukrainian Galicia, which was smothered in the custom frontiers of Austria and remained a colony for the industries of German Austria. We cannot stop with the consideration of commercial policies alone in seeking to discover the Russian agencies that were unfavorable to the economic interests of Ukraine, for there are many other matters to be studied, if one is to give a clear and unbiased perspective of the true situation. Over centralization in former Russia. Results show that the guiding principle of all Russian policy was centralization, absolute and unqualified. Even the most insignificant orders of the state, which were to be carried out thousands of miles away from the center of the empire, could not be passed except by the agreement of the central government in Petrograd, which, from the very nature of affairs, understood little of the needs and condition of the people upon whom they were to be inflicted. Naturally, the only beneficiaries were the manufacturers, contractors, or intermediaries, who were in favor at court and near the antechambers of the ministries, while the interests, having no headquarters at Petrograd, stood little chance of securing any orders from the state. Because of these conditions, the administration of all the important enterprises, factories, banks, insurance companies, and similar organizations was located in Moscow or Petrograd. Even mills and factories were often located in convenient points, simply because they were nearer the center of things. The higher branches of technical education were likewise centralized there. During the last 30 or 40 years, it is true, the economic situation of the Ukraine has changed considerably. Three large industries have developed in the country: the sugar industry, the mining, and the metal industries. And one is tempted to say that this development was due to Russian protection. But is this quite correct? Undoubtedly the protection had some influence, but not as much as one might suppose. In the first place, one must not forget that in the Ukraine there are natural conditions much more favorable to these industries than in any other part of the Russian Empire. Certainly the sugar, metal, and mining interests are among those which depend on the location of their raw materials, and can never start in a place where these are lacking. Besides, these industries are infinitely more fostered by transportational advantages than by custom duties. The duties which were imposed on foreign coal did not prevent the importation of English coal into the Baltic provinces nor into Petrograd. On the other hand, even if all custom duties on foreign coal had been suppressed, it would never have penetrated into Central Russia and there replaced the fuel of Donets. As to the sugar, the situation in the Ukraine was perhaps even more favorable. As to metallurgy, it no doubt profited by the protective Russian tax. But there again, the role of this tax was not very great. In fact, the products of Ukrainian metallurgy were heavy: rails, beams, tires, wheels, pipes, iron bars, etc. And their manufacture was only slightly stimulated by the tax, because of the great distances over which they had in any case to be carried. Protective tariff is much more necessary to those industries which supply finished products of light weight, but of these the Ukraine furnished very few. The textile industry of Moscow and Poland profited much more by protection, as did many other branches of the industrial activities of Central Russia. Effect of Russian imperial methods in Ukraine. Therefore, by this system the Ukraine had more loss than profit. She was still a market for Russian and Polish industrial products, for which she paid high prices. But for her own industry the Russian custom frontier gave her insufficient protection. On the contrary, it rather reserved the Ukrainian market to Moscow and Warsaw. Consequently, the industrial development of the Ukraine was very slow. The agricultural population did not find enough work in the towns, and as a result the surplus of agrarian population increased every year. In some parts of the Ukraine this surplus population was more serious than in any other part of former Russia. In the central Ukrainian provinces the agrarian population reached 800 to 1000 inhabitants per 1000 hectares of arable land, while in France and Germany the average was about 500 inhabitants. There was nothing left for the Ukrainian population but to emigrate and colonize the lands of Siberia and of Central Asia. There was also a rather considerable movement of emigration towards America. The most fertile governments of the Ukraine furnished many more emigrants than the less fertile but more industrial regions of Central Russia. Emigration as a possible solution. As a consolation, it is pointed out that, in case of the reunion of the Ukraine with Russia, the Ukraine will have in Siberia a field for emigration already. But that is very poor consolation. Can emigration satisfy any country? Are the Italians proud of sending many emigrants to America? Did the Germans have cause to feel flattered by increasing the transatlantic emigration before they developed their own industries? Why then should it be the lot of the Ukraine to let her population emigrate to distant Siberia? Why can she not develop her economic life in such a manner that all her people shall have work on their own soil? The Ukraine ought not to remain an outlet for the industrial work of the Russians and Poles when her own people cannot find any work at home. But one might ask why no complaint has been heard up to the present, either from the Ukrainians engaged in industry or from those engaged in agriculture. Why did they not protest against a policy which was almost fatal to them? At first, it is true, complaints were sometimes made, and if they have not been more frequent, it is because in the old Russian Empire there was no tribunal where they might be heard. Political economy in Russia was centralized in the ministry. It was never the subject of any public discussion. Hereafter, she should face the political stage where the voice of the Ukrainian people can make itself heard. However, the policies of the present directors of the resurrection of the Russian Empire seem to tend, like those of their predecessors, toward preventing the Ukrainian people from manifesting their will, disposing freely of their fate, and regulating their lives according to their own interests. Summary. These politicians claim, on the one hand, that the interests of the Ukrainian people imply without any doubt their union with Russia. On the other hand, they are afraid to give to the people of Ukraine the chance of presenting their interests in an entirely free way. They are afraid that these people will have a constituent assembly where they can discuss directly and clearly this problem, whether it is to their interests to reunite with Russia or to create an independent state. If these protectors of the Ukrainian people are firmly convinced that the interests of the Ukraine demand that this nation remain a part of Russia, one and indivisible, why will they not listen to the free voice of the Ukrainian people in their constituent assembly? Then let the people of the Ukraine express their own wishes and decide their own fate. They will say where their real interests are and in what manner they intend to construct their political and economic life, and they are infinitely better qualified to say it than those who, pretending to uphold the Ukrainian interests, are really working for their own. End of publication 4.
Publication 5 of Friends of the Ukraine publications. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. April 23, 2022, Westford, Massachusetts. Friends of the Ukraine publications by Various. Publication 5, Ukraine, Poland, and Russia. Ukraine, Poland, and Russia, and the Right of Free Disposition of the Peoples by S. Shalukin. Forward. From the treaty between Ukraine and Russia, concluded at Pereyaslav on March 14, 1654. Article 1. First of all, that your Tsarian Majesty do deign to confirm our laws and our military liberties, in accordance with the time-honored custom in the army of Zaporozh, which owed obedience to its own particular laws and possesses franchises in property and in justice, which neither a voyevoda, nor a boyar, nor a stolnik could meddle with in the military tribunals, but that members of the military brotherhood be judged by their elders. For where there are 3 Cossacks, 2 ought to judge the third. On this article the sovereign has passed his fiat, and the boyars have voted that it be so done in accordance with their petition. Article 6. And if Lord Hetman should come to die, which God forbid, but every man is mortal, and he, the hetman, the same as the rest, that the Zaporog army itself do elect a hetman from among its number, and make the announcement to his Tsarian Majesty, for it is an ancient custom in the army. The sovereign has ordered, and the boyars have voted, that it be so done according to their desire. Article 14. As to ambassadors, who from time immemorial came from foreign countries to the Zaporog army, that it be lawful for the Lord Hetman and for the Zaporog army to receive them, if they come for a good purpose, that this shall not be disagreeable to his Tsarian Majesty, and if anything should be directed against his Tsarian Majesty, we would warn him of it. The sovereign has ordered, and the boyars have voted. Ambassadors who are bearers of good messages will be received and sent on their way, and the sovereign will be advised as to what business they came upon, and with what manner of answer they were dismissed. But ambassadors who shall have been sent on business contrary to the interests of his Majesty will not be dismissed, and as to the Sultan of Turkey and the King of Poland, without a new case from the sovereign, no relation will be entered into with them. Poles and Russians against Ukrainians. It would be a grave error to regard the struggle of the Poles and Russians against the Ukrainians as a result of the European War, or to seek the explanation of it in Bolshevism. The World War has only served to crystallize the relations between the Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles, and when Russian Bolshevism appeared on the scene, the war between these nationalities had been in existence already for a long while. The war now going on between these 3 nationalities is only the development of the conflict which already existed before the War of the Great Powers. It is a war purely national, and its source is found in history, its explanation in the divergencies of national psychology, in the difference of ideas, of aspirations, and of social tendencies. Prisons of nationalities. Well before the war, the national problems of Austria-Hungary and of Russia were very clearly defined, and the national relations were greatly strained. The Great War has only given to these problems more poignancy. The national yoke in Austria-Hungary and in Russia has shown itself so onerous that these empires have acquired the appellation of the prisons of nationalities. These great imperialist organizations have comprised different nationalities and have only existed in an artificial way, because no internal bond knitted together the nationalities of which they were composed. The subject nationalities aspired to liberty, while the dominant ones expended great energy in order to continue in power and to delay the moment of the dissolution of their empires. A situation like this paralyzed all the creative forces of Austria-Hungary and Russia, and little by little prepared for their inevitable fall. The World War has hastened the moment of the catastrophe without, however, causing to disappear the War of Nationalities. To avert that war, it would have been necessary before all to bring into action those great modern principles which ought to preside over international relations, a thing that has not been done up to now. We know that in Austria-Hungary the dominant nationalities were the Germans, the Hungarians, and the Poles, and the subjugated nationalities the Czechs, Ukrainians, the Slovenes, Italians, Slovaks, the Croats, and the Romanians. In order to obtain the power to subjugate the Ukrainians of Galicia, the imperialistic Poles, wishing to satisfy their national egotism, betrayed the Slav cause. They voluntarily offered their services to the Germans and to the Hungarians, and in the Austrian parliament have always ranged themselves against oppressed nationalities, and at every opportunity have placed obstacles in the way of their liberation. In Russia, the dominant nationality was Russian. All the others were oppressed and persecuted, especially the Ukrainians. Their persecution has been so bitter that they were forbidden even to sing national songs, to employ their orthography, and to call themselves Ukrainians. Persecutions of Ukrainians in Austria and Russia. At the moment when the Great War broke out, the Ukrainians of Galicia were accused by the Austrian Poles of the crime of high treason in favor of Russia, and their persecution increased. The accused were maltreated in prisons. They were reduced to hunger, were subjected to tortures, were hanged and shot down. In the prison of Talerhof alone, more than 3,500 Ukrainians were done to death. Many unjust laws were also promulgated against the Ukrainians. For example, that of the 5th of November 1917 by the Emperor Francis Joseph, in which he disposed of the Ukrainian people in a manner that landed proprietors formerly disposed of their serfs. In Russia, the very day after the declaration of war, a whole series of instructions and orders were given against the Ukrainians. Their newspapers were suppressed, so were their national organizations, while the Poles were permitted their national liberties and the possibility of national resurrection. After the occupation of Galicia, Russia granted many liberties and privileges to the Poles, and at the same time subjected the Ukrainians to a regime and persecution so severe that even the official journal of the commander-in-chief of the Russian army protested against such treatment. They threw Ukrainians in the thousands into the Russian prisons and exiled them to Siberia. The Penslav M. Sazonov promised Romania to recompense her for her military assistance, but not with the Servians and Bukovina with the Ukrainians, while giving her full liberty of action for the future Romanization of Ukrainians and Servians. Not only in reactionary centers, but also in the liberal press and in the Duma, governmental measures were used to repress the reawakening of nationalities. Even after the revolution, the Russian government, composed for the most part of representatives of the parties of the left, did equally their utmost to crush the impulse of the Ukrainian people toward liberty and national rebirth. The Russian populace proceeded to massacre the Ukrainian emigrants in the governments of Samara, of Saratov, and of Penza, and to despoil them of all their possessions, driving them back toward the Ukraine. Later on, when the Bolsheviki came into power in Russia, they fought against the Ukrainian people with the object of stamping out their liberty and of restoring the Russian domination over Ukraine under the Bolshevik form. In this way, the national relations between the Poles, the Russians, and the Ukrainians have become more and more strained, even to the point of war between Ukraine, Poland, and Russia. A war of nationality. A war of nationality between Ukrainians, Russians, and Poles has in truth merited its name since the moment when Russia and Austria-Hungary disintegrated and the new states arose on the ruins of the two empires. In this war thrust upon the Ukrainians, the latter have stood always on the defensive, setting up no claim to neighboring territories and consequently attacking none of their neighbors. As to Russia, there is no nationality freed from her yoke, and having formed her own state who does not declare her firm resolution never again under any circumstances to be united with Russia. As to Poland, there is no neighboring nations with whom she lives on good terms, and every neighbor of Poland declares that she would be better pleased without the honor of being Poland's neighbor. All the newly formed states, Ukraine, Lithuania, White Russia, Lithuania, Georgia, wish to maintain their complete independence and have put forth all their efforts to consolidate their independence and to safeguard it. They have even formed a union for the purpose of defending their independence against the attacks of Poland and Russia. This fact is not due to chance, but to internal causes. the principle of which is found in the characteristic traits of Polish and Russian society, and in their tendencies and attitude toward other nationalities. Ukraine always aspired to liberty. Footnote. The name Ukrainian, which others have wished to dispute with the people who have borne it for centuries, we meet with in the most ancient documents going back to the 12th century. The Chronicle Hypace of the year 1187, as well as the Chronicles of 1189 and 1213, speak to us of this name as being universally recognized. End footnote. Since the dawn of history, the Ukrainian people have proved themselves the protector of democratic order. Never have they betrayed that ideal. In the 16th century, the Ukrainian people assumed the task of realizing the idea of liberty, equality, and fraternity by forming themselves into an independent and free state. The organization of the Association of Zaporozhian Cossacks astonished the whole world. Led on by the principle of liberty, the Ukrainian people have struggled for the independence of their democratic republic against the Poles and the Russians. That struggle caused Voltaire to write, "Ukraine has always aspired to liberty." The realization of that idea is only possible under a democratic regime. With this democratic regime, the Ukrainians have laid the foundation of the social structure of their state. It was with this reservation that Ukraine placed herself under the protectorate of the Muscovite Tsar, while conserving all her rights as a state, all her institutions, and her entire social organism. Cromwell spoke well when he apprised Hetman Khmelnytsky that never would Muscovy respect Ukrainian liberty. The Ukrainian people, in fact, lost it after a long and painful struggle. Russian politics put in its program the destruction of the Ukrainian culture and the absorption of their nationality by the Muscovites. Here is the reason why the centralizing regime of Moscow proceeded to destroy all the Ukrainian institutions and to prevent manifestations of Ukrainian nationalism. But it was impossible, or at least difficult, to annihilate among the Ukrainian people the national spirit and psychology. In Russia, no more than in Austria, where the lot of Ukrainians was not enviable, have the Ukrainian people ever abandoned their national sentiment. Taught by their own history, they have treasured up and elaborated their ideals and have awaited the auspicious moment for their realization. The Ukrainian Democratic Republic. In 1847 was founded the Brotherhood of Cyril and Method, the object of which was to organize the independent Ukrainian Republic. It put its program in the diffusion of the same idea among all the Slav races. Toward 1880, Professor Drahomanov enlarged his program and extended it to all nationalities. The Ukrainian deputies of the First Duma, 1906, unfolded a plan for the realization of that idea. Since the beginning of the revolution of 1917, the entire Ukrainian democracy has worked to establish the Ukrainian Republic on lines truly democratic. In order to realize this idea in accord with the neighboring nationalities, the Ukrainians summoned their representatives to a Congress which opened its sessions at Kiev, September 21, 1917. The principles on which Ukrainians founded the organization of their state and of their international relations are the same as those enunciated by the greatest thinkers. Seneca saw long since that the whole of mankind was composed of nationalities, and that a nationality was the result of the harmony of its members. Hence, a nationality is a positive force and the most important factor in the life of humanity and its development. Consequently, the development of the national conscience always marks a stage of progress in the history of humanity. Every nationality has the right to an independent existence and to the free development of its faculties in close union with other nationalities without injury to their rights. This idea is based on the solidarity of interests and the union of humanity. Logically, we must concede the recognition of the right of self-determination to all peoples, powerful and weak, even though they are more or less civilized. The existence of a sovereign state only serves to assure the independence and the possibility of the free development of a nationality. Therefore, each state should only establish herself within the ethnographical boundaries, peopled in the majority by her citizens, fellow nationals, with special constitutional guarantees to ensure the rights of minorities. The ethnographical principle based on actual facts and figures averts the possibility of imperialism and the development of militarism, while the autonomy of national minorities secures them against vexations and servitude. A strong state should not take advantage of a weak state and use it as a tool for her own interests. Imperialistic designs should be destroyed forever. The right of self-determination. The Congress of Nationalities at Kiev accepted all these principles as the foundation of national states. Consisting of 93 representatives from all the nationalities living in Russia, it proclaimed in its resolution of September 1917, well before President Wilson had enunciated his 14 points, which were to serve as the basis of a final settlement. 1. The right of self-determination of peoples within the limits of their ethnic boundaries. 2. The right of these entities to international representations. 3. The abolition of all fetters, political, civil, and religious, in international relations. 4. The right of national minorities. Finally, it proclaimed the right of all nationalities in Russia to elect a constituent assembly which, armed with national sovereignty, would have the right of ultimately pronouncing on the question of confederation of the peoples of Russia. The federative principle had for its object not only enfranchisement and union of the peoples of Russia, but at the same time the guarantee of their independence against the Germanic domination. See paragraph 6 of the resolutions of Congress. Congress gave its unqualified sanction to the action of the Ukrainians and strengthened their position for the creation of an independent Ukrainian republic, while opening up broad views of national development to other nationalities. After the Congress, but without any connection therewith, President Wilson made a declaration developed later on in his speeches on peace, international relations, etc., the principles of which were in perfect accord with the claims of the Congress of Nationalities. The principle of the delimitation of states according to their ethnographical boundaries found here its practical application. In point 13, President Wilson defined the future frontiers of Poland as embracing only those territories peopled by an indisputable majority of Poles. Taking their stand on the principles proclaimed by the Entente powers, the Ukrainians have included as constituting one single state the Republic of Ukraine, all the territories peopled by Ukrainians belonging to the former Russia. Within her ethnographical boundaries, Ukraine occupies a territory of 330,000 square miles with a population of approximately 45 million inhabitants. Ukraine would have been able to concentrate all her forces on the internal and external organization of the country had not the Russian and Polish imperialists hindered the work. Now, however, Ukraine is obliged to spend her forces in a defensive war against Russia and Poland. Polish activities in Ukraine. In the course of the history of Poland, the Polish population has been divided into two very distinct classes, the aristocrats and the farmers. The aristocrats have assumed the representation of the entire people, have enjoyed liberties of every kind, and have enslaved the farmers. Many in number, they have vied with one another in pursuit of the pleasures of life, and have thereby drained the resources which were necessary for the enslaved agricultural population to carry on their labors. Poland, within her actual ethnographical boundaries, numbers 20 million inhabitants, of which 15 million are Poles. To gratify their greed for pleasure, the Polish aristocrats were therefore obliged to conquer adjacent countries and to enslave their inhabitants. To assimilate these inhabitants and neutralize centrifugal forces, they have created a complete system of Polonization. Hostile to every democratic principle, they have established a system of the most severe servitude for the national minorities. Thus, there has been developed in Poland an exaggerated imperialism, having for its ideal a greater Poland stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea, and in which all the inhabitants would belong to the same nationality, while embracing, all of them, one religion only, Catholicism. The Poles have displayed the greatest energy in subjecting the Ukrainian people. Pacific by nature, they have been obliged to sustain continual struggles with Poland for the defense of their independence, and Poland, enfeebled when attacked by her neighbors, saw herself delivered over to partitions. Despite her misfortune, Poland has bequeathed to her descendants the old ideals of conquest they seek to realize today. Polish imperialism. There has been elaborated for a long period a program of Polish activity with regard to the other nationalities, and particularly the Ukrainians. This program was published in 1848 and reprinted in 1862 in the Ukrainian magazine Osnowa. One of the articles of the program recommends the Poles to keep the Ukrainians in ignorance, to regard all that which was Ukrainian religion, language, and education as characteristic of a primitive culture, while at the same time the Ukrainian people should be encouraged to accept the Polish nationality, all its culture. The latter was represented as the highest point of progress. In order to subject the Ukrainian people more easily, the Poles were advised not to entrust any important position to any Ukrainian. An entire doctrine of imperialism, chauvinism, of national intolerance, of hate for everything which was not Polish, and particularly with regard to everything which was Ukrainian, was propagated. To that doctrine adhered even men of superior intellect, like Henry Sienkiewicz, who devoted the force of his talents to propagating it. It is clear that this system of methodical civilizing, employed by the Polish nation and applied to education and to the formation of a Polish body politic, would have disastrous results on the morality of the nation. Far-sighted Poles have seen this and have warned the nation of the pernicious consequences of that deification of the Polish nation, which has annihilated among the Poles the sense of justice, put a drag on the wheels of their progress, and caused them to retrograde to 18th century conditions. It is therefore natural that in beginning to rebuild their state, the Poles have dreamed of conquering adjacent territory and of satisfying their nationalist aims at the expense of the Ukrainians, the Lithuanians, the White Ruthenians, and other neighboring peoples. The Poles have many times declared in their publications that Poland should count 40 millions of inhabitants. It is also quite natural that the Ukrainian people, who have endured so long the Polish yoke, will never accept, after having been raised into an independent state, the doom of being buried again in a servitude so abhorrent. Never will the Ukrainians yield their rights to their hereditary foes, even though the Poles, reinforced by sympathizers from among the Lithuanians and the White Ruthenians, become more numerous. It is obvious that the struggle now going on exhausts the Ukrainian people, but sustained as they are by the cause of liberty, they will remain ever consecrated, and in such measure will come to new strength. Throughout this period will Europe be deprived of peace, and the neighbors of Poland, through her fault, will be totally prevented from working out their internal and external organization and strengthening the foundations of peace and order. Russian imperialism. While the doctrine of imperialism and the racial hatred were being developed among Poles by education, Among the Russians, the same sentiments, originating in their natural character, grew stronger and stronger with the unfolding of the history of their country. But while the Poles stopped short in their dreams of the conquest on the borders of the Baltic and the Black Sea, the Russians saw themselves masters of the whole of Europe and of Asia, saw themselves crossing the Dardanelles and masters of all seas. One may truly say that the Russians are tainted with megalomania. This fact is recognized even by Russian authors, beginning with Samarin and ending with V. Soloviev, who have declared that the Russian people are inclined toward brute force, that they accept things on authority without other explanations. The above ideals are for them an object of education. For those who attribute the imperialistic policy of Russia to the government alone make a great mistake. The government has always found in the traits peculiar to the Russian national character the support of its imperialism and the source of its power. Peter the Great, Ivan Kalita, and Andrew Bogolubsky only engendered the incarceration of the spirit of the nation of Muscovy. Consequently, Russia, from the beginning of her existence, has only waxed great by subjecting foreign nations, by assimilating them, and by the domination due solely to brute force. The history of Russia is the history of imperialism, the history of the absorption of other nationalities by violence, in order to make one entire nationality, to which was given the name of, quote, official nationality, end quote. For that reason, too little attention has been paid to the development of a real popular education. Deprived of substratum, Russia naturally fell to pieces the day when the other nationalities had an opportunity to resume their own existence. In liberating themselves, these nationalities made no attack on the nationality who had kept them under her yoke. The great Russians, however, have put forth their efforts to re-establish that prison into which the newly formed states have no notion of ever entering again. Treaty of Ukraine with Russia. The Ukrainian people entered into a free union with Russia under personal allegiance to the Tsar in 1654, with a reservation for preserving their own republic, their governmental system, and their political and social organization for economic and cultural development. The treaty consecrating that union has not been respected, and the Ukrainians, in defense of their independence, have not found support in any class of the Russian people. The individual cases which have shown themselves favorable to the Ukrainian movement have been only the exception. The political parties, liberal or conservative, have always in practice resisted the awakening of national sentiment in Ukraine, though in theory they compromised with it. The Ukrainians have undergone savage persecutions. An impossible gulf has been fixed between the Russian and Ukrainian nationalities. Drahomanov, about 1880, in his work on historical Poland and the democracy of Great Russia, drew attention to this phenomenon. Donzow, Lozinski, Levinsky, Yefremov, and others treated the same question in their publications. The only reply on the Russian part consisted of a continuance of the aggression and of the regime of persecutions directed against Ukrainians. Voices were raised in the Duma of 1906 against the regime. Necessary measures were taken to prevent the re-election of deputies favorable to the cause of the Ukrainians. Not the Bolsheviki only, but the rest of Great Russians as well show themselves hostile to the Ukrainian national awakening. The revolution has changed nothing in these relations. Russian political parties and Ukraine. The provisional government, composed of liberals and socialists, has always shown itself to be a centralizing and imperialistic power so far as the Ukrainians are concerned. It has taken special measures and passed exceptional laws against the Ukrainian government. In the course of all the meetings and all the assemblies in which the Russians found themselves in the majority, from the extreme left to the extreme right, there prevailed the same chauvinism, the heritage of Tsarism. When the Russian Bolsheviki seized the power, they declared war on the Ukrainian nationalists, even on those who never took part in politics, such as Professor Sumpsov and Mrs. Yefimenko, on no other ground than that they had greatly contributed to the intellectual development of the Ukrainian people. The other great Russian party, the reactionaries, do not differ essentially from the Bolsheviks on the Ukrainian question. Their attitude before the war is only too well known. Grouped around General Kolchak and General Denikin, they make at this moment every effort to reconstruct the Russia of the former regime with all its system of enslavement for the Ukrainian people. Outside these two parties, there is a third, for the moment passive, which is called the Russian Democratic Party. Its representatives have recently published a manifesto in which they declare that they do not recognize the Ukrainian government, proclaiming the All-Russian Constituent Assembly and discrediting all the constituent assemblies of the several nationalities. It must not be overlooked that in an all-Russian Constituent Assembly, the Great Russians or Muscovites will necessarily be in the majority, and consequently the principle of self-determination of peoples will not exist. The Russians will dispose of the destiny of the other nationalities. Federation is for these called Democrats only a mask to conceal their real sentiments, and it does not deceive the intelligent. If they only had the power, they would act with regard to Ukraine just as did the Poles, the reactionaries, and the Bolsheviks. Ukraine and her right to self-determination. Each nationality has a right to its own development, which can never be assured except in its own state. The Ukrainian nationality, the Russian and Polish nationalities have everything which is necessary from an economic point of view, cultural, social, and national, for the founding of independent states. Russia and Poland can exist as well without Ukraine as Ukraine can without them. Neither of these states has any rights over Ukraine any more than Ukraine has any rights over them. It is sheer imperialism to occupy the territory of neighbors. The Ukrainian government, which cherishes no such aspirations in order to ensure the rights of national minorities, Great Russians, Poles, etc., has promulgated a law on particular national autonomy. Today, a war goes on between the Ukrainians and the Russians. Russians and Poles, not only in the past but in the present, show that they reject in their international relations the principles approved by the Entente and by the civilized world. In acting thus, Poland forgets that it is by grace of these principles that she has been restored and that she has been able to enter into the League of Nations established precisely by the application of these same principles. Further, the Poles actually make use of the assistance brought to them by the Entente for the purpose of directing it against the Ukrainians. The Russian Bolsheviks are strong in support of Bolsheviks of other nations, the forces of reaction grouped around Kolchak and Denikin, while receiving aid from the Entente, would restore that former Russia, which would inevitably engulf Ukraine. Ukraine, who has commenced to realize the Wilsonian principles, and who seeks in no wise to make conquests, is not as yet received into the League of Nations and receives no assistance. Her hope rests entirely on the conviction that there exists an immanent justice. She strongly believes in the law of life, which abuses the powerful when they abuse their power. In that truth, she will find the force requisite for the defense of her independence and of her national liberty. That truth which wills Poland to the Poles, Russia to the Russians, wills equally and with the same force Ukraine to the Ukrainians. That truth alone is strong enough to make people strong and to put an end to war. End of publication 5.
Publication 6 of Friends of Ukraine Publications. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Friends of Ukraine Publications by Various. Trade with Ukraine. Ukraine's natural wealth, needs, and commercial opportunities. The Ukrainian cooperative societies and their influence. Trade with Ukraine. What commercial opportunities does Ukraine offer to Americans? That is a question which is occupying the thought of many businessmen at the present moment. Ukraine is one of the richest countries of the world. It has coal and iron mines and millions of acres of deep, black soil which produce wheat, barley, rye, oats, sugar, fruit, and vegetables in abundance. The population numbers 45 million, including a minority of foreigners, and inhabits an area equal to that of France and Italy combined. Until the breakup of the old Tsarist Empire, Ukraine was incorporated with Russia. But a score of influences have contrived to keep her separate in political feeling and trade interests. The Ukrainians, though sometimes called Little Russians, are a distinct race from the Great Russians. They have their own language, literature, and art. Economically, they form a self-supporting unit. Their physical characteristics are different. They are more high-spirited, more restless, and more fond of music and the arts. Their speech is an independent tongue, not merely a dialect of the Great Russian, and has more in common with the Serbian than with any other Slavonic language. The Ukrainians declared their liberty in 1917, when the Bolsheviki carried out the now famous coup d'état in Petrograd and Moscow. Previous to that time, Ukraine had been working for political autonomy, but expected to remain within an all-Russian federation. Kerensky's wavering policy and the Bolsheviks' terrorism discouraged the hopes of such a union of states and taught the Ukrainians that they must henceforth make their way alone. Their republic has struggled courageously along ever since, meeting with many reverses but never losing heart. It has been obliged to fight with the Bolsheviki, resist Polish aggression, and hold off the reactionary armies of Denikin. In spite of these great handicaps, it has made gains. The territory which it controls has swelled in size, and the government set up by Petlura has found the opportunity, in spite of many obstacles, to maintain and reorganize its army, preserve a degree of law and order, and advance education. Because of the Allied blockade, which affected Ukraine as much as it did the Bolshevik parts of former Russia, the Ukrainians have been cut off from contact with Western Europe and America. The lifting of the blockade permits a renewal of commerce, and in view of the great natural wealth of Ukraine, we may expect before long to see a brisk trade carried on with other countries. Ukraine, a land of great riches. The productiveness of a nation is today, more than ever, the measure of its right to enter into international trade relations. Ukraine possesses this qualification to a remarkable degree. Following the great slump in European money and the chaotic state of foreign exchange, it became clear that the countries of Central and Eastern Europe would only rise from their commercial depression when they could begin producing and do something to make good the vast economic waste caused by the war. Most of the peoples, especially the newly created governments, are suffering from industrial confusion and scarcity of resources. Ukraine, however, is actually ready. in spite of her unsettled politics and desperate needs to furnish certain supplies to foreign traders. Mr. Henry G. Ellsberg, correspondent of The Nation, who has recently been in Ukraine, reports that the government now has at its disposal 20 million bushels of wheat and 400 million pounds of sugar, to say nothing of hides, spirits, and other materials. Newspaper items have lately appeared announcing that, because of the lifting of the blockade, Russia would have great quantities of cereals and other foodstuffs for exportation. This intelligence has often been followed up with the statement that, in order to get these things, the other powers will have to enter into negotiations with the Soviet government. But it must be remembered that practically none of the produce referred to is within Soviet Russia. It is in Ukraine. Russia proper has flax, furs, etc., but the grain and foods upon which many foreign populations are relying are on Ukrainian soil and controlled by the Ukrainian government, which is Republican and anti-Bolshevik. It is, therefore, a source of wealth to Ukraine and not to Soviet Russia at all, though, to be sure, the Bolsheviki are fighting to extend their sway over the Ukrainians, and at present hold a large number of important cities in the central and eastern districts, as well as some of the principal railway lines. Ukraine has foodstuffs, minerals, and other raw products, and will be able to supply them in increasing quantities. In the years before the war, she used to export about 200 million bushels of wheat annually. Of manufactured goods, she has almost none, nor will she be able to produce many on home soil for a good many years to come. Ukraine needs medicines and clothing. The things most urgently required by the Ukrainians just now are medicines and clothing, though that is only the beginning of their needs. A few weeks ago, General Petlura, head of the Republican government, wrote a friend in Paris. 3/4 of our men lack shoes, clothing, everything, but their spirit is not impaired. We have no medicines, typhus decimates our army, many fighters die for lack of medicines and blankets. We have had no aid from anyone, neither munitions, nor technical apparatus, nor sanitary products, nothing. It often happens that our soldiers are without cartridges. Then they charge with the bayonet against the Bolsheviks. We have had rich harvests, and will pay with grain whatever is necessary to succor our people, smitten on the field of battle or exhausted by epidemics. About the same time, the Union of Ukrainian Women in the city of Kamenets-Podolsky issued the following appeal to the women of the world. We have no medicine to cure our wounded and the sick ones who are dying without sanitary aid because the transports of sanitary material into Ukraine have been forbidden. Footnote. This refers to the Allied blockade, which isolated Ukraine as completely as Soviet Russia. End of footnote. But do not think we are asking for charity. Our state is rich in food. We have resources with which to pay. We only ask that you may raise your voices before your governments, demanding cessation of the blockade around Ukraine, which prevents transportation of medical material so necessary to us. Since these two appeals were sent out, the blockade has been raised but the medicines and drugs referred to are still wanting. One illustration will suffice to show the sort of thing the Ukrainians must contend with in combating the typhus plague, which has raged so fiercely in western Ukraine, and is now said to be spreading across the frontiers to the population of Silesia. It is reported that neosalvarsan, a drug which is considered essential in fighting typhus, has been costing 800 rubles per injection. The ruble has fallen very low in exchange value, but before the war it used to be worth $50, and it still means $50 or more to the people who must use it in their business transactions. When one remembers that typhus is especially prevalent among the very poor, the absurdity of neosalvarsan at $400 a treatment becomes painfully apparent. Hospital work has been everywhere hampered because of the lack of disinfectants, antiseptics, bandages, and fresh linen. There are not enough beds to go around, nor are there soaps, toilet articles, dental goods, and towels. The Ukrainian Red Cross has carried on its work with the greatest difficulty. Since before the time of its organization early in 1918, the importation of the necessary drugs and other supplies has been almost wholly precluded. The quantities which were stored up in Ukrainian warehouses 2 years ago have been bought up or, in some cases, appropriated outright by the various armies, friendly and unfriendly, which swept one after another across the country. Manufactured goods are needed. The sick suffer the most, but the masses of the civilian population are also in sore straits. Because they could not get any shoes, women and children have had to go about in freezing weather with their feet wrapped in rags. If they only had the machinery to equip shoe factories in Ukrainian cities, they would be able to make the footwear at home, for they have plenty of hides on hand and reasonably good facilities for tanning them. But they have no shoemaking machines. As for cotton and woolen clothing, they are still worse off, for they have neither the raw material nor the spinning and weaving establishments. The farming communities suffer for lack of plows, reapers, binders, in fact, every sort of agricultural implement. Among the articles which Ukraine can use at once are belting, machine oils and grease, typewriters, cash registers, sewing machines, all kinds of scales, machine tools, kitchen utensils, printing presses, tractors, and the necessary machinery for road building, mining, brick-making, fruit, vegetable and meat packing, sawmills, cotton mills, grain mills, woolen mills, knit goods, plumbing works, foundries, turning mills, woodworking, electric works, pottery works, and leather works. This is by no means a complete list. As a matter of fact, it is hardly possible to mention a single class of manufactured goods in general use which the Ukrainians will not need to import. Ukraine's credit is her large agricultural yield. In the years to come, her financial stability will grow. American businessmen need to realize this and should not acquire the feeling that trade with Ukraine offers an opportunity for suddenly making fortunes. On the contrary, it will take time and study to build up a solid basis of Ukrainian-American commerce. Business houses which are willing to look to the future will find that they can by degrees, build up substantial and profitable trade relations. Cooperative societies are trade agencies. With whom shall American business firms carry on negotiations in Ukraine? This is the first question the businessman will ask. Knowing that the old commercial class of Russia has disappeared or become impoverished in the chaos of foreign invasions and civil strife, he is likely to feel somewhat confounded. Of course, he may look toward the new governments established on Russian soil as prospective customers. But whoever knows the problems of these administrations can hardly expect that the entire commerce, even the entire foreign commerce, can be efficiently handled through them. In other words, a large portion of the prospective trade with Ukraine must, for the present, pass through other channels than those directly provided by the Ukrainian government. The natural agencies equipped to act in this capacity are the Ukrainian cooperative societies. They will be the main carriers of business and the chief factors in the economic reconstruction of Ukraine. Anyone who expects to interest himself in the future development of this great country must familiarize himself with their system. The cooperative organizations of Ukraine have a very long history. Even when the Ukrainian peasants were conducting their farming in a highly unscientific fashion, cooperation already existed, though in a primitive form. Whenever a man had to perform a task surpassing his own ability and requiring the assistance of a considerable number of workers, he called upon his neighbours and co-villagers. On an appointed day, which was usually Sunday or a holiday, when it was looked upon as sinful for a man to work for himself, the peasants gathered in a band to raise the barn, build the house, or plough the land. The only reward they received for such help, demanding as a rule very strenuous exertion, was the sumptuous repast prepared by the women while the men were working. Such group effort will remind every student of American history of the way in which the New England colonists used to launch their ships. There are survivals of this simple type of cooperation in Ukraine today. The complex nature of modern industry has made necessary a considerable development in Ukrainian cooperative methods. Together with the rest of the former Russian Empire, Ukraine entered the stage of capitalistic organization very late. Her cooperative enterprises, in their present form, are of recent origin. Since the outbreak of the World War, they have grown to very great proportions. Some idea of the degree to which the system permeated Ukrainian business life even before that can be gained from the following figures, which represent the situation as it was on January 1st, 1914. The total number of cooperatives: Ukraine 6,510, European Russia 15,092, Poland 3,450, Caucasus 1,209, Siberia 1,926, Asiatic Russia 863. Total 29,060. Percentage of Ukraine in proportion to entire Russia 22%. The number of associations, consumers, Ukraine 3,075. European Russia 4,407. Poland 1,366. Caucasus 237. Siberia 865. Asiatic Russia 130. Total 10,080. Percentage of Ukraine in proportion to entire Russia 31%. The number of associations, credit. Ukraine 2,370. European Russia 7,300. Poland 863. Caucasus 894. Siberia 932. Asiatic Russia 686. Total 12,995. Percentage of Ukraine in proportion to entire Russia 19%. The number of associations, agricultural. Ukraine 992. European Russia 3,458. Poland 1,230. Caucasus 128. Siberia 129. Asiatic Russia 47. The number of inhabitants in country by millions. Ukraine 31.5. European Russia 94.5. Poland 13. Caucasus 12.3. Siberia 9.5. Asiatic Russia 11.2. Total 175. Percentage of Ukraine in proportion to entire Russia 18%. The number of inhabitants per one cooperative society. Ukraine 4,839. European Russia 6,262. Poland 3,757. Caucasus 10,173. Siberia 4,932. Asiatic Russia 13,000. This development was reached by the Ukrainian cooperative bodies in the face of the stubborn opposition of the Tsarist government. The old royalist who encircled the Tsar always looked with distrust upon movements which initiated with the people. They discouraged and blocked them in every possible way. Now that the revolution has removed all the restrictions built up by the old regime, there exists in Ukraine hardly a village which does not possess a cooperative venture of some sort. Ukrainian cooperation has therefore grown into a many-sided movement, influencing every phase of economic life. Cooperative banking highly developed. The cooperative movement in Ukraine has reached its greatest development in banking. The first steps in this direction were taken because of the desire of the peasants to free themselves from the clutches of loan sharks who preyed upon them. The situation was this. In the spring months, the small farmers usually found themselves in difficulties. They had sowed out all their grain and were waiting for the new crops. In order to keep their heads above water and buy the supplies which they needed, they often resorted to the village usurers. These individuals made a practice of loaning out money upon terms which were almost ruinous. They were almost equally a pest to the more prosperous farmers, who felt the need of developing their holdings more extensively and therefore borrowed a capital in order to go into business on a larger scale. In this way, the peasants, both the poor and the moderately well-to-do, were more or less at the mercy of usurers. There were practically no banks which would lend to them. The banks in those days were primarily institutions of credit for the merchant, manufacturer, and great landowner, and did not lend the small sums of money needed by the small landowners, nor upon such long terms as were convenient for that class of borrowers. These unfortunate conditions awoke the more progressive peasants of Ukraine to a realization that the necessary credit facilities could be furnished only by organizing the small landowners and making the members of each association jointly and severally liable for the debts of each and every member. These new bodies defied the village usurer and sought to bring together the small lender and the small borrower. They were, in fact, saving and loan societies. The first of them sprang up in Ukraine during the 70s of the last century, but their development was rather slow because of the limited resources of their members. In 1895, a new basis for cooperative banking was provided by the Empire. A system was sanctioned whereby the State Bank of Russia and the credit departments of the Zemstvos, the autonomous district bodies, could furnish the peasant cooperatives with the credit which they needed. Thus arose a new form of cooperative, depending for credit not upon its membership, but upon public institutions. A sort of competition was inaugurated between the state and the Zemstvos, each anxious to emulate the other in the number of cooperatives dependent upon it for support. In the years that followed, Ukrainian cooperative banking developed very fast. In 1901, the province of Kiev possessed only 8 banking cooperatives. In 1912, there were 198, and approximately 1/5 of the population were served by these organizations. The same rapid strides were made in other provinces. Effect of war on the cooperative banks. The outbreak of the World War changed the condition of the peasantry. They began to find themselves in possession of plenty of money, realized from the sale of various commodities to the armies. The prohibition of the liquor traffic kept them from spending too much. The lack of labor hindered them from putting the surplus into the development of their farms. As a result, they turned a great deal of their earnings over to the cooperative banks. According to the report dated October 1st, 1915, there were in Ukraine 2,914 such associations, with a total membership of 2,084,053 persons. 167,777,6 778 hryvnias. Footnote: hryvnia, the monetary unit of the Ukrainian People's Republic, equal in value to about 25 cents. End of footnote. Of deposits, and a volume of business amounting to 359,230,778 hryvnias, as compared with the entire Russian Empire, in which the Ukrainians constituted 18% of the population. These figures represent 19% of the number of cooperatives, 20% of the total membership, 18% of deposits, and 21% of the volume of business. Even before the war, there had been a movement to federate the cooperative banks. In 1905, the beginnings of civic freedom granted in the First Russian Revolution offered these banks a chance to free themselves somewhat from their dependency upon the State Bank and the Zemstvos. 7 such cooperative credit federations were soon formed in Ukraine. The largest of these was at Kiev. The Kiev Federation grew enormously during the war. On January 1st, 1913, its volume of business was 2,390,000 hryvnias. On January 1st, 1918, it had reached 160 million hryvnias. At the same time, the Cooperative Credit Federation of Kharkov had a volume of business amounting to 70 million hryvnias, and that of Poltava about 30 million hryvnias. The Revolution of 1917 gave these federations their long-awaited opportunity to establish one great central bank, the Bank of Ukraine. As early as 1911, they had appealed to the Russian government for permission to found such an institution in Kiev. The government, however, kept silence for 6 years, withholding its permission. When the old bureaucracy was overthrown, the way was clear for the Bank of Ukraine. By November 1st, 1918, it had a membership of 124 cooperative credit federations, subscriptions to the amount of 34,124,800 hryvnias, and a volume of business reaching 93,360,800 hryvnias. Cooperative banks play double role. This network of cooperative banking associations, culminating in the Bank of Ukraine at Kiev, will become a factor of prime importance in Ukrainian foreign trade. 1. By bringing the peasants and larger landowners in touch with foreign capital seeking investment in Ukraine. And 2. By actually undertaking to distribute to them and furnish them against credit agricultural machinery, livestock, fertilizers, seeds, tools, building materials, and all kinds of manufactured goods. The first service will be of great value during the period of reconstruction. The Ukrainian peasantry will need a great amount of capital to rebuild their country, crippled by a long war and devastated by several foreign invasions. The credit cooperatives, standing as they do closest to the peasant, will be called upon to furnish the necessary financial backing. Even should the Ukrainian government offer its help in a large way, the credit cooperatives, with their knowledge of the personal character of the borrowers, will be called upon to act as chief agents in the distribution of credit. The second function is of even greater significance just now. In 1918, the Bank of Ukraine bought at wholesale prices and resold immediately goods to the aggregate value of 88 million hryvnias and received orders to the amount of 152 million hryvnias. It has also conducted the reverse commercial operations, taking goods from its members, granting them credit against these goods, and selling them on account of the cooperators. The chief object of commercial operations of this last sort is the staple product of the Black Earth Belt, i.e., grain. The whole system of elevator cooperatives started from very small beginnings. By this method, the peasants were saved the losses occasioned by the practice of selling grain to large dealers who often enjoyed a position of natural monopoly, and also the need of disposing of their crops immediately after the harvest, when the market was glutted and prices low. Gradually, the arrangement came to be the characteristic procedure, and elevators were built all over Ukraine. At the present time, the Ukrainian cooperatives possess elevator facilities having a capacity of many millions of bushels. Similar assistance was furnished by the credit cooperatives in marketing sugar beets, cattle, fruits, and the products of household industry. To carry on this great trade, the Bank of Ukraine has opened 13 branch offices in the various cities of Europe and plans to install new offices in Galicia, Crimea, and the United States. The banks are not the only cooperative organizations doing a large business. In many cases, commercial activities have been detached from purely banking transactions, and special societies have been created to perform the functions of the middleman. One group of this sort distributes to peasants of small means the machinery, tools, seeds, etc., which they require. Others act as selling agents, disposing of grain, sugar beets, etc. A few organizations of this type combine both functions. Consumers' associations are active. Wholly independent of the banks and marketing associations are the consumers' cooperative organizations. There are about 10,000 of these in Ukraine, and they have a membership of 12 million. Taking into consideration the fact that such a society will serve a whole family if one of them belongs to the organization, we are safe in concluding that the bulk of Ukraine's population is reached by their system. They differ from the banking cooperatives in purpose and method. The object of the banks is to afford credit facilities. That of the consumers' organizations is to reduce the cost of living. The bank, with its commercial activities, has served the more prosperous farmers who are anxious to improve their land and agricultural methods. The consumer societies have appealed primarily to the poorest elements of the Ukrainian population. The idea of the consumers' associations did not originate in Ukraine. It was imported from Western Europe. For a long time, they were looked upon with a certain degree of mistrust by many of the peasants. It was only in 1906, after the first Russian Revolution, that the poorer classes suddenly realized that they must somehow band together in order to reduce the cost of the necessities of life. As they looked into the matter more closely, they found the idea of the consumer societies a very persuasive one. The principle behind them is simple: to eliminate the profits of the middleman. These profits used to be mercilessly high in Ukraine. Moreover, the consumer often suffered from dishonest weight and measure. In fact, the village store and the village usurer often worked hand in hand, and the movement against unscrupulous middlemen spread and kept pace with that against the loan sharks. Barter substituted for money exchange. By providing a system of barter of a rather primitive sort, the consumers' associations have helped to keep trade alive in spite of the chaotic situation created by the welter of depreciated and unredeemable paper currencies. In many localities, the peasants did not care to organize special marketing societies, but preferred to charge existing organizations with that function. The process began in a small way, when a few farmers found it more convenient to pay their cooperative store with agricultural products than with actual cash. Gradually it grew in favour, and it became a regular custom with many to take from the cooperative societies small iron implements, clothing, sell them fruits, shoes, etc., and offer in return the eggs, poultry, grains, vegetables, and fruits from their own lands. This imposed upon the consumers' associations the responsibility of taking these agricultural products to the nearest market, but it was one which they were able to cope with. In this manner, the use of money was eliminated, no currency of any sort being taken or given, though it figured in the accounts as a measure of exchange. All business transactions were completed by mere settlements on paper, and the debit account of each person was carefully squared with his credit account before the deal was ended. This extremely simple bartering arrangement has certainly saved the Ukrainian peasants a great deal of misery, which is apt to follow in the wake of a depreciated currency, with its concomitant speculation, undeserved enrichment of sharpers, and business failures. Like the banks, the consumers' cooperatives have grouped themselves into district federations, and these have further consolidated into a central body, known as the Dnipro-Soyuz, or Dnieper Union. This body experienced a phenomenal growth and soon attained a position of great influence. On November 1st, 1918, it embraced 69 district federations, represented a volume of business of 56,421,200 hryvnias, and had a capital of 2,071,000 hryvnias. It achieved this prominence in the very face of hostile invasions from the west, south, and north. In order to meet the constant demand of its members for certain staple commodities, the Dnieper Union has embarked upon several manufacturing ventures. It has opened factories for soap, linen, textiles, and shoes. Its central offices at Kiev employ over 300 individuals. Branches have been established at Kharkov and Odessa, and headquarters are now being opened in England, France, Switzerland, and other foreign countries. A branch is shortly to be founded in the United States. Agricultural cooperative societies form a third group. A third class of cooperative societies include those which have for their object the development and exploitation of various products of small farming. These tend either to prevent the exorbitant charges made to a farmer for necessary work, as in the case of the oldest cooperation of this sort, viz., the flour mills, or to eliminate the middleman, whose power may become too burdensome, as in the case of the cooperative dairies. In 1915, there were over 1,000 such organizations. Their central association is called the Central Ukrainian Federation of Agricultural Societies. On October 1st, 1918, the balance on their books amounted to 22,400,000 hryvnias. The affiliated local federations number 31, and there are 213 cooperative societies. Not long ago, they purchased a large factory at Odessa for the manufacture of agricultural machinery and iron utensils. Workers' production societies. There is still another group of cooperative associations in Ukraine today, the workers' production organizations. They are quite different from any of the cooperative societies that have yet been mentioned. The banks, the consumers' associations, and the agricultural cooperatives aim at a more efficient production and the elimination of the middleman's profits in marketing. They are, as a rule, very similar to ordinary capitalistic enterprises, and do not contemplate any radical change in industrial systems. The production cooperatives of the working men have, however, an original social-economic ideal. Dissatisfied with their relation to the enterprise and its organizer, the master or employer, the workers do not endeavor to reform these relations, but to abolish them altogether. They attempt to do away with the wage system by becoming at one and the same time capitalists and laborers. The poor development of many enterprises in the former Russian Empire offered a tremendous field for these cooperative activities, especially in those branches which do not anticipate large-scale production, but do require the labor of a great number of skilled workers. The greatest success has naturally been attained by the cooperatives which need little capital. Where more capital is demanded, it has sometimes been borrowed from outsiders. This has been the case with the fishing artillery of the Black Sea, which are organized in the fashion described. This type of venture should not be confused with the labor union, nor with communism. It is merely cooperative production in the strictest sense of the expression. A pan-Ukrainian federation. Though it does not bear specifically on the matter of foreign trade, it is impossible to treat the Ukrainian cooperative societies without noticing that they have always been inspired by high social ideals, quite apart from the purely materialistic considerations of economic self-interest. They have interested themselves always in the promotion of Ukrainian culture and the spread of education. Their program of enlightenment was formulated at the meeting of the First Pan-Ukrainian Cooperative Congress, held in Kiev in June 1917. The result of this convention was the foundation of the so-called Central Federation of Ukrainian Cooperatives, the supreme legislative body of the Ukrainian cooperative movement. Thus was completed the work of centralizing the entire system. The Central Cooperative Council is the main deliberative body, and the so-called Central Committee is the main connecting link between the legislative and executive branches of the organization. This committee is composed of the following departments. 1. A legal department. 2. A statistical department. 3. A Bureau of Labor. 4. A Bureau of Press. 5. A Department of Museums and Libraries. And 6. A Department of Publications. It issues a monthly magazine called Ukrainian Cooperation, which was at first edited by the celebrated Ukrainian economist, the late Professor Michael Tuhan-Baranovsky, and a semi-monthly bulletin. Prospects for trade with Ukraine are encouraging. Taking into consideration the economic state of Ukraine, the cooperative societies constitute a fairly perfect machine for facilitating foreign trade. Their organization is entirely independent of that of the cooperative societies of Soviet Russia. Dealing with them will not involve the foreign merchant or manufacturer in any negotiations with communists, and he will find in the Consumers' Association of the Dnieper Union a system of ready agencies to market his commodities of everyday use. Should he offer for sale bulky or expensive goods, like machinery, he can work through the independent buying cooperatives or through the purchasing departments of the cooperative banks. Should the merchant desire goods in exchange for the commodities which he sends into Ukraine, he can obtain them through the barter machinery provided by the consumers' cooperatives. The future of trade with Ukraine is brilliant. Other nations are already laying their plans to participate in the profitable commerce which is sure to open up in a short time. If America desires to play her part, American businessmen must immediately consider getting in touch with the Ukrainian cooperative associations. The war has brought about a tremendous economic reorganization of the country. For the present, the turmoil has not simmered down. This, however, is bound to come before long. In the meantime, manufacturers and traders who are genuinely desirous of building up a profitable commerce with this wealthy new republic will reap great advantages if they are willing to devote time and energy to the study of Ukraine's needs and her great exportable wealth. Statistics. Comparative populations of some of the races of Europe. 1. Ukrainians, 40 million. 2. Italians, 36 million. 3. Poles, 18 million. 4. Romanians, 14 million. 5. Yugoslavs, 10 million. 6. White Ruthenians, 9 million. 7. Czechoslovaks, 8.5 million. 8. Belgians, 7.5 million. 9. Swedes 5.75 million. 10. Bulgarians 5.5 million. 11. Lithuanians 3.5 million. Danes 3 million. 13. Vets 2 million. 14. Estonians 750,000. Comparison of the chief wheat-growing nations. Average annual pre-war production. 1. United States 370 million hundredweight. 2. Former Russian Empire outside of Ukraine 262 million hundredweight. 3. India 191 million hundredweight. 4. Ukraine 154 million hundredweight. 5. France 141 million hundredweight. 6. Hungary 106 million hundredweight. 7. Italy 82 million hundredweight. 8. Spain 73 million hundredweight. 9. Romania 59 million hundredweight. Comparison of the principal iron ore producing nations. Figures for 1913. Footnote: the figures represent Russian poods and are taken from data prepared by Professor Feschenko-Chopivsky. End of footnote. United States 3,428,000,000. Germany 2,200,000,000. France 1,325,000,000. England 992 million. Spain 558 million. Sweden 538 million. Ukraine 420 million. Comparison of the chief cattle-raising nations. Annual average pre-war production. 1. United States 62 million head. 2. Germany 19 million head. 3. United Kingdom 12 million head. 4. Ukraine 10 million head. Comparison of some of the principal coal-producing nations. Footnote: the figures represent Russian poods and are taken from data prepared for 1913 by Professor Feschenko-Chopivsky. End of footnote. US 31,266,000,000. England 17,820,000,000. Germany 17,032,000,000. Austria 3,120,000,000. France 2,450,000,000. Ukraine 1,543,000,000. Belgium 1,396,000,000. Comparison of some of the principal manganese-producing nations. Russia, 33,805,000. British India, 26,255,000. Ukraine, 14,559,000. US, 12,276,000. Brazil, 9,602,000. Germany, 5,733,000. Comparison of the principal oil-producing nations. Figures for 1913. Footnote. These statistics are taken from data prepared by Professor Feschenko-Chopivsky. End of footnote. 1. United States, 23,315,440 tons. 2. Former Russia, 9,246,942 tons. 3. Mexico, 3 million tons. 4. Romania, 1,885,286 tons. 5. Dutch India, 1,534,223 tons. 6. Ukrainian Galicia, 1,063,284 tons. 7. British India, 1 million tons. 8. Japan, 250,000 tons. 9. Germany, 130,000 tons. 10. Other countries, 250,000 tons. End of publication 6. Read by Yuqing.
Publication 7 of Friends of Ukraine Publications. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Friends of Ukraine Publications by Various. Protest of the Ukrainian Republic to the United States against the delivery of Eastern Galicia to Polish domination. The Honorable the Secretary of State, Department of State, Washington, D.C. Sir, I have the honor, as the representative in the United States of the Ukrainian People's Republic, to submit for the consideration of the government of the United States the following statement of facts, and of the attitude of my government and its people concerning the decision of the Allied and Associated Powers recently announced in the newspapers, according to which the Ukrainian, Ruthenian, or eastern portion of the recent Austrian province of Galicia has been placed for 25 years under a so-called mandate of the Polish Republic. At this point, I desire to make perfectly clear the territorial sovereignty, based on historical and ethnical grounds, of my government. In 1917, after the collapse of the Russian Empire, the government of the Ukrainian People's Republic was established in that portion of southern Russia which from time immemorial has been inhabited predominantly by the Ukrainian people, and after a temporary overthrow by the German military force was re-established. In the latter part of 1918, the Ukrainians of eastern Galicia, also predominantly Ukrainian and anciently, prior to the Polish conquest, integrally attached to the Ukrainian people as a whole, set up an independent republican government of western Ukraine, and in January 1919, the Ukrainian National Council, in its capacity as legislative body for the Western Ukrainian, formerly Eastern Galician, territory, proclaimed the union of all the Ukrainian territories of old Austria-Hungary with those of former Russia under the Ukrainian People's Republic. The government of the Ukrainian People's Republic consented to this union, and under that name claims independent sovereignty of all the Ukrainian territories herein mentioned. Concerning the so-called mandate over Galicia recently granted to the Polish Republic, I am under the disadvantage of being unable to obtain authentic official announcement or publication of its details, but must rely on the apparent authenticity of an Associated Press dispatch dated at Paris, November 21st, 1919, in which it is stated that the Supreme Council has agreed to grant Poland a mandate over Eastern Galicia. The dispatch states, quote, "By the terms of the settlement, Poland is to be the mandatory for 25 years, which is believed to be long enough time to secure immediate peace in the troubled territory. At the end of 25 years, the League of Nations will have the right to decide how Galicia's future is to be determined, or whether a plebiscite will be held. But, the Poles say, in 25 years, they will have had time to reconcile the race differences and give an effective administration, which they believe will win over the Ruthenian population and reconcile them to Polish sovereignty. Under the agreement, Galicia is to have a certain amount of autonomy, and Eastern Galicia will in a way be federated with Poland. Lemberg and several other cities of considerable size in the territory will be affected by the settlement." End quote. Inasmuch as this problem of the disposition of Eastern Galicia involves the life, liberty, and happiness of over 5 million people, more than 65% of whom are Ukrainians, and vitally affects the present and future relations between the Ukrainian and Polish peoples of Europe, which number 37 million and 19 million respectively, you will, I am confident, appreciate the supreme importance which my government and its people attach to a righteous solution of this problem. If this solution be based not upon the fundamental principles of natural right and justice, but upon other considerations, nothing can follow but a continuation of century-old strife and the injustice and misery incident thereto. It is the opinion of the government and of the people I have the honor to represent that the above-mentioned decision of the Supreme Council is neither righteous nor reasonable, that it will not lead to reconciliation, peace, liberty, and happiness, nor to the foundation and perpetuation of a strong and stable Poland, but on the contrary, that it will lead to continued strife and warfare and to the continuation of oppression of the Ukrainian people, and that it creates the same conditions that indubitably led to the downfall of the old Polish Empire and will as inevitably lead to the downfall of the new Polish Republic. For all these reasons, my government is constrained to protest most emphatically against this delivery of the Ukrainian people to their ancient and modern oppressors, the Poles. Happily, it is not necessary for me to persuade you of the justice of the principles of liberation, self-determination, and self-government of peoples. You know, you believe in, and you are governed by these principles. But having to deal with an immense number of international problems, it would not be strange for you not to be entirely familiar with the history and present status of the Polish-Ukrainian disputes. And possibly it may not be obvious to you how contradictory is the above-mentioned decision of the Supreme Council of the Allied and Associated Governments to the program of a democratic peace as pronounced by the President of the United States and by yourself. The very fact that the mandate over Eastern Galicia given to Poland is limited to 25 years is a recognition that the Polish title is doubtful. But if we further examine the question under consideration in the light of information accessible to everyone, we will find that Poland's claims are entirely without foundation if we are to be guided by the American ideas of peace adjustment. No less strongly, however, am I convinced that even the arguments of the balance of power and the necessity of subordinating democratic considerations to the program of a great and strong Poland do not in the least justify the placing of Ukrainian Eastern Galicia under Polish rule. To prove this, I take the liberty of quoting from American and other authorities, and of submitting this protest to your impartial study. In the name of justice and humanity, at this time, when imperialistic passions and Bolshevist diseases threaten to destroy the fruits of the great victory over European autocracies, I urge you not to ignore the moral issues involved in the struggle for the liberty and unity of Ukraine. In his program of peace, announced on January 8, 1918, President Wilson laid down, among other propositions, the two following. Quote, 10. The peoples of Austria-Hungary, whose place among the nations we wish to see safeguarded and assured, should be accorded the freest opportunity of autonomous development. 13. An independent Polish state should be erected, which should include the territories inhabited by indisputably Polish populations, which should be assured a free and secure access to the sea, and whose political and economic independence and territorial integrity should be guaranteed by international covenant. End quote. Italics supplied. And in his Mount Vernon speech of July 4, 1918, the President said, quote, These are the ends for which the associated peoples of the world are fighting, and which must be conceded before there can be peace. 2. The settlement of every question, whether of territory, of sovereignty, of economic arrangement, or of political relationship, upon the basis of the free acceptance of that settlement by the people immediately concerned, and not upon the basis of the material interest or advantage of any other nation or people which may desire a different settlement for the sake of its own exterior influence or mastery. End quote. Italics supplied. The Ukrainians have always accepted and now stand upon these ideas as part of their own demands and expectations. And even the present leader of the new Polish state, Mr. Paderewski, acknowledged and supported the justness of the same. Following the mass meeting of the oppressed nationalities of Central Europe, held in Carnegie Hall, September 15, 1918, Mr. Paderewski not only supported, but signed and personally presented to President Wilson a resolution of the meeting, which was in part as follows. Quote, Resolved, that since the majority of the inhabitants of Austria-Hungary, to wit, Poles, Czechoslovaks, Ukrainians, Romanians, Yugoslavs, and Italians, have been unjustly and cruelly governed by a ruling minority of Germans and Magyars, we demand the dissolution of the present empire and the organization of its freed peoples according to their own will. End quote. By, quote, the present empire, end quote, was meant Austria-Hungary. I beg to invite your attention to what is indisputable, namely, that racially, linguistically, geographically, economically, in religious discipline, ceremony, and government, and so far as political and national consciousness is concerned, Eastern Galicia is not Polish, but is overwhelmingly Ukrainian. It is an integral part of Ukraine proper, and the bulk of the Eastern Galician population has always been bitterly opposed to union with Poland, and has always striven for incorporation with the main body of Ukraine, from which it had been separated by force of arms. Western Galicia is Polish, and as clearly belongs to Poland as Eastern Galicia belongs to Ukrainia. Western and Eastern Galicia were never united, even when Eastern Galicia was under Polish domination before the final partition of Poland, until they were united by the Austro-Hungarian Empire into one province under the new name of Galicia. And thenceforward the Austrian government permitted the Polish land-holding nobility to govern, to exploit, and to oppress the Ukrainians of the eastern portion of the province in exchange for the support of the Poles in the Austrian parliament. According to the International Encyclopedia, the entire Austrian province of Galicia, western and eastern, contained, in 1910, 58.55% of Poles and 40.20% of Ruthenians, which is the local name for Greek Catholic Ukrainians. According to the Encyclopedia Britannica, the former predominate in the west and in the big towns, and the latter in the east. According to official statistics of the Austrian provincial government of Galicia, prepared and published by leaders of Polish political parties, there were, in 1900, in eastern Galicia, 65.10% Ruthenians, 21.2% Poles, and 12% Jews. The Ukrainian claim embraces only 48 eastern districts, where their population is greatly preponderant. Official statistics in 1900 show that the percentage of Ukrainians in these 48 districts stood as follows. In 10 districts, 75% to 90%. In 12 districts, 67% to 75%. In 16 districts, 60% to 66%. In 8 districts, 50% to 60%. In 2 districts, 41% to 50%. The real percentage of the Ukrainian population is, however, much higher, for it is a proven and well-known fact that the Polish-Austrian authorities in Lviv purposely interfered with the due process of census in order to obtain a Polish majority in the country. According to Arnold J. Toynbee, quote, the Viennese government purchased the support of the Polish group in the parliament, abandoning the Ruthenians politically to Polish exploitation. End quote. The New Europe by Arnold J. Toynbee, London, 1916, pages 81 to 84. According to the Encyclopedia Britannica, quote, the Ruthenians are under an alien yoke, both politically and economically. End quote. See also The New Map of Europe by Herbert Adams Gibbons, the well-known American student of Eastern European affairs, chapter on Galicia. J. A. Coles, The Groundwork of East Central Europe, and an article in Geographical Teacher, Volume 8, 1915 to 1916. Page 356, by A. Bruce Boswell, Research Fellow in Western Slav History, University of Liverpool. As a native of Galicia, I know that there is not a single Ruthenian group, party, or publication, from the conservative Catholics to the Social Democrats, which advocates or would agree to a union of Eastern Galicia with Poland as against a union with Ukraine, and in my whole life I do not remember a single instance, so sharp is the cleavage between those two nationalities, where a Ruthenian, not to say publicly, but even privately, would express such an opinion. The Polish government has been and is aware of this sentiment. Therefore, though the right of plebiscite has been finally granted by the Poles to the Germans on the Polish-German frontiers, repeated offers on the part of Ukrainians to hold a plebiscite under Allied supervision in eastern Galicia have been firmly rejected. Both before and after the formal proclamation in January 1919 by the duly elected representatives of eastern Galicia, western Ukraine, of its union with the Ukrainian People's Republic, the Poles were not willing to agree to settle this issue by a general vote of the people concerned. This opposition itself indicates its reason. The Poles feared a popular vote. They preferred bullets to ballots. They conquered eastern Galicia by a superior army of invasion, and they hold the occupied territory in subjection only by military force. It is apparent that some principle of international conduct, which was not the American one, was in operation when the Supreme Council decided upon a Polish mandate in Ukrainian Galicia. It might be the principle of historic possession, or the belief in the political expediency of such a settlement, but neither can bear the test of critical examination. It is true that from the end of the 14th century to 1772, Eastern Galicia, or as it was known at that time, Little Russia, or Ruthenia, was ruled by Poland. It must not, however, be forgotten that it fell under the domination of the Polish kings only after the bitterest struggles, and that its Ukrainian population has strongly resisted, for nearly 6 centuries, up to the present time, all the attacks and all the oppressions of the Polish feudal regime, maintaining its language, its religion, and its nationality. While the peasants in Poland bore the burden of servitude without protest, the Ukrainian population of Galicia strongly contested the right of the freeholders and repeatedly broke into open revolt. The clergy, the bourgeoisie, and the gentry all were combating the rule of the Polish imported aristocracy, which never succeeded in conciliating the native population. The Ukrainians of Galicia, because of their hatred of Polish dominion, became a substantial factor in the great uprising which was started by the Eastern, or Cossack, Ukraine against the Polish state in 1648, and which, according to most Polish historians, was the main cause of Poland's weakening and partition. See Bruckner, Brzezinski, Zach Krasuski. The Ukrainian-Polish antagonism did not abate, but, on the contrary, increased after the Polish partition, when in 1772 the territory presently known as Eastern Galicia, together with the Duchy of Krakow, Zator, and Oswiecim, the present Western Galicia, became an Austrian province. Then, for the first time in history, those two countries were united into one administrative unit under the new name Galicia. This was done by the Habsburgs solely for their selfish dynastic aims. It was the policy of their arbitrary government so to organize the provinces of their empire as to have in each province at least 2 nationalities to be played against each other and prevent either from achieving self-government. The Ukrainians on every occasion demanded that Galicia, the largest province of Europe, numbering 8 million people, be again divided into its natural components, the Western Polish and the Eastern Ukrainian. The Polish leaders opposed and succeeded in defeating this plan through a secret agreement with the late Emperor Francis Joseph I, made in the 70s of the last century, by which they pledged permanent support to the dynasty and its policies of suppression of the other nationalities of Austria-Hungary, and received full control of the provincial government of Galicia. This is shown incidentally by the demand of the Allied powers for the extradition of the present Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Belinsky, formerly Austro-Hungarian Minister of Finance and Governor of the annexed province of Bosnia, who is charged with responsibility for the Great War. This agreement was characterized in the Czechoslovak press as the great treason to the Slav cause in Austria. Had it not been for the complete and continued support which the Polish parliamentary group was giving to every administration in Vienna, there would have been a compact and great majority of Slavic deputies, Czech, Polish, Ruthenian, Slovene, and Serbo-Croat, as against the German dominant minority. The largest part of the progress of civilization in Ukrainian Galicia was achieved in direct opposition to the Polish-Austrian administration. The greatest effort of the Polish provincial government was extended in the interest of a forcible Polonization of the Ukrainians. During the Polish-Austrian regime, the principles of political democracy, of popular education, and of cooperative movement were ruthlessly and unscrupulously downtrodden. These principles grew hand in hand with the Ukrainian nationalist movement with which they were identical. The Ukrainian movement being forbidden in the former Russian Empire, Eastern Galicia, with its political and intellectual capital Leopold, Lviv in Ukrainian, Lemberg in German, became the center of the whole Ukrainian national movement, which developed with the intellectual and material forces of the whole of Ukraine, and attained greater strength under the so-called constitutional conditions existing in Austria after the year 1867. During this unremitting struggle against Polish domination, against class legislation, electoral frauds, corrupt courts, denial of suffrage, administrative abuses, and even religious intolerance, the Ukrainian people of eastern Galicia builded, step by step, the solid foundation of its economic, intellectual, and moral progress. Having established an entire system of cooperative associations, rural banks, educational societies, and private schools, higher education in public schools being denied to them in many localities, and having organized an Academy of Science in Lemberg and a strong democratic press, the Ukrainians have demonstrated the ability to govern themselves. Polish students of Galicia have testified that the level of civic and cultural development of the Galician Ukrainian farmer is higher than that of the Polish farmer of Western Galicia. Galicia, by F. Bujak, Krakow, 1908. When the Allied powers, deciding the fate of Austria-Hungary, recognized the right of several nationalities forming the Austro-Hungarian Empire to self-determination, the Ukrainian deputies to the provincial legislature and to the Viennese parliament, elected by general suffrage, terminated Austrian power in eastern Galicia on November 1, 1918, at the same time proclaiming the Western Ukrainian Republic in all the Ukrainian lands of the Habsburg monarchy, Eastern Galicia, Ukrainian part of Bukovina, and Ukrainian part of northern Hungary. Later, by unanimous vote, they united, on January 3, 1919, the Western Ukrainian Republic with the Ukrainian People's Republic, which had emerged from the ruins of old Russia. Against the exercise of this right of self-determination has arisen Poland, attempting to conquer eastern Galicia by force of arms. During the course of the resulting Polish-Ukrainian War, the Supreme Council of the Peace Conference, by its decision of March 19, 1919, ordered the two parties to make a truce and promised to, quote, hear the territorial claims of both sides, with a view to transforming the laying down of arms into an armistice, end quote. The Armistice Commission, instituted by the Supreme Council under the presidency of General Botha, proposed an armistice to the Ukrainians and the Poles, with a provisional line of demarcation, which the Ukrainians accepted, but the Poles refused. It will be remembered that since January 1918, the Ukrainian People's Republic has been in a life and death struggle with the Bolsheviki. All available Ukrainian forces have been dispatched against the invaders in an effort to prevent their overrunning the country. Suddenly, in the middle of May 1919, General Haller, with a Polish army organized in America of un-Americanized Polish immigrants, began an offensive against the Ukrainians, attacking them from the rear. In this manner, Poland took advantage of the critical condition of the Ukraine, a newly organized state, which not only had to defend herself on two different fronts, but also, as a result of the blockade, was almost devoid of munitions and supplies, and was ravaged by epidemics of typhus. Prior to the recent Polish conquest of eastern Galicia, the Associated Press of America repeatedly reported that there were no Bolshevists in eastern Galicia, that there was better order there than in Poland, and that the Jewish population was living in peace and harmony with the rest of the people, while at the same time there were pogroms in central Poland and in the western or Polish part of Galicia. The Polish occupation of Ukrainian eastern Galicia has the following facts to its record. The Ukrainian language has been barred from use in public life, and the Ukrainian press has been entirely suppressed. The Ukrainian schools, public as well as private, and other educational institutions have been closed, while the Ukrainian chairs at the Ukrainian-Polish University of Lemberg have been abolished. Ukrainian students have been excluded from the university in Lemberg by the decree requiring from every student a record of service in the Polish army. When Ukrainian professors attempted to organize private courses of higher education, the Polish government refused permission. The teachers of common schools in eastern Galicia who refused to pledge allegiance to the Polish state were sent to internment camps in Poland. Nearly all Ukrainian leaders have been arrested and herded into camps, most filthy and unsanitary and infected by typhus, dysentery, and other diseases. The life of those in the internment camps was made so miserable by denial of food, clothes, and medical attention that it looked as if the Polish government desired to get rid of them. Those conditions became the subject of severe criticism in the Polish Diet of Warsaw and of intervention on the part of Allied missions in Poland. The Polish Diet has passed a law by virtue of which the Polish agricultural population in Poland will be able, with the help of the state, to acquire for reasonable compensation the lands heretofore held in great estates. Yet the very same law attempts to preserve the great Polish landed estates in eastern Galicia, lest the Ukrainian farmers, by becoming the owners of these lands, may become economically independent. Courts-martial of Ukrainian civilians, on the bare suspicion of opposition to the Polish rule, burning down of Ukrainian churches, and shooting of priests, and the most inhuman treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war. 684 prisoners of war died during a period of 30 days in a single camp, out of a total of 6,000 or 8,000. All of these are facts which cannot be denied. The following is the latest evidence of the last-mentioned horrors. Quote, International Red Cross Committee on Conditions in Polish Prison Camps, Geneva, November 2nd, Swiss Telegraph Agency. The International Red Cross Committee announces, the worst news reaches us on the conditions in some Polish war prison camps. A commission composed of 2 delegates of the International Red Cross Committee, accompanied by a major of the Sanitary Corps of the French military mission, has visited 4 war prison camps at Brest-Litovsk, which last March contained 10,000 men, principally Ukrainians. Between the 10th and 11th day of October, there were hardly 4,000 men in these camps. From the 1st to 17th of October, 1,124 prisoners died. In the first part of August, about 180 prisoners were dying daily. These prison camps were veritable deathbeds. The losses have been caused mainly by dysentery, typhus, and insufficient food. Those who survived are in rags, insufficiently nourished, and sleep on wooden floors without any straw or covering. End quote. This shameless policy has been somewhat modified by the Polish administration only since the foreign press has taken up the subject, and when the moment approached for final decision by the Peace Conference of the future of Eastern Galicia. But to those who know the history of the Polish-Ukrainian relations in the past centuries, the unscrupulous suppression of Ukrainian nationality during the present occupation is only one chapter in the history of Polish attempts to subjugate Ukraine, showing what is to be expected from the Polish dominion over Ukrainian territory should Eastern Galicia be placed under the Polish rule, not provisionally only as now, but for 5, 10, or 25 years, as reported. There is nothing to indicate that the Polish administration in Galicia will change its long-established policy of extermination with regard to its Ukrainian subjects. Such change of heart has never yet happened in the history of European peoples. Neither will the Ukrainians change or ever cease their struggle for the liberty of their homes and the honor of their country. This incessant antagonism and strife between the Polish and Ukrainian population of the Polish Republic will not prove a source of strength, but of disunion and weakness of the state. In case of war, Poland will prove as weak an ally to its friends as Austria was to Germany. Not only the Ukrainians of Galicia, but those of the whole Ukraine will resent the Polish domination in eastern Galicia and will always strive to wrest it from Poland. The folly of attempting to build up a nation from the top by superimposing a government on unwilling peoples has been demonstrated from the dawn of history. It is exemplified in the histories of the Polish, the Russian, and the Austro-Hungarian empires. The peaceful cohabitation of the Ukrainians and the Poles, and the security of the peace of Eastern Europe, demand that the 3.5 million Ukrainians of Eastern Galicia shall not be torn away from their parental stock, the Ukrainian people. Any solution of the Eastern Galician problem made in violation of this fundamental demand cannot and will not lead to the accord of the two nationalities, nor secure and perpetuate the peace of Eastern Europe, and will inevitably destroy all political combinations based on such a solution. I have the honor to be, respectfully yours, Julian Baczynski, diplomatic representative of the Ukrainian People's Republic. End of Publication 7.
Publication 8 of Friends of Ukraine Publications. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Friends of Ukraine Publications by Various. Jewish pogroms in Ukraine. Authoritative statements on the question of responsibility for recent outbreaks against the Jews in Ukraine by Julian Baczynski, Dr. Arnold Margolin, Dr. Mark Vishnitzer, Israel Zangwill. Documents, official orders, and other data bearing upon the facts as they exist today. Forward. The following data has been compiled and issued by the Friends of Ukraine in the hope and belief that it will serve to set right before the American people any misunderstanding that may exist in this country concerning the true position of the Jewish inhabitants of the territory of the Ukrainian People's Republic, and to convince them that the government of that republic is earnestly working with every means in its power to ensure to its Jewish population the same civil and political rights and the same full measure of protection to life, liberty, and property that it guarantees to all law-abiding citizens. A dispassionate reading of the facts as herein presented, including the testimony of several among the world's most prominent Jewish leaders, is invited in the belief that it cannot fail to convince all fair-minded Americans that the Ukrainian People's Republic is founded upon these principles of justice and equality that inevitably shall result in a government of the people, by the people, for the people. The Jewish Pogroms in Ukraine and the Ukrainian People's Republic by Julian Baczynski, the Ukrainian diplomatic representative to the United States. A letter to the editors of American newspapers, published in October and November 1919 by the New York Globe, the Philadelphia Public Ledger, Brooklyn Eagle, St. Louis Jewish Voice, New Orleans Jewish Ledger, New York Hebrew Standard, Jewish Monitor of Fort Worth, Texas, Jewish Advocate of Boston, Massachusetts, New York Evening Post, and others. Dear Sir, will you grant me an opportunity to say what I know and what I feel about the Jewish pogroms in Ukraine? While all the distressing particulars of the tragedy and the number of mournful casualties are still to be ascertained, let us still hope that they have been smaller than reported in days of peril and anguish. The facts cannot and must not be denied or justified or excused. However, they should be more clearly understood by every Jew and by every Ukrainian, by the American democracy, and by the world at large. In the name of humanity and for the future of Ukraine, we should take a common stand, Jews and Ukrainians, that responsibility be fixed and punishments be brought to the guilty, that the wrongs committed there be righted, and that Ukraine be made a safe home for all its citizens, Jews and Gentiles alike. A republic by and for people of all creeds and races. I would be derelict to the duty laid upon me by my government and to the principles upon which it is acting and fighting if I should express any other opinion. Neither can I keep silent. The Ukrainian People's Republic is intended by the people and for the people of all creeds and races of Ukraine. Though guiltless, we owe it to a due regard for our own rights as a nation that we do not hide ourselves behind the excuse that we are not our brother's keeper. So sincerely do we believe in these things that I speak the mind and the wish of my government when I say that it is its earnest desire and purpose that full justice be done to the Jewish people in Ukraine in their time of distress and dismay. The government of the Ukrainian People's Republic is anxious that an international investigation, careful and detailed, without any political consideration and without favor or disfavor to anyone, should look into every crime committed on the blood-stained soil of Ukraine and establish the responsibility of the criminals. It is ready to accept any inquiry that may be made by America and by American Jews. It insists that the Ukrainian People's Republic, its aims as well as its ways and means, and the Ukrainian national movement in general, be included and submitted to a most scrupulous examination. I beg only the privilege that the heading of the indictment, Pogroms in Ukraine, may not by itself and not in advance imply a ready judgment upon the Ukrainian People's Republic and its government. They are protecting the land and the people of Ukraine against things that they cannot control or alter, namely the action of others. Since the very revival of Ukrainian national aspirations 150 years ago, Ukraine's struggle for freedom has remained uninfected by any jingoistic greed, nationalistic ambitions, or racial prejudices. Till the late decade, there was no such thing as a reactionary party in Ukrainian politics, because any form of allegiance to our nationality, and even the very name of Ukraine, was considered as evidence of disloyalty and treason against Tsarist Russia. When the growing strength of the Ukrainian national movement had begun to convert some of the reactionary elements, its main aims and objects were already safeguarded under revolutionary control. No quarrel with the Jews for several generations. I want you to realize that for several generations past, we've had no quarrel with the Jewish people. Of course, a handful of Jewish bourgeoisie lent themselves to support the Russian domination in Ukraine and the Polish rule in Ukrainian Galicia against the people and the democracy of their countries. For generations, no evidence can be traced out, either on Ukrainian nor on Jewish side, of any antagonism between Ukrainian national aspirations and the Jewish people, Jewish nationality, and Jewish life in our country. There has been no reason for any antagonistic tendencies. And yet a sinister spirit of pogroms rules throughout Ukraine. Was the spirit of Tsarist Russia. The administration, the bureaucracy, and the police of the empire, school, church, and yellow press were instrumental in setting the population of Ukraine against the Jews. It is a matter of common knowledge that Jews were persecuted and outraged and slain to avert growing dissatisfaction of the working man and the pauperized peasant, and to justify further repression of liberal elements. Many a Ukrainian pauper and many a Ukrainian scamp received their murderous weapons and their ignominious orders from the criminals much higher up. Ukrainian democracy, muzzled and strangled, was so deprived of any influence on what was happening under the Tsar's rule as the unfortunate victims themselves. Bonds of common interest between races in Galicia. In eastern Galicia, where in spite of oppression and persecution, the Ukrainian democracy has succeeded in controlling the feelings of the people, no outburst of racial hatred has ever been recorded. The proximity of Russia, Poland, and Romania, and the anti-Semitic efforts of the Polish administration notwithstanding. Moreover, during the last years, the Ukrainians and the Jews in Galicia have been drawn closely together by bonds of common interest and of mutual understanding. After the breakdown of the Russian Empire, the Ukrainian People's Republic has been established on the territory of Ukraine, and at the very inception of this republic, the first Ukrainian parliament, Central Rada, has abolished all racial restrictions enforced by the Russian government, and has proclaimed the principle of self-determination and of full liberty of self-development for all racial groups, carrying out these principles in practice. Being one of the principal racial minorities, the Jews in Ukraine have been granted by law full autonomy, and have had secured by the Ukrainian government all moral and material means that are necessary for the development of their nationality and for the advancement of their national culture. Jewish representatives have been invited and admitted to a real participation in government and to leadership in determining the destinies of the country. Our friendship was accepted without reservation, and I can say with a good deal of confidence that there was no Jewish faction in our country which did not admit that the Ukrainian People's Republic meant the realization of the best hopes and rights of the Jewish people in Ukraine. Looking forward in hope to days of reconstruction. I have no disposition to boast of what my government has accomplished in 1917. It has merely done its duty. We have always believed, and we still hope, that in days of reconstruction, the Jewish population of Ukraine will be of infinite service to the country. As a matter of course, they will become conscious of their moral partnership only when they experience the fullest freedom of their independent growth. We have waited many months for these days of readjustment and recuperation to come, and they have not come. It is very hard to say in quiet phrases what has happened in Ukraine since the revolution. War and disorder, devastation and confusion became the lot of the distracted country. The Ukrainian People's Republic has had to defend its very existence against German invasion, against Russian Bolshevik conquest, against Poland's noble legions, against Denikin's Cossack raids and the dark forces behind them, against internal strife, against marauding bandit gangs, against an economic ruin, against a complete breakdown and disaster. For the Jew, this disaster resulted in pogroms. Fairness and judgment as to who are the guilty. Who are the guilty ones? Who has to bear the ghastly responsibility? The errand I am bound on to America comprises no obligation to lie either for my country or for my countrymen. Before we condemn anybody, we have to sit in judgment upon ourselves. I must admit that information now in my possession fully establishes the fact that in one case, a very severe one, Praskurau, soldiers from the Ukrainian People's Army were the perpetrators. It was not upon the impulse of the government, nor upon a military command that they slew helpless people. It was not with knowledge of Simon Petlura, but against his strictest orders and against the purpose of the Ukrainian People's Republic. There is some evidence of old-fashioned provocation or of criminal mistake or willful disobedience on the part of the local commander and several other, fortunately less disastrous, cases. Just these cases, wherever the name of Ukrainian People's Republic or of Simon Petlura is involved, we want to be investigated first of all. But allow me to say, these are rather exceptional cases. Spirit of Tsarist Russia kept alive by dark forces. The spirit of Tsarist Russia is being kept very much alive, not only through the efforts of Denikin, his backers, but by the dark forces hidden throughout all the territory of the former Russian Empire, by the rank and file of the old Black Hundreds, by many others. It is the Russia of infamous memory against which the Ukrainian People's Republic is fighting for deliverance. It is also known that pogroms have been carried out in Ukrainian territory occupied by Russian Bolshevik armies. Jews have been robbed and driven from their homes and slain by Bolshevik marauders and by Soviet troops themselves, which are characterized by a great variety of discipline and of purpose. In western Ukraine, Galicia, and a part of Volhynia, Jews as well as Ukrainians themselves have been persecuted and outraged and starved out by invading Polish legions. Finally, large parts of Ukrainian territory seem to be a no-man's land where various bandit gangs are preying upon the people. They comprise adventurers and brigands mostly of, I am sorry to admit, Ukrainian language and descent, the same as lynching mobs in America consist of Americans. Little of disturbed area controlled by Ukrainian government. The bloody tide swept within its wave almost all the territory of Ukraine. Only a small part of this territory was controlled by the Ukrainian People's Republic. The pogroms in Ukraine took place during the winter and spring months. Even in December, the Ukrainian government lost the control of eastern Ukraine, and the Ukrainian army fought its retreat battles against advancing Bolshevik armies. Since February, the territory controlled by the Ukrainian government has grown still smaller, including only parts of Podolia and Volhynia, and by the end of winter the main body of the Ukrainian army. Speaking of pogroms, may I not insert that marauding soldier bands who tried to continue their work in Ukrainian Galicia have been put down and executed by the Ukrainian peasants themselves. The reconquest of Ukraine was begun in the summer, but still the Ukrainian People's Republic is in power only in Podolia, Volhynia, and in the government of Kiev, as far as the city of Kiev and the district of Oman. In this territory, I think I can say with confidence, the dangers are now past and overcome. The government of the Ukrainian People's Republic is willing to redress all wrongs committed against the Jews in Ukraine, even when these wrongs have been committed by its worst enemies, but it must decline any moral responsibility for innocent blood, to prevent the shedding of which it has done its utmost. The Ukrainian government not criminally negligent. But the question arises, has not the Ukrainian government been criminally negligent? It has not. The Directorate, the present Republican government, which has overthrown the Hetman regime, immediately after having assumed the power, reenacted the national autonomy law and called upon the population of Ukraine to regard the Jews as friends and as allies of Ukrainian democracy. Proclamation after proclamation against pogroms and order after order against evildoers have been issued. Millions of rubles in damages have been paid, and hundreds of murderers and provocateurs have been executed. There has been no Ukrainian government without Jewish secretaries being in it. Many of them are well-known Jewish labor leaders. All of them are true Jews, and whose word the Jewish world can have the utmost confidence. I deeply regret to say the government did not succeed even in exterminating all outlaw gangs. Some day it will be shown how they made their narrow escapes. Many a cutthroat found refuge by hissing the flag of Bolshevism or the image of Saint Russia. I instance only the most notorious cases of Mochno and Grigoriev. Mochno's bands were surrounded by the punitive forces of the Ukrainian government early in winter, after they made their first appearance in and around Katerinoslav, but they were rescued by the rapidly progressing Bolshevik advance. After having supported the Bolsheviks, Mochno joined Denikin and left Denikin to establish himself again independently. While changing his allegiance, he never stopped harassing Jews. The unspeakable Grigoriev revolted against the Ukrainian government, which tried to check his pogrom activities, and went over to the Bolsheviks and was appointed Bolshevik commander in South Ukraine. Then he betrayed the Bolsheviks and is now traitorously gathering the reactionary forces around him, the very same forces that had driven the Ukrainian people to revolution. Strongest possible government under the circumstances. The government of the Ukrainian People's Republic is not powerful enough, but there is no government anywhere, and there has never been a government which would prove stronger in these circumstances. The Ukrainian People's Republic was set up 30 months ago. The Directorate, the present government of the Ukrainian People's Republic, assumed the control 11 months ago. They are expected to organize and to reconstruct a country which has been disorganized and exhausted and corrupted by more than a century of czarist misrule. They are expected to assert the principles of right and humanity and to safeguard peace and security in spite of continuous war and revolution within and without. They are expected to do this while assaulted by three powers, each of them superior in arms, money, diplomacy, and propaganda. They are expected to do it while they have to bar the invading Bolshevik Russia. They are expected to do it while they are facing the eastward march of Polish imperialism to the west and the counter-revolutionary Russia to the east, both of them being supported and supplied with all the resources of Western Europe. They are expected to do it without any support from anywhere, with a peasant army in rags, and with only a strong will to protect their country for their weapon. Reliance and final victory for the people of Ukraine. It will be done. We rely on the people of Ukraine and on the final victory of justice and democracy, no matter how many times and by whom they were betrayed. But it could not be done right away. After you read the charges contained in documents which are being issued in Warsaw, or in Rostov, or in Moscow, use your own judgment. Ukraine is practically isolated from the rest of the world. The governments fighting the Ukrainian People's Republic disseminate the most foul charges against those they are trying to destroy. Recently, in correspondence emanating from Rostov, and from Paris, the war between Denikin's Russian army and the Ukrainian People's Army has been represented as a struggle for and against Israel. Denikin is protecting the Jews, and this is why Petlura, who is relentlessly against them, has declared war against Denikin. I ask you to supply your hard business sense. Can you think that these are differences between the Tsarist generals and the Ukrainian People's Republic, of which government for Jews are a trusted part, and a Jew is Assistant Secretary of War? Is this the issue? I know that on this side of the water, we have to face a very great deal of misjudgment with regard to our national aims and principles. Jewish inquiry invited in name of government. In the name of the Ukrainian government, Simon Petlura, President of the Ukrainian People's Republic, issued a special message inviting the representatives of the Jews outside of Ukraine to investigate the pogroms and the attitude which the Ukrainian government has been taking and is taking toward the Jews. This message has been delivered to the Jewish Committee in London. Acting upon instruction from my government, I extend this invitation to the American Jews. Their representative organizations are requested, through their representative men of their choice and confidence, to look into the sufferings of their brethren and sisters, to ascertain the causes and the consequences, to establish the responsibility and to take any steps it might be necessary to take to prevent future violence. American Jews particularly are asked to investigate. In particular, the responsible organizations of American Jews are requested to investigate whether the Ukrainian People's Republic is organized to brigandage and revolt against everybody and everything, or whether it has been founded to obtain independence of a long oppressed country, and whether the Ukrainian People's Republic is spreading racial hatred and intolerance, or whether it stands for equality, freedom, and free development of nationalities and undictated autonomous self-development of any race or nationality in Ukraine. Whether the Ukrainian People's Republic is warring upon the Jews, or whether the Jewish representatives are a responsible part of its government, and Jewish men are fighting side by side with their Ukrainian fellow citizens for Ukraine and for the common cause of all her people. Whether the Ukrainian People's Republic is guilty of crimes committed against the Jewish population, or whether it has spent every energy to keep the Jews in Ukraine out of danger, to punish the criminals and to heal the wounds of the sufferers. Widespread unprejudiced consideration is sought. It is earnestly hoped that the results of this inquiry may receive widespread unprejudiced consideration. I'm speaking for the Ukrainian government when I say that the investigation will meet with its support and approval, and I think that I can say with as much confidence that the investigators will find that all measures have been taken by the government to safeguard Jewish lives and interests and to secure to Jewish citizens of Ukraine the full enjoyment of their acknowledged rights. The Ukrainian People's Republic will live up to the hopes of so many of the best and truest Jews in Ukraine who put their trust in her. Soldiers of the Ukrainian People's Republic ordered to respect and protect the Jews. Daily order by the Supreme Commander to the troops by the Ukrainian People's Republic. To the troops of the Ukrainian People's Republic. Number 131, August 26, 1919. This order will be read in the divisions, the brigades, the regiments, the battalions, and the companies of the armies of the Dnieper and of the Dniester, and in the detachments of the insurgents. These sinister men of the Black Hundred and the Red Hundred are but one band. They are assiduously weaving the spider's web, provoking pogroms of the Jewish population, and on many occasions they have incited certain backward elements of our army to commit abominable acts. They thus succeeded in defiling our struggle for liberty in the eyes of the world, and compromised our national cause. Officers and Cossacks, it is time to know that the Jews have, like the greater part of our Ukrainian population, suffered from the horrors of the Bolshevik communist invasion, and followed the way to the truth. The best Jewish groups such as the Bund, the Unified, and the Poly Zion, and the Folks Party have willingly placed themselves at the disposal of the sovereign and independent Ukraine and cooperate with us. It is time to learn that the peaceful Jewish population, its women and children, have been oppressed in the same way as ours and deprived of national liberty. This population has lived with us for centuries and divides our pleasures and our sorrows. These chivalrous troops, who bring fraternity, equality, and liberty to all the nationalities of Ukraine, must not listen to the invaders and provocateurs who hunger for human blood. Neither can they remain indifferent in the face of the tragic fate of the Jews. He who becomes an accomplice to such crimes is a traitor and an enemy of our country, and he must be placed beyond the pale of human society. Officers and Cossacks, the entire world is amazed at your heroism. Do not tarnish it, even accidentally, by an infamous adventure, and do not dishonor our republic in the eyes of the world. Our enemies have exploited the pogroms against us. They affirm that we are not worthy of an independent and sovereign existence, and that we must be enslaved once again. Officers and Cossacks, ensure the victory by directing your arms against the real enemy, and remember that our pure cause necessitates clean hands. I expressly order you to drive away with your arms all who incite you to pogroms, and bring them before the courts as enemies of the state, and the tribunal will judge them for their acts, and the most severe penalties of the law will be inflicted on all those found guilty. The government of the Ukrainian People's Republic has addressed an appeal to all inhabitants of the country to resist the activities of our enemies who provoke the pogroms of the Jewish population. I order all troops to listen well, and to retain this appeal, and to spread it as much as possible among their comrades and among the people. Petlura, Commander-in-Chief. The Jews in the Ukraine. Interview appearing in the Jewish Chronicle of London, England, granted by Dr. Arnold Margolin, representative of the Ukraine at the Paris Peace Conference. Dr. Arnold Margolin, in explaining the position taken by the Jews towards the formation of the new state, said, "At the time of the proclamation of Ukrainian independence, the Jews were divided into two camps. On the one side were the Jewish assimilators, who had been brought up in an all-Russian political atmosphere, and who adopted a negative attitude towards the formation of the Ukrainian state. This party, which numerically was not important, was supported by a number of Jewish refugees from old Russia. On the other side were ranged the National Jews, the Zionists, Ituists, and Jewish socialist parties, who took up a favorable attitude. Those Jews who had national aspirations of their own could not but view with favor similar strivings on the part of a people which had hitherto lived in a position of tutelage. The principles laid down by President Wilson as to the rights of small nations were bound to be applied to the Ukrainian people. So far as the social program of the state was concerned, the Jews were also divided into two camps. One group, which was not very numerous, went hand in hand with the advanced parties of the left, which aimed at the exclusion of the bourgeoisie from state affairs. To this group belonged the left wing of the Bund and the Polai Zion. The other group took up the standpoint of those Ukrainian parties who supported the principles of a general franchise and who sought to apply to the Ukraine the political system which obtains in Western Europe. They eschewed utopian experiments and maximalist aspirations. Although there were these differences in regard to the social and economic conditions involved in the creation of the Ukrainian state, nearly all Jewish parties and organizations were united on the question of the right of the Ukrainian people to determine their ultimate political destiny on popular lines. What was the attitude of the Ukrainian authorities toward the Jews? Our representative asked. In the Ukraine, including Galicia, there are 3.5 million Jews, as compared with nearly 40 millions of the general population. The Jews thus form nearly 8% of the total inhabitants. On the initiation of the new regime, a central representative parliament was formed, composed of all parties in the country, including the Jews. About 70% of the seats on this body were held by Ukrainians proper, the remainder being allocated to representatives of the Jews, the Poles, and Russians. This parliamentary body showed its willingness to grant more concessions to Jews than had any other constituent assembly in history. It conceded autonomy to all minorities in the state, and 3 ministers were appointed for the affairs of these minorities, including the Jews. A noteworthy act of the parliament was to appoint a court of cassation, these judges being selected who had had the courage to oppose the Russian government in the Baylis trial. In April 1918, I was almost unanimously selected as a member of this court. Dr. Margolin further describes the changes which took place when the original Ukrainian government was overthrown and superseded by the government of Hetman Skoropadsky. At the end of April, the Hetman government came into power, and the central parliament was abolished. The autonomy of minorities was also withdrawn, but no serious inroads were made on the political rights of the Jews. The Court of Cassation was not disturbed, and the members were given the title of senator. A Jew, Mr. M. Gutnik of Odessa, was appointed Minister of Commerce. The Hetman regime lasted 8 months, and when it was overthrown by Petlura, the new government restored the autonomy of minorities and again appointed Jewish ministers. M. Goldeman, a member of the Polalai Zion, received an undersecretaryship, and I was appointed Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs. I retained my seat on the Court of Cassation, though I did not act in my judicial capacity while I held a portfolio. Jews were also included in the various diplomatic missions dispatched by the Ukraine government to foreign countries. Thus, Dr. Vishnitzer, a well-known historian and one of the editors of the Jewish Encyclopedia published in Russia, is one of the secretaries of the English mission. Jews are included in the press and secretarial sections of the French mission, and a Jew is one of the secretaries of the Dutch mission. The pogroms. How do you reconcile the outbreak of pogroms with this favorable attitude towards the Jews? There is this difference between the pogroms which have unhappily taken place in the Ukraine and those which occurred under the Tsarist regime. Whereas the latter were instigated and connived at by the authorities, the Ukrainian government has steadfastly set its face against the pogroms, and it has had no part in or responsibility for them. At the time of Petlura's coup d'etat at the end of November 1918, I myself read in numerous towns and villages in the Ukraine proclamations issued by the government strongly condemning pogroms, explaining to the people that the Jews were fellow citizens and brothers who were helping in the evolution of the Ukrainian state, and to whom the fullest rights were due. The proclamations declared that pogroms must tend to discredit the Ukraine in the eyes of the civilized world, and those who took part in them were no friends of their country. Unfortunately, after the Bolsheviks took Kiev and disintegration set in among the ranks of the Ukrainian forces, the worst element of the army started pogroms. Once more the government disavowed them, sentenced the perpetrators to death, expressed their deepest sympathies with the Jews, and promised the fullest compensation to the sufferers. I must unhappily admit that the last pogroms as to which I have information, those of February and March last, were very bad, thousands of Jews being killed. They were instigated by criminals, Black Hundreds, and Bolsheviks who wished to discredit the Ukrainian government. These events made a deep impression upon me, and at the end of March I tendered my resignation. I stated that I was aware that the government were not to blame for the pogroms, but that as a Jew, I felt that I could not retain an official position in a country where my brethren were being massacred. My resignation was not accepted, and the government begged me to continue to give my services, at least abroad. And I was appointed as one of a mission of 4 to represent the Ukraine at the peace conference, my colleagues being the former ministers M. Sidorenko, Paneko, and Shulgin. The prevalence of pogroms in the Ukraine may be partly attributed to the fact that the Ukrainians, although constituting a distinct political entity, were subject for 250 years to Russia, and have acquired as an evil inheritance what I may call the pogrom habit. It is at least a matter for satisfaction that there is no anti-Semitic tendency in the Ukraine government, which differs in this respect very notably from that prevailing in Poland. It is to the progress of democratic ideals in the Ukraine that we must look for the elimination of evil pogrom element. Justice and Polity Demand Fair Treatment of the Jews by Dr. Mark Vishnitzer, Jewish historian and editor of the Jewish Encyclopedia and the History of the Jewish People. After Ukraine had shaken off the centennial chains of foreign sovereignty, it was proclaimed as a free state. It was thought in leading Ukrainian circles that autonomic national rights should be given to the nationalities that have, since ancient times, been domiciled in Ukraine. Thereby peace would be secured among the different nationalities in the new state, and the cooperation of all the different tribes of people would be gained for the building up of the Ukrainian Republic. The scope of this decision can be appreciated when we remember what the Ukrainian people have suffered in the course of time from national suppression. But it was also wise, far-seeing, and beneficial to the state to win over the minorities to the cause of the new state, for those minorities, Russians, Jews, and Poles, have always been, and are still, in numbers, reputation, cultural development, and economical consideration, important factors in the country. Guarantees of the Ukrainian Parliament. In order to safeguard the national interests of the aforesaid nationalities, special state secretary offices were established. In the first so-called Universal, or Proclamation to the People, Central Rada, the Ukrainian Parliament, promised to protect the national rights of the minority nationalities. In the Third Universal, the Rada went still further and granted national personal autonomy to the Russian, Jewish, Polish, and other minority nationalities, and held out prospects of a special law in this respect being made. Thus, the Jewish question, which has been worrying most European countries, was solved in a clear and natural way. The experiences of latter years have proved to us that it does not pay to have a civil emancipation of the Jewish inhabitants. We realize more and more that the civil emancipation cannot be the final solution of the Jewish question, and that the recognition of all people as equally entitled members of a state is the consequence of the recognition of all nations as equally entitled factors in the progress of humanity. Thus, this demand, which the Jewish civil and socialist parties present with more and more force, is for the first time recognized as authorized and is fulfilled in Ukraine. The law proposed by the government has been elaborated by the Secretary of State for Jewish Affairs, and on January 9, 1918, it was unanimously passed by the Central Rada. In this law, it was solemnly declared that all people in Ukraine have a right to national personal autonomy, i.e., a right of independent determination of their national life, especially by means of national leagues composed of members of the respective nationality. The right to national personal autonomy is an inviolable right. This right cannot be denied any people in the Ukrainian Republic, and neither can it be restricted for those who enjoy it. The National League has a right to impose taxes on its members and to take all steps that it finds necessary to protect all cultural and other demands. Jewish life able to develop freely. Owing to the political conditions, the law has not yet taken effect, but during the 2 years the independent Ukrainian state has existed, public Jewish life has been able to develop freely. The Jews in Ukraine have the most extended national rights. The Jewish language is officially recognized. A Jewish ministry has been able to develop its activities. Jewish congregations have been able to thrive in freedom, and new Jewish schools have grown up. In the newly founded university at Kamenets-Podilska, the government has established a professor's chair for Jewish history and literature, and hereby the national rights of the Jewish people have been still more emphasized. Jewish aspirations peaceably attained. The government in East Galicia, the West Ukrainian Republic, has in every sense shown much understanding with respect to the demands of the Jewish inhabitants for autonomy. The Jews have here, as in Great Ukraine, without fighting and without any special exertions, attained what they have striven after and are still striving after in other countries, for instances in Poland and Romania. It was, at least lately, necessary at the peace conference to fight some of the Poles. The arrangement with the Poles contains a whole series of provisions with respect to political and national rights for Jews, but all these together cannot anywhere near equal the regulations of the Jewish question which have been established by the Central Rada in its grand law concerning national personal autonomy. There is lacking a central Jewish school system. There is even lacking an organ for Jewish autonomic organizations in the country. Even the nucleus of national autonomy is lacking. The Romanians even refuse to give the Jews the slight admission granted them by the Poles, but they will probably submit to the pressure exercised by the Allied powers. No matter how this turns out, the Polish agreement does not contain the provisions that the Jews are striving for. The Jews in Ukraine will lose much if the imperialistic aspirations of the Poles, Russians, and Romanians for Ukrainian land should become a reality. Israel Zangwill commends New Republic's attitude toward the Jews in Ukraine. A letter from Israel Zangwill, noted writer and president of the Jewish Territorial Organization, in reply to an invitation by the Ukrainian government to participate in the Commission for the Investigation of Jewish Pogroms in Ukraine, October 20th, 1919. The President of the Delegation of the Ukrainian Republic. Dear Sir, I feel highly honored at the invitation of the Ukrainian government to take part in the proposed Commission for the Investigation of Anti-Jewish Pogroms. But I am away in Wales, resting under medical advice, and do not feel the strength to undertake the journey. Moreover, if Dr. Yokelman, a member of the Council of the Jewish Territorial Organization, forms one of the members, my organization will be sufficiently represented. I take the opportunity of saying, however, that it needed not this step, nor even your honest admission of the deplorable facts as regards the towns, to convince me that your government is working hard, if not perhaps its hardest, to stop massacres for which the unsettled state of Russia is largely responsible. The national rights you have given to the Jews are a manifestation of true statesmanship, and in shining contrast with the Jewish policy of Poland, and I can only hope that your republic will be preserved to give the rest of the world an example of the strength and the exalted patriotism that comes from the cordial cooperation and mutual respect of all the varied racial and religious elements that make up a modern state. That these massacres, if they continue, will destroy your state no less surely than its innocent victims, adds to the regret with which I, as a supporter of the principle of self-determination, observe your present failure to suppress them entirely. Again, thanking you for the honor of your invitation. Sincerely yours, Israel Zangwill. End of Publication 8.
Publication 9 of Friends of Ukraine Publications. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Friends of Ukraine Publications by Various. Inhuman Blockade Strangling a Nation. Pestilence and famine threaten existence of 45 million souls. Their civilization is being blighted. It is the nation of Ukraine. Read in these pages, the prayer of women, being a message from these innocents to their sisters everywhere. International Red Cross Mission Report, describing epidemics, death, and famine of these stricken people. Ukraine, the sore spot of Europe. An illuminating story by Major Fisher Ames, Duxbury, Massachusetts. A letter from Ukraine, giving in lurid detail account of what the blockade has wrought. Letter from Ukrainian President to Supreme Allied Council, asking that blockade be lifted. 1920, published by Friends of Ukraine. A Prayer of Women. The Union of Ukrainian Women addresses the following appeal to women throughout the world. Dear Sisters, for 2 years the Ukrainian people have been fighting against their enemies for the right to live, for an independent Ukraine, but the powers will not recognize that right and are prolonging this sanguinary war. It is in vain. The entire Ukrainian population stands as one man for the independence of Ukraine. Every Ukrainian woman has risen in defense of her native home against the hereditary enemies. No one will be able to conquer this force. In these incessant fights our sons, our husbands, and our fathers fall in the field of honor. Epidemics are spreading. We have not the facilities necessary for saving our wounded and sick. They perish for want of medical aid, for it is forbidden to send medicines and dressings into Ukraine. We do not ask for material aid. Our country is rich in corn, and we have the wherewithal to pay for everything. But we address ourselves to you, our sisters, and implore you to make your voices heard in your governments, and to insist that the prohibition of the export of medicines and sanitary supplies to Ukraine shall be removed. Our sisters, you who mourn for your husbands and sons fallen on the battlefield in the defense of your country, may this prayer reach your hearts. And to you, happy wives and mothers whose husbands and sons have returned home and work for the reconstruction of your country, we confide the lives of our people. What international law sanctions this inhuman cruelty, which allows a people of 45 million souls to perish without medical aid? Women throughout the world, the Ukrainian women appeal to your heart and to your conscience. Introduction. Why have thousands of Ukrainians died from disease, pestilence, cold, and hunger, and from the rigors of needless war? Why are other millions of innocent men, women, and children at the gates of death? Why have they suffered agonies that cannot be told in words, misery that welcomes the relief of death? All this sorrow, famine, pestilence, death is largely due to the blockade. Ukraine is located in what was southern Russia under the Tsar. It is a republican government with area of 330,000 square miles and population of 45 million. The government was established in 1917 after the overthrow of the Tsar, with the seat of government at Kiev. Ukraine wants the blockade lifted in order that she may trade with other nations, obtain food and medicines, and reconstruct herself. So much the better if the blockade is lifted from all Russian territory, but she specially speaks for Ukraine, overrun by enemies. At the present time, Ukraine is mostly overrun by her enemies, the Bolsheviki on the north and east, and the Poles on the west. Her rich fields are the battlegrounds of contending forces, and her stores of grain and minerals are the prey of her enemies. If the blockade is lifted from Ukraine, her loyal people can take care of themselves. After the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, Ukrainian farmers drove the Germans out. The Bolsheviks came, and the farmers drove them out. Denikin came with his armies, and the farmers drove him out. Now the Bolsheviks are back, and they will be driven out. More than 70% of the people of Ukraine are Ukrainians. They will never submit to any foreign domination. In 1654, the Poles, Turks, and Russians were their enemies, all contending for this rich area belonging to this distinct nationality, the Ukrainians. Overwhelmed, they united with Russia, Muscovy, but were to have autonomy. The Tsars disregarded all agreements. The Ukrainians made several attempts to free themselves, and finally autocracy was overthrown and Ukrainians regained their freedom. The subsequent Russian governments tried to subjugate them. Just now the Bolsheviks are invading Ukraine and hold the principal cities and the railroads, but the villages and rural sections are held by the Ukrainians, and the fight for freedom continues. This is Ukraine's prayer. Ukraine's plea to the world is that she be given a chance, that there be rendered to Ukrainians that which belongs to Ukrainians, that her innocent people no longer be starved and smothered by an inhuman blockade. When the facts are known, no valid and humane reason can stand why a civilized world should strangle to death this struggling nation. There is plenty of evidence of the conditions that exist in Ukraine. The International Committee of the Red Cross sent a mission to Ukraine. Major Ledery, head of that mission, filed a report setting forth in lurid detail some of the terrible afflictions of this people. Because of its official nature, it is here published almost in full. It is well worth reading from beginning to end. There are parts of it that would almost move to tears one with a heart of stone. The women plead. Read the prayer of women in this pamphlet. They are just folks like us all, mothers, wives, sisters, and daughters, praying that they and their loved ones may be delivered from unspeakable grief and enjoy some of the peace that God intended should be the share of all. Then there is the letter from V. Andreevsky, written from the heart of Ukraine. Read it and then determine whether you think these distressed and tired people should be deprived of medicine and food. Do not overlook the article by Major Fisher Ames, Duxbury, Massachusetts, well known to Americans. He tells what the American Red Cross Commission to Europe discovered in this blockaded area. What Ukraine wants is told in President Petler's appeal to the Allied Council. Let us end this travail. Let us lift this inhuman blockade. There can be no peace on earth while pestilence and misery afflict millions of people. If statesmen think so, God have mercy on their souls. 45 million people facing disease, starvation, and death, reports Ukraine Red Cross investigator. Vivid account of the horrors, pestilence, and famine that afflict Ukraine is given in a report by the International Red Cross Mission to Ukraine. The report, in part, which goes into details as to suffering, needs of the people, and the local causes of the terrible conditions, follows. Report of the International Red Cross Mission on the sanitary situation of Ukraine. Documentations lacking. It has been most difficult for me to obtain exact documentation upon conditions in Ukraine because of the state of extreme disorganization in which the country is at this moment. Statistics either do not exist at all, or they are inapt to give a real idea of the situation. I visited 10 hospitals in Mohyliv, Shimerinka, Proskuriv, and Kamenets-Podilsky. The principal data here set forth were obtained by talks with the military staff of those institutions. I distributed a questionnaire at the different hospitals. In this way, those in charge of nearly all the sanitary institutions of Ukraine were enabled to help throw light on the subject. Sanitary organizations. Mr. Ivan Rychlo, the chief surgeon of the Ukrainian army, uses 4 physicians, and his jurisdiction extends over the front, while the rear depends directly upon the War Office. In Galicia, the chief surgeon of the army, Dr. Borochinsky, has under his direction 3 physicians. Nearly all the hospitals have been militarized, and you may find even women among the patients of a military lazaret. The hospitals belong either to the cities or to the Zemstvos boroughs or to the Red Cross. At Mohyliv are a Jewish hospital and a military lazaret. All these establishments receive their principal means of subsistence from the state. Originally, the Zemstvos gave free medical help to the population. Now they accept none but pay patients. Patients pay in money or in food for their beds, consultation, and medicines, and furnish their own bandage material. Consequently, the main part of the civilian population remains without medical help. From the standpoint of the struggle against epidemic diseases, this circumstance is very important, because the poor classes who are more easily subject to the contagion receive no help. I think that a short extract from Dr. Ilnitsky's report upon the sanitary organization of the Zemstvos will be welcome here. The whole territory of the government of Podolia, 4,524 square miles, with its population of 4.5 millions of inhabitants, is divided in 400 medical districts, supervised by the local Zemstvos. These districts used to have a doctor, 2 or 3 Samaritans and midwives, and a like number of subaltern medical attendants. About 60 of those districts possessed a small hospital of 10 or 15 beds for non-contagious diseases, and 5 or 8 for epidemic diseases. The other districts possessed no hospitals and had only ambulatories. Formerly, when Zemstvos could give gratuitous medical help, the district physicians stood a chance. By isolating the infectious patients and adopting proper sanitary measures, of averting the dangers of disease spreading over the country. In case of greater or more serious epidemics, the Zemstvos used to build isolating barracks and act with the utmost energy. The material means for this kind of struggle were furnished by the Zemstvos taxes. The state shared these expenses only in cases of extraordinary danger. Since 1916, owing to the rising prices for nourishment, the growth of epidemics, and the general disorganization they have brought with them, the Zemstvos are forced to apply for help to the state exchequer. Nowadays, when, as a matter of fact, all the Zemstvos organizations depend upon the subsidies of the state itself is unable to struggle with any efficiency against the epidemics which are increasing daily. Reasons that contribute to the development of epidemics. 1. The lack of knowledge by the population, which is completely in ignorance of the most elementary notions of hygiene. 2. The requisitions of sanitary materials. The German troops, for instance, left to the people but a third part. Then there came other troops which continued to lay drugs under requisition until the pharmacies were nearly exhausted. 3. The mobilization of the medical staff. The medical staff being constantly enlisted for the needs of the army, the civilian population remained without sanitary attendance. 4. The militarization of the civilian hospitals has rendered the situation still worse. The patients remaining in their homes communicate the infection to those surrounding them. 5. The government of Podelia is situated very near to the front. The circumstances prevented it from easily receiving help, while on the other side every new army brought new epidemics. 6. At the end of the war, the disorganized and dislocated Russian armies passed through Ukraine, taking with them or simply destroying the stores of sanitary material and leaving sick soldiers instead. 7. The desolated economic situation and the general misery caused by the war. The population, weakened by privations of all kinds, became easily the prey of epidemics, and the lack of soap, linen, and disinfecting materials prevented the possibility of striving against them efficiently. The situation is getting worse daily. Pauperism becomes more and more intense. The prices are growing steadily, so that most of the necessaries of life, which cost now about 500 times more than at the beginning of the war, are quite out of reach for the main part of the population. 8. The return of the demobilized men to their homes, which have in some cases been spared until now. 9. The sanitary staff, which is particularly exposed to contamination, has succumbed to the sicknesses, and there is nobody to take its place. A physician told me that he had to do only with dilettantes, trained staff lacking altogether. The material conditions in which this staff, overburdened with work, is living are not fit to protect them from infection and disease. The physicians are real paupers. They get the same nourishment as the patients and the nurses, but they receive for their other needs and for supporting their families 1,000 carbovancies a month. The nurses receive 720 carbovancies a month. 10. The penury of means of transportation. The physicians have no horses to effectuate their visits. The ways are impassable for motor cars, and the latter are lacking too. The railways circulate only for army needs, and that too very rarely. The negligence of the railway workers is such that between Proskurev and Zhemerinka, where there is hardly a train in each direction, once every 3 or 4 days, there was a collision with our train, 1 car was totally destroyed, and 4 men killed. In this place I must also mention the fuel crisis. There is much wood. The hospitals have even the right to get it gratuitously, but the prices for transporting it are so high that the hospitals have been obliged to abandon this source of fuel. At Zhemerinka they felled the trees that gave some charm to the hospital gardens, but within a short time this source of supply will be exhausted. 11. The connection between the administrative centers and the administrative districts nearly failing, the problems of help is most difficult. Relief of measures difficult. I do not think that I have enumerated all the contributing causes which have overwhelmed Ukraine with epidemics, but I think that I have mentioned the principal ones of them. Some measures of relief ought to be adopted. It will not suffice, however, to send sanitary staffs and materials. It will first of all be necessary to bring some order to organize the state of things if any success in the struggle against epidemics is to be obtained. It seems to be a nearly insurmountable difficulty. The sanitary situation. Last year, exanthematical typhoid fever and the Spanish grippe had a most terrible effect upon the population. Dr. Gromancheski states that almost everybody was infected. In villages of about 2,000 to 3,000 souls, half of the people suddenly contracted exanthematical typhoid fever, and 10 or 20 would die daily from its effects. In some of the villages, 10 or even 13% of the inhabitants died. There was almost no medical care. During the last winter and spring, the Zemstvos sent sanitary detachments about. But when in every house there is at least one patient who should be completely isolated, 50 or 60 beds amount to nothing, and one single disinfecting apparatus can be of no use whatever when used on 10,000 or 13,000 people. There were physicians who had to attend to a territory of from 40 to 50 kilometers, 25 to 31 miles, in diameter. One must have seen the paths, they cannot be called roads, of this country to know what that means. Doctors who had to treat about 20,000 or 30,000 patients and could get no medical supplies generally had to give moral encouragement to their sick. Conditions worse now. This was last year, but this year it was even worse. Typhoid and other epidemics are increasing to unknown proportions, the means of fighting them decreasing daily. Last year there were few, but some medical supplies. Now there are practically none. Of the sanitary personnel, 20% are dead. They died at their tasks, defenseless victims of the typhoid. Those who remained alive were mostly drafted, and the civilian population who had already been deprived of their hospitals had nobody to care for them. Then came the typhus recurrens, which is having terrible effects at this time. The horrible part of it is that one may contract it several times. I have been told of a Red Cross soldier who had it twice, and who also had exanthematical typhoid fever. Dr. Gromancheski writes me that there are hospitals the whole personnel of which is sick. He also states that there are villages with many houses, every inhabitant of which has died. Speaking of the terrible agony of Ukraine, a physician sorrowfully depicted the situation by these terrible descriptive words. You see, it is this way. The sick are awaiting death, and we who are still in good health expect the disease. One only is able to understand the force of these few words if he has seen the despair of the healthy and the deep misery of the sick. One must have passed through those hospital rooms that smell of rotten straw, have felt on oneself the deep-set, haggard eyes of the feverish patients, have seen the unhappy people suffering from dysentery. One must have observed how they writhe themselves on their wooden couches, almost unable to keep from screaming. Generally, their bed consists of two supports carrying some planks with a thin sack of straw or chopped wood, and on top a sheet gray with dirt. The patient on this couch often has not the smallest blanket to cover himself. At the Mohyliv Hospital, the sick had only sacks for covers. As wood is scarce and strictest economy must be observed because of the coming coldest period, the windows are but rarely opened. Instead of glass panes, they sometimes have wood planks or pieces of cardboard. The smell is indescribable, as well as the general condition. Groans answer priest's liturgy. One of my most emotional experiences was a mass held in the cholera ward. The priest's liturgy was answered by agonized groans of about 30 sick, whose rags were as contrastful to the splendid ceremony vestments of the priest as the incense was with the terrible air of this hell. But the worst memory of all is that of the medical center of distribution of Smyrinka. Sick soldiers, pale, stumbling, weak, would almost crawl to the central station, where other sick already were assembled, filling the room completely. Some of them who had fainted on the way were lying outside. There were about 2,000 in a building intended for 200 patients at the utmost, dying of hunger, for there were not enough people to take care of them. Some of them died after having waited 4 or 5 days in the same place, for they had not had strength left to move. The agony of those must have been terrible. Those who were able to do so escaped, and they would infect the towns with the epidemic, entering anywhere, lying down in hallways, on staircases, in front of doors. Everywhere you could see these erring phantoms, their eyes without force, everywhere, even on the railroad tracks, where they hoped to find a train. Where to? They did not care. Their only intention was to get away. 2 of these poor invalids who had boarded our train were found dead the next morning. One of them had slipped into one of the disinfecting apparatuses. I do not intend to continue a description which my pen is unable to make as forceful as it should be. None but Dante could do it. And yet I wish with all my heart to transmit the emotion I felt at these terrible sights. Why do we fortunate complain? These hospital visits made upon me a lasting impression. I am sorry that the people who complain of the hardships of the present time are not able to see the ragged people of this country wearing underclothing that is foully dirty, for there is no soap, and laundry facilities are lacking. Some of them had kept their boots on, probably for fear of the cold. I have been told that many patients had their feet frozen in bed. I saw one soldier suffering from typhoid fever to whom this had happened. Some of the typhoid wards reminded me of a tailor's workshop. Sitting on their beds with crossed legs, holding their covers or their clothes in their hands, they were searching them for vermin, which are everywhere. As long as one is in Ukraine, it is absolutely impossible to escape these pests. You may understand how great the danger of infection is if you know that both typhoid fevers, the recurrens and the exanthematical, are transmitted by insects. Proportion of the different epidemics among the civilian population of Podelia. In 1918, upon a population of 4.5 million souls, about the population of Switzerland, there have been registered 20,000 cases of exanthematical typhoid fever, 12,000 cases of abdominal typhoid fever, 21,000 cases of influenza. But Dr. Ilnitsky believes that these data to be far below the actual numbers, and believes the total of all cases of epidemics for 1918 to be about 100,000. For 1919, the military situation having changed considerably, the statistics are only drawn for one half of this government. To be able to establish a base of comparison, the following data must be doubled. In October, 60,000 cases of exanthematical typhoid fever have been registered. In former years, the whole government of Podelia never had more than 10,000 cases a year, and 80,000 cases of typhus recurrens, formerly 60 to 70 cases. Dr. Ilnitsky believes the mortality to be about 4 or 5%. Mortality in an epidemics hospital. At the epidemics hospital at Kamenets-Podilsky, in a period of 4.5 months, from July 1, 1919, to November 13, 1919, 272 of 3,704 patients, or 7.3%, died. In what terrible proportions the peril is increasing appears in the fact that for October alone the mortality amounted to 9.6%. Cholera made its appearance in Ukraine in October, and the mortality rate is 58%. Epidemics may spread to other nations. These very expressive data need no comment. They are more apt than my pen to tell the very serious sanitary situations in Ukraine and to narrate the terrible danger to the neighboring countries. As yet, other peoples do not seem to have understood what peril awaits them. The Poles and the Romanians, absorbed by their problems of interior and exterior policy, seem to shut their eyes so as not to see the terrible epidemics which are about to cross their borders. The only proof I need give of this, as concerns Roumania, is the fact that the subaltern government officials at the border did everything they could to hinder and embarrass us. Of course, our expedition to Ukraine was but a very small help, but I dare not apply the proper term to human beings who for purely formal reasons detained us for 21 days. 21 days! How many people could we have helped in that valuable space of time? How many human beings might we have saved? But what is that when a functionary wants to satisfy his bureaucratic instincts? I have been told that if I had used other means than the purely legal ones, I might have interested the customs officials in our philanthropic mission, and the police might have been interested too. What is needed? I now come to the practical part of our mission. This also ends my report. In the conference which was held 2 days before our departure at the Public Health Ministry, we discussed mostly the means of helping to better the situation. I now bring, classified as to their respective urgency, the wishes which were voiced and which I undertook to transmit to the International Committee of the Red Cross. Sanitary personnel is necessary. A. To secure the cooperation of from 100 to 300 physicians, who must be accompanied by sanitary personnel of second class, nurses, etc., if at all possible, Ukrainians or Slavs, as the language question is of great importance. They must be told that their position shall be a most difficult one. B. To give adequate help to the medical personnel, to make them suffer less hardships, and to enable them to fulfill their hard task. To this effect, the Ukrainian government must be most urgently pressed to increase the salaries. The personnel must be provided with the clothing and medical fixtures they need. C. To send as many hospitals as possible, at least 10. These hospitals must consist of about 200 beds, and they must be provided with the necessary personnel and materials. The Ukrainian government must undertake not to send these hospitals farther into the country. The neighboring states would be highly interested in safeguarding themselves in this way. Materials. Classified as to their urgency, there are needed: A. Bedding, at least 10,000 blankets, 10,000 mattress sacks for hay, 20,000 pillow covers, 30,000 bed sheets. B. Clothes and linen, 30,000 shirts, 30,000 underdrawers, 20,000 towels, 20,000 dressing gowns, 20,000 pairs of stockings, 3,000 operation blouses for personnel, 2,000 white operation blouses for physicians, 10,000 pairs of slippers. C. Disinfection. From 10 to 100 simple movable steam disinfecting engines, 200 portative pulverizators, like those used in vineyards, disinfecting chemicals, formalin 2 carloads, sulfur 1 carload, phenic acid 1 carload, sublimate 1½ tons, liquid green soap 3 carloads, Lysol 8 tons. D. Medicaments. Special Annex List. E. Instruments. 10,000 thermometers, 1,200 syringes, numbers 13 to 22, 1,000 meters Kochuk exhausting tubes, 2,000 Kochuk ice bags, diameter 20 centimeters, 600 Kochuk physician's gloves, 1,200 finger stalls, 3,000 Kleister pumps, 300 Richardson hand pulverizators, 5,000 square meters of Kochukated linen, 2,000 record syringes for 1 gram, 1,000 record syringes for 2 grams, 1,000 record syringes for 3 grams. Transportation. Considering the present transportation difficulties, the numerous card changes, and the negligence of the shippers, the following remarks should be taken note of, so that the materials arrive in good condition. A. The boxes must be packed very carefully, as they were to be sent overseas. B. They must neither be too heavy nor too big, nor like those we took along. C. Some medicaments of extreme urgency and of small size might be sent by airplane. Credits. The purchases and shipments of materials shall be attended to by the Ukrainian foreign missions under the patronage of the IRCC. At the present time, the following goods should be imported. A. From Romania, rolls of bandages, which probably are the former property of the Russian army, and for which the Ukrainian government offered as a compensation 3,156 poods, i.e., 50½ tons of sugar. B. Also from Romania, a bacteriological laboratory which the Romanian professor Cantacuzene had put at the disposition of his Romanian colleague Zabalatny, and which is presently at Czernowitz. C. From France, the sanitary material belonging to a lot of merchandise which the Ukrainians have bought from the American Liquidation Commission for about $8 million. D. From Germany, the bedding, medicaments, and caoutchouc which Dr. Kolodny, who is at present at Berlin, is to buy and to pay for out of a sum of 2 million crowns which were deposited at the Wiener Bank a month ago. E. From Austria, a second sanitary train. I have been told that the Ukrainian mission at Vienna has at its disposition a sum of 10 million marks for that purpose. Promised aid did not materialize. An American mission visited Ukraine at the beginning of October and promised to send by the 20th of the same month some Neil Salvarsan for the treatment of the typhus recurrens, opium dilutions for dysentery, and different oils, castor, glycerin, etc. A month later nothing had been sent, and nothing had been heard from or about the mission. As the Minister for Public Health, Mr. Odrina, footnote, Odrina, the Ukrainian Minister of Public Health, as well as the head of Ukrainian Red Cross, Vyacheslav, died recently of typhus, Fu, in footnote, was sick, his representative told me that the minister would gladly accept any request for credits which might be made by the IRCC to the effect of bettering the public health of Ukraine. Signed, Major Lettery, Chief of International Red Cross Mission to Ukraine, Vienna, December 10, 1919. Ukraine, the sore spot of Europe. Editor's note: the conditions in Ukraine are of great concern to people everywhere. This country has been called the sore spot in Europe. The American Red Cross Commission to Europe took cognizance of this, and Major Fisher Ames, Duxbury, Massachusetts, eminent lawyer and author, writing from Warsaw, Poland, made Ukraine the subject of a special article. He describes conditions that should appall the civilized world. Major Ames' story of this stricken nation's tribulations and hardships is here published. By Major Fisher Ames, American Red Cross Commission to Europe. An epidemic of bubonic plague is reported from villages on the right bank of the Dniester, in Ukraine, 12 kilometers from the Romanian border. The news hardly comes as a surprise to those familiar with the history of this country during the past few years. The territory formerly controlled by the Ukrainian general Petlura is probably the unhealthiest spot in Europe today. This is not due to any fault of Petlura's, but mainly to the vicissitudes of war, which swept the area with exceptional virulence and frequently leaving deplorable conditions in the wake of each of its waves. 6 years of war. Representatives of the American Red Cross, who recently investigated the situation there, found that the rumors that had leaked out were based on solid fact. Considering the war record of the Ukraine, this is not remarkable. It has been the scene of fighting since 1914. In this area was anchored the southern end of the Russian line, the longest battle line the world has ever seen. At an early period the Russians made an advance in Bukowina, but were soon driven back. Later they made a stronger thrust, and sweeping through Bukowina, reached the Carpathian Mountains and looked down upon the Valley of Hungary. The rapid victories of Mackensen ousted them from this territory in 1915. Then followed varying fortunes. The Germans and Austrians, successful for a while, were forced back in their turn. One can imagine the state of this wretched country, over which opposing armies were alternately advancing and retreating. Towns and crops were destroyed, and supplies of all kinds were confiscated. diseases were spread broadcast. With the collapse of the Russian army in 1917, the country became the scene of a wild retreat, when thousands upon thousands of soldiers, armed and desperate, who sought to regain their distant homes, lived on what they could buy or seize on the way. There was no order, no discipline whatever. The Bolshevist revolution began in November of that year. Many of the stranded Russian army became infected with its doctrines and joined the Bolshevists. It was a time of terror in Ukraine. Ukraine declares independence. In December, the Bolshevists, through their leaders, Trotsky and Lenin, made peace with Germany at Brest-Litovsk. A month later, the Ukraine declared itself a republic and also came to an understanding with the same power. But this was hardly effected when the Germans entered and occupied Ukraine, placing one Skoropadsky, a creature of their own, in authority. Skoropadsky held on until the overthrow of the whole German structure in November 1918. Simultaneously with the signing of the armistice in the West, the Ukrainians with Petlura at their head rose up against Skoropadsky and drove him from his place. Petlura then expelled all the German troops from the Ukraine, and once more there was a devastating movement of troops across the country, with its inevitable residue of the disease always accompanying such large bodies of men. Petlura, now left to face the Bolshevist onslaught, had no strong force with which to check it, and in January 1919 he lost the important city of Kiev. His army was cut in two, and one half rapidly retreated in the direction of Odessa, while Petlura himself with the other half was driven westward and eventually into Galicia. Here he was later joined by the rest of his soldiers, whom the Romanians permitted to pass through Bessarabia. In June he left his headquarters at Tarnopol, and moving suddenly into Ukraine, seized Kamenets, from which point he began an advance that ended in the capture of Kiev from the Bolshevists. He held Kiev only a few hours. This time it was Denikin and the Russians that opposed him, and they forced him to take a hurried evacuation and return to Kamenets. The tide turned so strongly against him that he was soon obliged to flee, and he sought an asylum in Poland. But today he is in the field again, and Ukraine is still exposed to the horrors of war. The innocent suffer. From this brief synopsis, it is possible to understand something of the hardships to which the country has been subjected. Without probing into the question of who is right and who is wrong, one can feel sympathy for its people, particularly for the children and those unfortunate citizens who have taken no part in the fighting, but have suffered equally from the acts of soldiers of all the armies. Hospitals of a sort are scattered throughout the country, but because of the lack of physicians, nurses, and medical supplies, many of them are not operating. The patients are mainly soldiers, and the sick civilian has a poor chance of entering one or of receiving any kind of professional aid. In consequence, the death rate among the little villages is exceedingly high. One would be tempted to believe, after reading the report of the Red Cross representatives, that admittance to most of these Ukrainian hospitals was by no means an advantage. They seemed like mere accumulations of unrelieved misery and dangers. The Red Cross report on any one of them applies with equal force to all the rest. The patients are fed from old and broken dishes. No mattresses, sheets, or blankets for the beds. No cotton, gauze, or pharmaceutical supplies. Sometimes a scanty amount of bread or oats, but no other food. The window glass missing, and the windows boarded up to the permanent exclusion of light and air. There's little or no fuel, and shivering patients are scattered out on bare boards. At one town, 650 patients were lying in a cold barracks awaiting their turn to be moved into the hospital, and outside the town 1,500 were sick in their homes. There was no means of disinfecting these homes, and typhus and dysentery were spreading rapidly. An epidemic of dysentery is expected this winter. At another receiving station, 200 sick were waiting. There were only 2 beds. One of the larger hospitals had 1,370 patients ill with typhus and dysentery, and 50% of the personnel were down with one disease or another. The patients here did not change their clothes for 3 or 4 weeks at a stretch. The majority of the beds were boards. The storeroom had bottles, but nothing in them, says the report. The few surgical instruments were old. Medicines, when any could be procured, brought the following prices: quinine 3,000 rubles per kilogram, aspirin the same, cocaine 50,000 rubles, and neosalvarsan 900,000 rubles. At another hospital no new garments had been received since 1914, and those in use were literally in rags. There were no medicaments here, no soap, no bandages. The X-ray apparatus could not be run because there was no oil for the dynamo. Hospitals filthy. At Smerinka, 1,800 men awaiting places in the hospitals were lying in cars and on the ground alongside the railroad tracks without bedding and practically without attention of any kind. The poorest of the food was being served at the hospitals on unwashed dishes. Flies and filth were everywhere, and the closely crowded wards emitted the stench of pig pens. More than 100 men lay on the bare floor of a certain receiving room, about 60 feet long by 20 feet wide. Filthy attendants were serving them with wet wheat in 6 or 7 dishes, which passed unwashed from hand to hand. Their condition was no worse, however, than that of the 1,059 sufferers who had been crowded into a hospital built for 210. 3 doctors and 1 of the attendants had recently died of typhus at this place, and 4 doctors and 29 of the sanitary personnel were ill. The food given to the dysentery patients consisted of bad milk and soup made from oats. Wooden and pewter spoons were the only utensils, and there were only 242 plates for all the sick. Many of the men, including the dysentery cases, lay on the floor. The rooms were filthy beyond description. There were no pharmacy supplies. The generally unsanitary conditions are partly accounted for by the fact that few of the hospitals, or the towns in which they were situated, had an adequate supply of water. Soap and disinfectants were also lacking. One hospital was not able to provide its patients with supper at the time of the Red Cross representative's visit because of the lack of water. Spotted typhus was especially prevalent here, and most of those taken down with the disease died of it. There was a great deal of typhus throughout the countryside, brought there by the soldiers who had spread it from village to village. In one village of 2,000, practically all the inhabitants had contracted the disease. Water and fuel scarce. The extreme scarcity of wood and coal have entailed great suffering. Few of the hospitals or homes are adequately heated, and the cooking of food is often a problem. Cases exist where hospitals are practically without water, because the lack of fuel prevents them from using the steam pumps attached to their deep artesian wells. A large receiving station, to which as many as 2,000 patients had been brought in one day, had little or no water or fuel. Nor was it better off in other respects, for it had no nurses and only 3 doctors. It did have, however, a force of soldier help, but fully half of them were ill themselves. Many typhus patients were wandering about aimlessly in the vicinity of the station, not knowing where to go or what to do. A group of 70 wretched creatures huddled forlornly together on the railroad track. Children have starved. During the past year, 25% of the children between 1 and 5 years of age died for the want of food. If proper nourishment is not given to the remainder, the mortality will be appalling. Mr. Kiseloff, vice president of a local chapter of the Polish Red Cross, informed the American Red Cross representative that if the people of his town did not receive aid soon, a great many would die. The same cry was raised in all directions. All the inhabitants of the cities are living on the verge of starvation, and 10% of the peasants are destitute. 1/3 of the people of the towns are without shoes or clothes, unless rags count as such. 90% of the children are unable to attend school for this reason. The lack of salt is another serious factor. If this need is not relieved, there is great danger of an epidemic of scurvy. The whole system of social relief has broken down. The people are worn out by war, and the formerly wealthy subscribers to charitable organizations are now impoverished. Hundreds of thousands of individuals are separated from their families or homes, and of those fortunate enough to have a roof over their heads, many have little else. Furniture, linen, cooking utensils, even doors and windows, all have formed the spoils at one time or another of the various armies. Details of terrible distress Inhuman blockade has brought. A letter from Ukraine. As long as head and stomach are in peace, all is well. The head and stomach of Ukraine have forgotten peace. In Ukraine is going on not only the war of the Bolsheviki or the Denikinists with the people, but also the war of the hungry people of the city with the village. The city does not give anything to the village and cannot give anything, except paper money and that of municipal make. There is now a special currency in the merest crossroads settlements. The blockade has absolutely ruined commerce, the whole manufacturing industry, and has thrown upon the streets the hungry workers and clerks. The city is dying. A year more, probably half a year, and Kiev and Odessa will become graveyards. That is what happened to Moscow and Petrograd not so long ago. There will be a revolutionary order and revolutionary discipline, because there will be no one left to strive. In 6 months of Bolshevik rule in Kiev, they shot 30,000 of intelligentsia and workers. In Odessa, 20,000. And one does not know who is better off, those who have been executed, or those who are dying of hunger, cold, and epidemics. The city was the brains of the land. During the last year there was not published one scientific treatise by the Ukrainian universities. Nobody cares about science when he is hungry. Laboratories are closed. There are no funds to conduct clinics. The people are not being educated. Who cares to learn when the well-educated are condemned to the death by hunger? And a student requires a few thousand of carbovancies a month for living. High schools are extinct. Somewhere in towns, the primary schools lead a miserable existence. The hungry intelligentsia try to keep there a weak flame of culture. Bookstores are closed. Libraries robbed. Newspapers are worth nothing. Architects make money by wrecking wooden buildings for fuel. It is now more profitable to sell such buildings for fuel than to repair them. Mule food for bread. Europe does not imagine 1/100th of suffering of our cities. There is no bread. This means that Odessa ate for months a dirty black bread made of some mixture brought by allies for their mules. There is no fuel. For weeks even the children do not see warm food. In order to get water to drink, one must look for a spring. All the waterworks are closed. Epidemics are increasing. There is no light. At 4 to 5 in the evening, everything drowns in blackness for 14 or 15 hours. Dying for medical care. There are no medicines. This means that when your wife or children get typhus or other maladies, you must look on helplessly while they suffer, rot, and die. A dose of salvarsan has been costing 5,000 carbovanci. Footnote: normally 1 carbavance equals 50 cents. Under present rate of exchange, about 1 cent. The medicine that cures recurrent typhus in 24 hours, and if it does not cure syphilis, at least makes it harmless for a long time. There is no clothing. There are no boots. A pair of boots was sold last summer in Kamenets-Podilsky for 7,000 to 12,000 carbovanci. Shoes for 2,000 to 3,000 carbovanci. A suit of men's clothes, 10,000 to 12,000 carbovanci. A fur covered with cloth could be bought last winter for 40,000 to 50,000 carbovanci. Now it costs 100,000. The city cannot give anything to the village in exchange for bread because it has nothing. The village refuses to support the city because it suffers also. The village is dying because of economic ruin. The peasants' hiding places are filled with paper money, but it has no value. One cannot buy clothing for it. There is no oil or salt. A pound of salt costs $1.50 and $2 American money. There are no schools. Driven by hunger, the teachers went to the forest and joined the insurgents. There is no paper on which to print books. The physician has to pay 6 or 7 carbonci for a sheet of paper on which to write his prescriptions. Use grain for whiskey. Grain is plentiful in the villages. In great stacks it lies throughout winter unthreshed. There is enough of the old grain. What is threshed is going for homemade whiskey. Probably the Ukrainian village never drank so hard and never so hopelessly suffered from typhus, cholera, smallpox as it does now. The hospitals are closed. Such is the picture of Ukraine just now. Transportation is broken down. One must ride 16 days from Kharkov to Kiev, a distance of 200 miles. The train stops every half mile. It has to either scare away the bandits, gather wood, repair the road, bind the wheels, or put out the fires, because the axles catch fire for need of oiling. From Odessa to Zhmyrinka, about 150 miles, the journey may be made in 6 or 7 days, if one is lucky, but he must often change to peasants' wagons, be shot at, and risk being robbed or killed. On your way you see the telegraphic posts cut down or upset, wires cut, the net ruined for scores of miles, the work of insurgents. And so it is all over Ukraine. The trains go out blindly without knowing whether the way is clear. The authority in villages is held by those who are more fearless or stronger, or have more arms and rounds of ammunition. Everybody is tired. Everybody is sick of the unending fighting, and still more unending robberies and experiments. There is only one desire above everything else: peace, and at least some semblance of order. V. Andrzejewski, Kamenets-Podlaski, January 1st, 1920. President Petlura, Ukraine, asks Allied Council to lift blockade. Ukraine is anti-Bolshevik. The President of Ukrainian People's Republic has the honor to bring to the notice of the Supreme Council of Allied Powers the following. Since December 1918, the Ukrainian People's Republic has been continuously in a bloody struggle with the Bolsheviki. By her own power and without any outside assistance, the Ukrainian people have defended their aspirations to national independence. The best sons of Ukraine strengthened with their blood the building of a sovereign national state. Thousands of Ukrainian soldiers fell in this heroic struggle. At present, Russian communists are making a third attempt to impose their government on Ukraine, and the people of Ukraine now rise once more, and they shall throw off this foreign yoke. This struggle, however, finds a great obstacle in the blockade, which by the order of the Supreme Council of the Allied Powers was instituted against Soviet Russia, but was applied against Ukraine as well. In view of lack of real force to stop the illegal trade, this blockade is only a source of profiteering, and at the same time it deprives the Ukrainian People's Republic of the possibility of supplying the army and civil population with medicines and sanitary supplies for a successful struggle against terrible epidemics of typhus and cholera, which are killing the soldiers and civilians. This danger menaces not only Ukraine and neighboring states, but possibly the whole of Europe as well. This fact gives the Ukrainian People's Republic the right, which is to say a duty towards the Ukrainian people, as well as other peoples of Europe, to appeal to the Supreme Council of Allied Powers to take into consideration the real conditions in Ukraine. The government of the Ukrainian People's Republic has the honor to ask the Supreme Council of Allied Powers that it be given a chance to fight epidemics and allow free importation to Ukraine of medicine and sanitary supplies, which are already bought in the Western Europe but not yet delivered. The government of the Ukrainian People's Republic has the honor to point out that in places liberated from the communistic occupation, an energetic work is going on for reconstruction and reorganization of economic life, as well as building up the state on the basis of purely democratic principles. The government of Ukrainian People's Republic has the honor to ask the Supreme Council of the Allied Powers to support the aims of the Ukrainian people, but first of all to help toward physical recovery of the country. Without necessary measures toward general physical recovery, Ukraine will become the prey of terrible epidemics. The physical recovery of Ukraine will be the first step in an energetic step toward solution of the Eastern problem, which is presently engaging the Supreme Council of Allied Powers. The government of Ukrainian People's Republic is full of hope that the Supreme Council of Allied Powers will undertake real measures toward betterment of the situation in Ukraine. S. Petlura, the President of Directorate and Supreme Chief of Ukrainian Republic Army, January 22, 1920. End of Publication 9.